All right, welcome in. Before we formally get started here, if anyone in the chat over on the YouTube could let us know if you can hear us loud and clear. Hopefully you can. And then we'll get rolling. So if we could just get one confirmation.
I'm just saying words so that you can detect my audio as well.
Microphone check.
Microphone check.
We're looking for audio.
I wish I could remember the words from Anchorman right now that he says.
I know
it. Ready.
I know you're talking. Oh, Zach. Appreciate it. Awesome. All right. Hey, welcome into night 2 of NFL Draft Live, a Broadway Sports Media. And tonight, Sobros Network, joint production.
Back at it again.
Back at it again. I'm Easton Freeze, and this is my man, Stoney Keeley of the Sobros Network. He is joining me. Super excited that you are willing to come and nerd out all night. Although you told me when I asked you, you're like, I didn't write this mammoth draft guide.
Yeah, I don't know
to not contribute to the day 2 and the day 3 musings and letting people know, because you're one of the few folks covering the draft in town that like truly tomorrow you're gonna like know a lot of these guys. You're gonna have an opinion on a lot of these guys.
There's a lot of guys that are gonna go late that I'm rooting for.
And
and that's part of the fun of the process, finding these guys with good stories that have traits that you kind of see a long shot path for them to make it in the NFL, and you want to see where they land and their story begin. So there's a lot of fun in that.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, man, there's a lot of work. Like, why not put it to use? Why not hang out with whoever will have you?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're happy to have you, and we're going to spend all night hanging out like we did last night. For those of you that were with us last night, appreciate you being with us and then being back here tonight. Producer JT is going to probably be chiming in here and there. He's at Citi Field in New York watching the Mets lose to the Braves. Or at least that's fantastic. Assuming is going to be happening. But that's okay. We got confirmation. We can, in fact, hear ourselves.
Yeah, we can.
So we actually, yeah, it should be first pick on the clock here any second, because we are past the 6 o'clock hour. I do love how the NFL, with everything during the season, they are the like military punctuality, like the polar opposite of NBA games. They just kind of make up a time and start when they want.
Yes.
But then with the draft, they go kind of NBA and they just kind of start when they want.
Yeah.
Which is out of character for them, but I find that interesting.
It's probably one of those situations where you just realize, like, you throw your hands up and you're just like, whatever.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Zach Lyons is saying he can't wait to hear the Hendon Hooker analysis. Do not put that bad juju on us, Zach. We're not looking forward to having to do that. We were talking about this sitting here getting ready to go. I'm way less anxious that something horrible is going to happen than last night.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, there's still a possibility. It's Hendon. Yeah. There's a possibility it's Will Levis. There's a possibility something terrible happens. But outside of those two guys, they're really the only two that I think are DEFCON 1 for a lot of Titans fans in the first hour or so of tonight.
I would agree wholeheartedly. By the way, I don't know if Zach has told you this yet, but Will Levis was not a first round pick.
It was. Did he not go last night?
Have you heard that?
He's still
yet?
on the board here on night 2. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've not heard him say that anywhere. I think he's been really quiet about it. But yeah, no Will Levis. Which where did you grade him out in terms of? Do you do grades by round?
I don't do grades by round, but I just
was he your QB4?
Watch prospects. He was QB4.
Okay, mine as well.
Watch prospects, write about him, and then just rank them. It's like literally just a list of like 1 through 168 that I've got, and I had him somewhere in the 40s, which would have been I had
right around where he's maybe about to fall to.
I had him and Hooker as, by that metric, if you will, both second round grades.
Yeah, I had like in mine's kind of a pseudo system in terms of where I do by position as well, and then I kind of try to shuffle it together.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like I don't have a proprietary system like James Foster where it's like a 5.9. Like I'm just it's vibes, it's eye test. I mean, I'm watching the tape, but in terms of the numbers and the grading, it's just the way that I feel. And I had like a late first round grade on Levis. He's definitely not. I don't expect him to sink like a stone like we saw the quarterbacks last year do. Yeah. I just don't see that happening. Mm-hmm. Even if the NFL is out on him in terms of the value, the prospect, like if he was in last year's draft class, he would have been the first quarterback off the board, in my opinion.
For sure. Probably a first round pick too.
Yeah. And so I think that I was a little bit surprised he fell out of the first, not super surprised because when you're a late first guy and the board didn't fall well for him either. Like once you got into the 20s, you were like, yeah, he's not going tonight, is he? You just look at the teams down the line, and it was like, I just don't see any of these guys pulling the trigger.
Yeah, there was a scenario that stretched through the teens with Washington and Tampa Bay and then into the early 20s with Minnesota. Once he clears that stretch, I'm thinking,
You mean wide receiver row?
Yeah. I'm thinking, okay, somebody's going to trade up to get him. But then you start looking, he keeps sliding pick after pick after pick. Nobody's making any moves. Then it gets to Philadelphia, Kansas City, Cincinnati. I don't remember. There was another team in there somewhere that made a pick.
Yeah.
And I thought, they're not taking a quarterback. So now
Jacksonville was kind of in that area.
Yeah, Jacksonville. So now we're at that point where nobody's going to take him. And if nobody trades up, he's just not going to go.
I kind of expect him to be off the board in the first. If he's still there 15 picks in, I'll be kind of surprised, just because we're back to the teams that we're rotating back to the teams that are would make sense for them to go and get a guy like I would, if I was one of these teams, the two teams that I genuinely would be happy for them and think that was a good pick. It's the Rams, simply because I think the 100th percentile best case scenario for Will Levis is Matt Stafford. I see that being his ceiling. A borderline top 10 guy definitely can win a Super Bowl with them, but only if the development works out. You fix the accuracy issues, the decision making. And then I think the Raiders are really well set up to let him sit and develop. The idea of him in a McDaniels system, I think, works really, really well. Obviously, the team's got a lot of holes and deficiencies, but I think that with the Jimmy G situation, he would almost certainly not be looking to play much this year. I think Jimmy G, the money they gave him, would warrant him being the starter. But I could see both of those teams 3 years from now, if they were to make that pick, people being like, that was a really nice value add. They got a decent starter out of this guy.
It's funny you say that, because in my eval of Will Levis, I conclude everything that I've watched from him with, this guy seems like he was tailor-made for the Rams offense with Sean McVay at the helm. And that's kind of, I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams, who have a ton of draft picks, come up to get him here. And I mean, even if they stick and
where are they?
Like 36.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
I've got the thing here.
Oh, you are ready.
Oh yeah, we got a
36.
Yeah, okay. So you could see them jump. I mean, we've heard all day that Pittsburgh was shopping their pick, the first one off the board.
Yeah.
You could see, I mean, Arizona is obviously a team, I think, to the end of the draft, they're going to be open for business just in general. Detroit was moving a ton last night. Indianapolis, Crazy Uncle Jim has said that he is considering going double quarterback, which personally I love. I love that strategy.
I would be game for that for sure.
Just Ballard decides, you know what, I'm going to make up for all those years I decided not to take a quarterback, double down on two of the top 4 guys in this class, and try my best to save my job, because one of these guys has got to work out, right? Just double your chances.
It's like the RG3 Kirk Cousins draft, but on steroids.
Yeah.
And probably cocaine.
Which is funny, because in old Crazy Uncle Jim, Mr. Cocaine, when he tweeted that out, he was like, we could do Montana Young situation. And it's like, they didn't draft both of those guys. It's way more comparable to RG3 Kirk Cousins.
I'm pretty sure, I don't know everything about the history of football, but I'm pretty sure that Montana and Young did not enter the NFL in the same year.
No, they didn't. They weren't dueling a whole lot in the NFL. By the way, we got a shout out in the chat from JT all the way from Citi Field up in New York. Hope you're enjoying watching your team lose to the Braves. JT, referencing, we gotta acknowledge the Vrabel painting.
The Vrabel painting.
I woke up this morning and this is a thought that crossed my mind. Should I ask Stoney to bring the painting so we can put it in the background? And I was like, nah, I'm not gonna bother. I've got a busy day. I'm not gonna add a thing on his list to bring. And then you just show up with that in your hand.
Yeah.
And it made me so happy. And I'm like, we are displaying this for all of the people to see at home. You were saying that you had this at the yard sale that you did a couple of days ago, and you would have taken like $5 for it, and no one offered. Well, which is astonishing. In the state of Tennessee, you didn't go to Wisconsin to try to sell this.
Well, painting. I don't think people knew who it was.
It's so uncanny to who is this person?
I don't think anybody could tell. I mean, it looks like Pokemon Mike Vrabel.
It does, yeah, like anime Mike.
Titans fans that got it, because I posted the painting when I finished it next to the meme. Well, not meme, next to the graphic that Fox actually used on programming. that this painting was based on, people got it, and it was a pretty good little gag on Twitter for a bit. But if you're just walking, perusing a yard sale, and you see that, you're like, wow,
well, the day you were doing the yard
man?
sale, I was at my best friend's wedding, and I was in the wedding, and so obviously I couldn't have been there. But I see, you're all day long, you're like still available,
Still available, yeah.
And I'm sitting there, I'm showing it to him, and he thinks it's hilarious. Everybody in the wedding party thinks it's hilarious. And I'm like, man, if the wedding wasn't today, I would have gone and gotten this painting because it's amazing. But I'm glad you brought it.
Yeah. So that was the gimmick for it, though. It was just for the content. And if I could sell it, I would have taken whatever anybody would have offered me for it.
Well, JT says we should hang it in the Louvre, which makes it a priceless painting.
That would be something. Yeah.
We finally have a team on the clock here. How much time? Can somebody in the chat let us know how much time on the clock per team? Is it 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes? I'm sure it's less than 10, but we couldn't remember.
We couldn't remember.
I know it's less than last night. Because we got a lot of picks, and that's honestly the reason why I'm so just amped right now. And we've talked about this, I think, on the episodes we did a couple of weeks ago. Day 2 is the king of the draft for my money. Night 1's fun. It's kind of it's a cool production on TV. It's it's the best guys in the draft. There's a lot of drama, and it's kind of soap opera-y. But if you're a football guy, if you've done any amount of research on this draft, the combination of quality and quantity of players that go tonight, it's just crack cocaine. We get to go through. I mean, there's going to be 100 players taken tonight. So third round has a bunch of comp picks. It's like 60. It's got to be more than 60 players. I don't know.
And I really think that it is rounds
31 through 102. Okay, so 70 guys go tonight, more than double of last night.
Yeah, I think rounds 2 through 5 are just really beefy this year. The way I phrased it.
Yeah, and this year in particular, you're right.
This draft has 6 rounds worth of third round picks, basically.
Yeah, guys that in another draft you could justify. Yeah, because there are guys out there that I'm trying to think of. I mean, the guy that we've both been a fan of, Payne Durham, is a potential 5th round pick. But
John Gaines the second.
Yeah,
6th round.
What makes it so fun, honestly, is because there's so much parity there.
Yeah,
you could see guys that we've been talking about as 5th rounders go in the first 10 picks.
Yeah,
and last night was any indication, we are going to see some interesting value propositions up and down the board.
Oh, I can't wait.
Now we've got a couple of questions in the chat. Tanner Sexton back with us, a buddy of mine from high school. Tanner, glad to have you back in the chat. Shout out Tanner. He asks, with rumors of us moving up, what would the possible target reasons be to do so? It's got to be a quarterback, or the only thing I could justify the move for. No, 2 things. I've been preaching this. I think that the Titans come away from tonight with a cornerback. I think that they think they need a cornerback, and I think if you look into their cornerback situation, maybe not this year, but very, very soon after this year, they're going to need some help at cornerback.
Yeah, for sure.
So with Joey Porter Jr. still there, maybe they would go up for that if he doesn't go here in this first pick. Michael Mayer, I could understand it. I wouldn't love going to do that because there are so many tight ends that are, more value in the rest of the day, not giving up value to go get that guy. And then the 2 pitfalls we talked about, the 2 quarterbacks. I ran a poll today, by the way, asking, this was self punishment on my part because I knew that it was going to be a bad answer or not a satisfactory answer for me. But I asked, if I told you the Titans took a quarterback tonight, who would you prefer it be? Hendon Hooker, Will Levis. And it was 52% Will Levis, 48% Hendon Hooker. Man. And so I was like, good job. You barely got the right answer. But a lot of you I'm disappointed in.
Oh, man.
And we were talking about this before we started. We obviously strongly discourage the Titans to take a quarterback, I think, at all tonight. Can we agree on that? I see no reason to take this whole draft, actually. And if you got Will Levis in the 7th, call me up. But until that happens,
if that happens, that's going to be the story.
Hey, run the card up in that case.
Yeah.
But I don't see any reason for them to go quarterback. We both kind of think that it's more, if they do go quarterback, it's more likely maybe that it's Hooker.
I would agree. I mean, they seem higher on him.
Yeah, and which I don't agree with, but all the smoke indicates they must be higher on him.
He seems more, from a leadership standpoint, their type of player, like the type of guy they want at the helm of the offense, I would say.
Yeah.
And that's, I don't want to be just outright rude and call Will Levis a weirdo, but we can say
he's a less traditional human being. Is that the PC way of putting it?
His personality has been called into question a little bit throughout this draft process.
Sure.
I could see Vrabel and Carthon really being in on that aspect of what Hooker brings to the table.
Yeah, no, I agree. All right, we got the first pick in here. They'll announce it shortly. I've not mentioned this. Before we get into the meat of the draft, for those of you that are listening, appreciate you being here. If you could do us a huge favor, share this with somebody. Text them the link. Text them, tell them where to go. Raleigh Sports Media on YouTube. Very easy to find this live stream. You can find it on Twitter and Facebook as well. Retweet, like, any of those things that you can do to help us get as many folks in here as possible to react to the Titans, who are about 10 picks away here from being on the board.
Oh, I love that noise.
It's just every time it's goosebumps, isn't it? All right, so here we go. And we're, by the way, if folks don't know, we are not a tip picking show. We are not going to. We're gonna play it straight. Now, if we see something on our phones, we won't let you know. But okay, and it makes sense. It seems
destiny.
Makes sense. He's according to most. Well, if you take Will Levis out of the picture, most big boards probably have him as the best player available. And were you surprised to see him fall out of the first round? Did you have a first round grade on him?
No, I did have a first round grade on him,
but there were so many first round cornerbacks that you figured somebody would get bumped. That's how I was.
Yeah, and for me, it was Emmanuel Forbes being that wild card.
You were surprised by that one, yeah.
Going in the first round, that surprised me. And when that happened, I thought, oh, Banks or Porter, one of them's probably going to fall out.
That's right, because he was the third one off the board, wasn't he?
Yeah. And well, he was taken before Gonzalez.
Oh, he was second.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Flat Stanley himself, the 2D human being.
I like Banks more than I like Joey Porter Jr.
Me too.
I get the vision with Porter. He's a really long cornerback. He's got offensive lineman
longest
arms.
cornerback in the draft.
Yeah,
34-inch arms. He's got longer arms than the latest Titan, Peter Skoronski.
Yeah. But I'm so happy that he is off the board for the Titans not to pick him, because I think there's so much of his game that is kind of swept under the rug down the field, where he's grabbing, pushing, being a little too physical, stuff that's probably not going to fly in the NFL. And I promise I'm not going to make you hit the bleep button. But to me, Joey Porter Jr. has a high risk potential for what Mike Vrabel would call dumb bleep to hurt the team.
Sure.
And that's where I think he needs to land somewhere.
Is it just a decision-making thing?
I don't know.
It can't be a physical thing.
The sense I got was it was kind of a panic thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Like maybe you get beat, or you prematurely feel like you've been beaten, when maybe you should trust your length and athleticism a little more. That's kind of what it felt like to me. Now, obviously, something that can be coached out of him, but I think the Titans in this draft, I think the Titans need guys that can contribute in 2023. And I did not feel like Porter Jr. for this team was a fit for that reason.
Well, we mentioned that there's I think a very real possibility, and a lot of Titans fans probably aren't even considering this, that here in a minute the Titans take a cornerback, just because there are so. I mean, if Rand Carthon is a BPA guy at all, there's a decent chance that the best guy at the pick might be a corner, because there's so many good corners. So looking here on our other screen, we've got Porter off the board, but the best remaining corners, you got Cam Smith out of South Carolina, Tyreek Stevenson out of Miami. Who you're not a big Tyreek Stevenson guy.
I'm not.
Right, yeah.
No.
DJ Turner out of Michigan, Clark Phillips. Who, if you were to hand pick a corner, if you had to pick a corner for the Titans here, who would you go with?
It would easily be Cam Smith.
That's what I'm thinking.
He reminds me of, maybe not necessarily in play style, but positioning in the draft. It reminds me a lot of where Roger McCreary was a year ago, like a really polished player,
little undersized.
I don't think he's as athletic as McCreary. That's the knock on Smith, right? The speed,
right? But he's not as he doesn't have the length issues that McCreary has.
Yeah,
he's smaller,
yeah,
but he's not as short as McCreary is. So
absolutely, but I feel like he's NFL ready week one.
Yeah,
I think he can come in right away and play for this team. And he's like the only guy that we look at this list that I feel like would make sense for this team in round two. I like Julius Brents quite a bit, but later. I think there's some significant bust potential with Brents too. I don't think the value would be there in round two. For me, it's it's Cam Smith or it's hold off on a cornerback until later.
I agree. If they were looking for somebody with some upside, I mean, oh my goodness. Okay, so we're on Titans watch here, folks. Share this with friends and family. Let them know the Titans are on the clock. They have just traded up with the Arizona Cardinals to the 33rd pick, and it looks like they've made their pick because they're showing the War Room in Nashville, already on the phone with the owner and the GM and the Now if this is for Michael Mayer, which I think is less likely than for one of the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I don't love it, but I get it. And for the player, I'm super excited. If this is for one of the quarterbacks, things are going to get interesting here. Things are going to get interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe they're looking at the cornerback board and they're thinking the same thing I am. Like, oh man, we better go get Cam Smith. Because if we don't have a lot of other fits for what we do here on defense.
Yeah, I gotta get the phone out here because see if we can figure out what the compensation is. That's moving up 10 picks?
Something like that.
Yes.
Well, I don't know how they're doing the numbering this year because they weren't. There weren't 32 picks in round 1, but no, they are numbering it traditionally. Oh man, I don't know how I feel about this.
I feel like it's got to be
what
one
else
one
would
of
you
the
trade up for, if not a quarterback? Do you love Mayer so much that you don't let him slide and act as Darnell Washington as a consolation prize? Like, do you feel that urgently about the Titans?
Oh, Zach, here we go. Zach's got us with the compensation. Sorry, Zach. He says 41 and 72 for 33 and 81. That's not bad in terms of giving up compensation at all. You maintain 2 picks tonight. You flip-flop seconds and thirds.
That's essentially what it sounds like. Yeah.
So here we go. We're going to find out.
Oh, I'm going to puke.
It's going to be Will Levis. I think it's going to be Will Levis. All right, so Will Levis, congratulations, you are a Titan. Oh, wow. That is amazing. All right, so where do we want to start? Do we want to start with just our evaluation of Will Levis? Do we want to start with the decision to do this here and not have the conviction to do it in the first round? Let's see what the chat is talking about here. Zach said the compensation they just added. Okay, so the Titans do give up a 3rd round next year as well in the trade, which makes more sense. That didn't seem quite like it was all there. So first of all, Titans fans, here's the silver lining. You didn't you in terms of value, you did not spend a 1st round pick on him. You did not sell the farm in terms of compensation to go up to get him in the 1st round. And in terms of the compensation, in terms of the draft picks you have here, you still got 4 more picks in this draft. You're not, even if you hate Will Levis, right?
Let me wipe the tears from my eyes.
If I told you, 6 picks in this draft, if I told you 6 picks in the draft, 3 of them are really good players. You're happy with that. 4 of them are really good players, really good draft. Yeah. Okay, so if people are sold on the fact that Will Levis bust, wasted a pick, whatever, you wasted a second. That sucks. But you didn't spend a 1st, and you have the same number of picks in this draft as you had when you came in.
Yeah.
So it's not the world-ending scenario that it would have been yesterday. But I think a lot of folks are really unhappy about this. I will say. And go ahead.
Add to that point, if we're talking silver lining scenario here, who else would have been the potential difference maker that Will Levis could be in this spot?
Just in terms of upside. Yeah, no, you're right.
I mean,
you're right.
You've checked the offensive line box, which to me was the biggest need for this team going into the draft. Was there a wide receiver at this spot that was so much better than what you could potentially get in round 3 through 7 that you hold on to the picks instead of just sacrificing it, roll the dice on what Levis could become? I think that's they're showing it's a lot different vibes from when AJ Brown was traded.
They're all very happy about
Everybody
it.
looks happy.
I mean, we were talking about this before the stream. it is funny how people get so up in arms about the draft trying to predict what's going to happen, because these teams don't care what you think. They're going to do what they want, what they think is best, and they're going to make this decision. The biggest question mark, really, Stoney, is if they didn't have the conviction to take him yesterday, why take him now? That's always the question when you take a second-round quarterback, right?
Well, I think it is just.
Is it a value proposition?
It's just the value.
Now, I will say this. Perhaps we got the Lions already in here. Let's see what they go with. I told you Sam Laporta might go early. Look at that. Ahead of
you called that.
I didn't. I undersold him. He goes ahead of even Michael Mayer, which is making me now wonder, were there not character concerns, but like, the interviews not great with Mayer?
Did you see the clip of him last night, like the lip reading thing where people were saying he was saying that he's better than Dalton Kincaid? He was like irritated.
Oh no, I did not see that.
I mean, definitely most handsome player in the draft. I don't know about.
You think so?
I don't know about the character concerns, but Michael Mayer,
he's a good-looking guy.
Looks like an Abercrombie model.
Sure.
Yeah.
We disagree on Sam Laporta. I like him. You don't as much. I feel like we need to go back and spend some more time on the Titans pick here. So
yeah, let's
for those that may be just tuning in. And again, if you are listening, we appreciate you being here and sharing with friends. It's a situation where, like you were saying a second ago, in terms of players left on the board, if I told you every player left in the draft, it's their perceived ceiling.
Yeah.
Who has the biggest impact on their team? It's the fourth and, in my opinion, final quarterback in this class that has the chance to be a plus starter in the NFL. Yeah. Now, it's a risky. He's obviously, I think there's a riskier proposition with Levis than the other three, but his ceiling is high enough. I mean, I don't know if were we on streams. I don't think I mentioned this on stream. No, I did. The Matthew Stafford comp, right? Like that's Titans fans should take solace in the fact that if he turns out the best that he can be, I believe a Matthew Stafford style quarterback is his ceiling, which is
I would agree.
Like an 8th through, Matthew Stafford, a lot of his career, he was like the, 7th through 12th best quarterback in the league. Everyone for years in Detroit was talking about just put him on a good team, he can win a Super Bowl. They put him on a good team and he won a Super Bowl. Yeah. So if that's the ceiling, then you can take solace in that. I also will point this out, and I want your opinion on this, but I'm guessing you'll agree. The number one, with a bullet, not even close, most understated element of the draft is fit.
Yeah.
There are so many like when a prospect busts, people are just like, oh, it turns out he wasn't good after all. I feel like 70% of the time when a prospect that was supposed to be good busts, it has more to do with where they landed and the coaches that they had, the teachers that they had, the development that they had, maybe being thrown into the fire earlier than they should have been, than the fact that they were just a bad player. Now, some players just don't have it at the NFL level. Yeah. But especially with quarterback play, which is such an important but complicated position, if you go to a good team as a quarterback, you are infinitely more. I mean, we saw it with Mac Jones. He looks like the best quarterback in that class immediately. Although clearly in that first year, everyone could go back to the draft and be like, yeah, he's not the best quarterback. Right. In that first year, you're like, oh, wow, because he goes to the best landing spot. In terms of landing spots, Will Levis has to be relatively happy because he's landing with a team that has been very, very competent for the past half decade.
Presumably, you would think that he gets time to sit behind Tannehill. You still think there's a chance that they move on from him and just start Levis right away?
Not with this pick here. Yeah. No, I mean,
I wouldn't think so either, but it's been a hot topic this offseason.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. If we hadn't seen and heard all the smoke with Tannehill in the past 2 weeks about him being at OTAs, we heard today he's texting Peter Skoronski last night, welcoming him to the team. Like he's, doing all these things, very much a part of this team right now. And Rand Carthen, vaguely put it the other day that Ryan already knows where he's at with this team. He knows his standing. Yeah. And so if he knows his standing and is choosing to come to OTAs, is choosing to talk to his new teammates and welcome to the team. If he knows he's probably not around, why is he welcoming the guy that he's not going to play with? You know what I mean?
So it's a fair point.
I think the conclusion here is pour one out for Malik Willis. Welcome to the practice squad.
Yeah. Now that's
or maybe some other team decides to buy low on Willis. Maybe there's a trade. Yeah. Do you think that he carries any value at all? I mean, not a high round pick, but you've only seen, 1 year of development with him coming out. Obviously, the league wasn't super high on him because he fell to the 90s.
Yeah.
But he's still got, in terms of upside, he was very athletic, right? There's things there. You just wonder between the ears if he's got it or not. I could see them potentially, if Michael Vrabel hates him as much as people think that he hates him.
Yeah.
You could see them try to move him for a 5th round pick or something. You know what I mean?
I would agree. I could also see them just saying like, hey, come to camp, and that's the first step for Will Levis's development. Like, beat out Malik Willis here.
Yeah.
Send Malik Willis packing.
All right, so
there goes
my mayor.
yeah.
Finally, I love that pick for them.
Yeah, I do too.
You get to just go ahead and replace Darren Waller, who they ship off to New York. You've got a nice tight end now to pair with. I mean, there's no assembly out of the box with him. He'll be a weapon for Jimmy Garoppolo day one, and he will be a glorified lineman that can maul in the run game. There's so much to love about Michael Mayer.
Man, I watched the Notre Dame game with him. I'm sorry, the Ohio State
All
game.
of them? Yeah.
I watched the Ohio State game, and the way they used him as a blocker was effectively like a 6th offensive lineman. And he was a lot of the reason that they were able to move the ball on offense the way that they were. So that was really impressive to me, how whatever he was called upon to do in that offense, he did well. I know the speed and the athleticism stuff is there. I love the Jason Witten comp too. He's such a good refined blocker, and I think he's a pretty good receiver too. So correct me if I'm wrong. Still reacting to the news, the Titans.
Wes on Broadway said it's Bo Callahan is now a Tennessee Titans quarterback.
That's good.
That's funny.
That's good.
Hey, AFC South, 3 of the top 4 quarterbacks in the consensus QB 2, 3, 4 are now all in the AFC South. They joined Trevor Lawrence. It's a new era in the AFC South.
Who would have thought? I think it was pretty likely that the AFC South could end up with 3 of the top 4 quarterbacks, but who would have thought that it would have gone Stroud to the Texans, Richardson to the Colts, Levis to the Titans? That seems pretty.
You didn't see a whole lot of prediction on that. Zach asks, and this is a fair question, what are the odds, and we can maybe a 1 in 10, what are the odds you think Will Levis sets foot in the new stadium in 2027? Zach says as a starter. Maybe we can tack onto that just to add all. I think the odds he's still on the team in 2027 are quite high. Relative. I mean, like, I'd give it a 50-50 shot probably.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the rookie contract lasts that long.
Right, exactly. So unless he's a true disaster, he's going to stick around.
I mean,
but as a starter,
I'm not the biggest Levis fan at all. And were we on the air when I was talking about having him in the 40s? Like, I don't think.
I forget. We shouldn't have had
I know.
We had a lengthy conversation that was worthy of putting on a live stream before. So now I can't remember what we said before or after.
But I had him that low for a reason, and it's because I don't project him to be a long-term starter in the NFL. So I'm going to say he's not, and I'm going to give it like a 0%.
0%.
I don't
0% chance.
I think
I disagree completely. I think
going to be a guy that's going to get a shot, but I just don't see it with him. I'm just not there with Levis.
Those either are listening in and are in the chat. Let us know how you're feeling. I want to hear what people are thinking about this. Give me on a scale of 1 to 10. Just give me a number. 1 being you're very happy, 10 being you're furious. How upset are you with Levis at 41, not in the first round, coming to be a Titan? I think the biggest question that we're gonna make. I mean, I'm not super confident we'll get an answer on this when they do the press conference tomorrow or whenever it is, but we'll start to get an idea in a couple of months. Are we right to assume that Tannehill is still around? And if so, is it going to be a long leash situation for Tannehill where it is, okay, no matter what, are we doing the Chicago Bears thing with Andy Dalton and Justin Fields where we're going to kind of like, maybe we may want to start him by week 8 and then it becomes a media discussion? Or is it hey, we plan on Levis sitting and developing all year. We'll see you in 2024. Ryan Tannehill, you're the guy for this team right now.
I think the fact that they didn't.
Or again, do they just give the reins? That's the third option. Tannehill's out somehow and they give the reins to Levis to see what they have in him.
I think the fact that they went with the safe pick with Skoronski last night and they didn't just give up the farm to go up and get Anthony Richardson or Will Levis, whoever they liked, at 3 to get away from the Colts, or picked Levis at 11. I think that should tell us that they probably feel that there's a way to do both this season, be competitive in 2023 with Ryan Tannehill at quarterback, while also having a contingency plan for 2024 and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the way this draft is falling, they're telling us like, hey, we're going to do what we can to be a good team in 2023
around the quarterback.
Around the quarterback.
Yep.
And we're going to ride with Tannehill. He gives us the best chance to win. We're going to protect him. We're going to beef up the offensive line in free agency. We're going to draft Peter Skoronski. We're going to go get this thing in 2023. But also, we're already thinking ahead to beyond the Ryan Tannehill days with Will Levis.
So we got a trade here. Let's see. Oh, no, just kidding. This is old news. Never mind.
My phone is blowing up, by the way.
Yeah. Hey, can somebody in the chat let us know real quick, just because it's hard to do so many things at once. Hey, our guy, Steve Avila.
Steve Avila,
the juggernaut.
Michael Myers. Let's go.
I love that pick for anybody, but for the Rams, good for them. That's the kind of guy you can build around as you put together a new team. And I'm sort of surprised he's off the board before Cody Mock, but not really, because I think Avila is going to be a stud NFL player.
Yeah, I think scouts loved him.
And in terms of floor, I see a very high floor for him. I think in terms of bust potential, I don't see a ton of bust potential for Avila.
No.
Do you?
No, I don't. I think he's a safe prospect, versatile guy too, that'll be able to play guard or center. My co-host for the Unofficial Titans podcast, Outspoken Owen Reed, just called me. And I told everybody I was
he's trying to call into the show.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, we need to put him through. I would also, on the Will Levis thing, I want to, if Zach is still watching, I want to ask him a question. Zach, we were right about Will Levis not being a first-round draft pick, but at what cost? At what cost?
Where did he go? 33? So he was only not a first-rounder.
Well,
by the slimmest of possible margins.
And you factor in that there was one less first-round pick. I mean, he's literally one pick out of the first round. But
correct.
If we could do it again, would we rather be wrong about him not going in the first round or him end up being a Titan?
I see. Right. Yeah.
At what cost?
Well, and I tweeted that meme out at like 1:00 last night of the guy who's very happy and then very sad. And I was like, Titans fans dancing on the first round grave of Will Levis.
I know.
Very happy. And then you realize all the smoke about the Titans loving him, and 41 is right around the corner.
Yeah.
And it was a little telling, I'd imagine. Here we are.
We will always have last night, and I'll just hold on to that. I didn't mean for that to sound like sexual.
Yeah.
At the party, we were doing some victory laps about him not going.
I noticed. Yeah. But these picks are coming in hot and heavy here. We're flying down the board.
Yeah.
Seahawks. Let's see. Derek Hall out of Auburn. Kind of surprised he's going this high, but I like him as a prospect a lot.
I like Derek Hall a lot too. Really safe prospect. I love what the Seahawks have done. They are crossing stuff off of their needs list right here. I mean, they've got 3 guys that are going to start week 1 for them in Jackson Smith and Jigba, Devin Weatherspoon, and now Derek Hall. Oh man, I love it. Penetrating, chasing the play down from the end.
He's a maniac.
The way I phrased it after watching him at the Senior Bowl, and keep in mind, Titans fans, for context, Bud Dupree was still on this team at that time.
Yes.
But I told everybody the trendy thing to say about Bud Dupree with the Titans was that he was a force multiplier, right? Didn't necessarily get the sack production, but did a lot of other things that freed up other guys to get the sacks. That's kind of what I saw in Derek Hall. And I remember telling Zach, like, hey, I think Derek Hall could do for this defense what Bud Dupree did as a way for them to move on from Bud Dupree. And then they just signed Arden Key.
Zach says the cost was Carthen and Vrabel's job. That's an interesting segue to that's a funny response, but a serious question. Typically when a new or newish GM takes a quarterback highly, and at 41, it's a different proposition. Definitely it's the case when you take a quarterback in the first 10 to 15 picks as a GM, it begins a doomsday clock for either you or your coach, but probably you, right? And it's like, okay, you've got a 2 or 3 year leash. You better not mess up the rest of the draft picks, and you better hope that this guy works out, or else you may be on the streets.
Yeah.
At where he ends up going, I guess 33 is where he ended up going in the end. Do we think this puts any job pressure on either Vrabel or Carthon with Amy Adams-Strunk? We saw the video of her also very excited. But I guess all owners are going to be. Do you think if Tannehill sticks around, it's hard for it to be a true disaster, right? I guess that's really the upside.
Yeah, that is the upside. That's the exact word that I was.
Worst case, he's no impact, and the team is, like, I think that the floor for this team is still mediocre.
Yeah, I would agree.
So I don't see it being a job canceling thing unless, we saw last year, Amy Adams-Strunk, her bar for employment is very high.
Yeah.
So it can go downhill fast.
Sure.
Real fast. You can go downhill. We'll give you a new contract in April and we'll fire you in November fast. So anything can happen. It's currently April. And by November, it may be a new landscape. But I don't see it being one of those situations.
I don't see it being one of those situations because, to your point, I just don't think it can get bad enough to get to that point. Because, look at how quickly they were willing to pivot away from Malik Willis. Literally before the season's even over. They're calling Josh Dobbs.
Through 2 starts of Willis?
Yeah.
3 starts of Willis? Yeah.
So I feel like if Levis is a disaster, you're going to be able to tell pretty quickly. And they would say, unless
they just sit him. But once they start playing him.
Once they start playing him, I think they'll pretty quickly know whether he's got it or doesn't and would pivot from him. Oh, I love that pick.
I love this pick. And JT, our resident Falcons ish fan, he has got to be happy with this pick because, man, I can't wait I'm going to watch Atlanta religiously this year.
Dude,
they may not be good. They're going to be so fun.
They are, yeah.
Fun.
Bijan Robinson, Matthew Bergeron. What do you think this team's going to do on offense?
Nate Tice in the background of that party. I don't think it is. Yeah, that was interesting. Bergeron's awesome. I was talking on Twitter earlier today. If the Titans would have doubled down with the tackle at any point tonight, he would be when they still had the 41st pick, would be a nice guy to go with. A better pass blocker than he is a run blocker, but above average grades in both the past couple of seasons.
I was really impressed by his tape against Clemson, which they're showing highlights from now, and the tape against NC State. Both really good. Really, really good athletic traits. I think he's a little more technical than he's being given credit for. At times, there were times I would watch and it would just be, it almost looked like an issue of, I don't want to say not knowing where to go, but conviction maybe in his blocks, like getting out and just seeking somebody to hit was my only real nitpick on Bergeron. But I thought he could have been a surprise selection in the first round last night. Much more complete tackle prospect. There were people earlier on in the draft process that wanted to move him into guard. I think you give him the spot at left tackle, and he's got the goods to make it, man.
All right, we got JT calling in from Citi Field in New York. Let's see what he has to say. I'm assuming this is about Will Levis.
Okay.
JT, welcome into the show all the way from New York. I'm assuming this is a Will Levis related call.
It is. What's going on, boys? As I have my Buck Rising moment here and take shelter in the Citi Field club suites here to give you this call away from my bottle service. I don't know what's worse. Will Levis going there to the Titans at 33 or the rain that's happening at this game right now. It's uncomfortably raining. It's not like pouring, but it's not like
just enough to be annoying. Yeah,
it's a little annoying. I'm drenched, but I'm having a good time.
That's probably how a lot of Titans fans feel right now. You didn't get Levis in the first, but still a little annoyed.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear it from my phone. I actually heard it from the Mets fan behind me, who's just like screaming.
Just blurted it out.
Titans took Levis, and I said, "Oh, here we go."
Oh, here we go. What is there to say?
What is there to say?
Yeah.
Like, draft compensation doesn't make you outraged, but it stings enough to be like, is that worth it for Will Levis there? Obviously, you're not moving too far back in the third.
It's not backbreaking. It's not a backbreaking, franchise altering.
You're giving a third round pick next year. I don't know if you answered my question. it doesn't start a clock for. It's interesting to see if this was more of a Mike Vrabel guy or a Rand Carpet guy. If
Right.
we'll ever hear that, I don't know. If it doesn't, if Will Levis,
I know
goes
we're
out
never
on
going to
the
hear
board
that
here,
answer, by the way, but yeah.
I don't know if this starts the time. It might be time for Mike Vrabel here. We might have just seen them put their chips on the table for a quarterback to develop.
Well,
We
were just talking about that very question, which I saw that you submitted in the chat. I think we kind of came to the consensus of it all depends on when and where they play him, or when they end up playing him, and if it involves Ryan Tannehill still being on the team and being.
And that's still probably to be seen tonight.
Yeah, I'd say we think it's unlikely that Tannehill goes, but it's certainly, I gave it a 10% chance. I think there's a 90% chance he's on the team, 10% something crazy happens.
It's going to be interesting. Once again, I mean, it makes me just feel ugly about it, but I'm happy because there's no shortage of things to talk about the next 6 months now.
Hey, so. Sure. From a content creation standpoint, certainly interesting.
Sorry, guys. We're going to talk about this for 6 months, I guess.
I'm excited. But I've always been way higher on Levis than everybody else. Well, not always, actually. I had him as my quarterback 4 from the beginning, or I thought he was the 3rd or the 4th best guy in the class from the beginning.
Yeah.
And that was when we were considering him a potential QB1. And I was like, y'all are crazy. He's not a quarterback 1 in this class. He's not a first overall pick. Yeah. But then everyone decided that Will Levis is the worst person on the planet.
Sorry. No, I agree. It's sticking with me that Daniel Jeremiah comps Jay Cutler to Will Levis. And that's what sticks to me.
There are some bad comps out there, including Will or Jay Cutler. I've also heard somebody very familiar to the Titans, Jake Locker. I've heard some comparisons.
My comparisons were either Matthew Stafford or EJ Manuel.
EJ Manuel. Those are two very different players.
That's his range for me. Yeah.
But here's the thing: my 50th percentile average comp for Will Levis has always been Ryan Tannehill. So from a continuity standpoint, you can see where they're going with it. The question is, why do you want another one of these? But clearly they think that they can win with it.
Wasn't Tannehill James Foster's comp for him too?
I think so. I saw a number of people comp Tannehill. I know Ben Solak also was comping him for Tannehill.
James Foster's super smart, so let's just hope.
Let's just go with that.
He's hope he's right. Oh, are you kidding me? There goes Mingo.
Your wide receiver 1 to the Panthers. So a target, a new target for Bryce Young.
I did try to tell you.
Tight ends going. Laporta going right after Mayer or vice versa, I think?
It was Laporta first.
Wow.
And I told Stoney earlier in the stream that I thought there was a decent chance he goes before. I just kind of the vibe I was getting. And there was some reporting earlier on it today. But all right, JT, we will maybe have you back later tonight if some more craziness ensues.
Oh yeah, maybe I'll give you guys a ring from the subway where we've had some very interesting sights on the New York subway today.
Oh, I'm sure.
But I'm gonna go grab a burger and a gin and tonic from the bar here.
Okay.
And keep up the content, boys.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
All
right. So we are moving and grooving here. Here's the topic that I wanted to bring up, Stoney, that we haven't quite talked about yet. Well, actually, let's address some questions here in the chat. Tanner says, say Tannehill gets traded, who would be the likely team? Falcons is the first and immediate landing spot. I don't think that they're interested.
No, I wouldn't think. I mean, it sounds like they're in on Ritter.
They sure act like it.
Yeah. Maybe Tampa Bay still.
Yeah, you could see that. I'm trying to think for other teams.
Maybe Washington.
Yeah. The question that I wanted to pose, it's less a question and more a topic, and we can take it where we want. We often see in the NFL, and it's one of the cooler dynamics of the NFL that I love, arms races within division and teams doing things directly in retribution or to keep up with another team. As early as last night, we see the Eagles get Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys just rage and go Mozzie Smith. Like you 1-for-1, which I love.
Yeah.
I love, but like you can't tell me those two things didn't have something to do with each other.
You
cannot tell me. you see, situations where Derrick Henry is reigning in the AFC South, and you get the barrage of teams in the AFC South bringing in the Jonathan Taylors, bringing in, the Jaguars bringing in ETN when they already had James Robinson. Pierce coming in for the Texans. Like you see, the AFC West a couple of seasons ago where it just became a full-on arms race at all positions.
Sure.
I think there's an element of this to what Buffalo did last night going with Kincaid. They're sick and tired of playing second fiddle to Travis Kelce. They want their own Travis Kelce, so that they contend in the AFC. Like that, it is very much these teams are approaching it from this is the obvious thing. You have to win your division, and then you have to win your conference, and then you have to win the Super Bowl. You got to approach your team building in that order, because if you look too far ahead and forget about your own division, and you don't build a team that is uniquely built to win in a division. We almost saw Buffalo do this 2 seasons ago. Do you remember when New England, first year with Mac, we had the game in the tornado where Mac throws for 3 yards on 3 attempts or whatever.
Yeah.
I think for that 1 week, they were tied in record, and everyone's like, Buffalo loaded up this offseason, but they got too ahead of themselves. They got so big of their britches. They started building to win in the AFC, and they didn't build to win in the weather in their division.
Yeah.
So
that's a great illustration.
It's a pitfall you can easily fall into.
Yeah.
And I think in the AFC South, clearly, now that we have 4 new quarterbacks in the past 3 years, and 3 of them came in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's an arms race for what I think, and I've been saying this, Stoney, I think that the AFC South is uniquely situated to pull a NFC least to NFC beast situation where the NFC East was such a disaster 2 years ago. And then they're the most powerful division in the league, because it became this arms race. Everybody gets a ton of picks. Everybody's kind of bad for a year, and then you shoot to the moon. It wouldn't shock me at all. I mean, especially if these quarterbacks hit. If at least 2 of the 3 that went in this draft hit, and you've got Lawrence and then 2 other studs, suddenly the AFC South is a very different division.
Yeah, I would agree. And I talked about that. Forgive me, all the gin and club sodas I was drinking last night. I don't remember who I was talking to about this, but there was sort of a feeling that, hey, the AFC South as a whole is at one of those turning points where there's a shift in the division where it was just completely terrible this year. Wasn't really all that great the year before, and now we're seeing the Texans. The Jags have already hit the reset button.
Yep.
The Texans are doing it. The Colts are doing it. So the Titans are that last team, and maybe, hey, they just get in on the action here. Let's get our quarterback too, so that we can be prepared for this. I would like to ask if anybody's listening to this, let us know if you can hear my stomach growling, because I apologize.
We're going to take a break here in a second to get a little food. And
my
then
microphone's
we'll
kind of low. Yeah.
Let's do this one more topic, and then we can take a quick break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes after we get some food ordered. This question is one that I've seen on Twitter already, and it's the obvious question when you have a quarterback come in that's young and has some promise in a lot of people's eyes. Wow, that is a dedicated Cardinals fan.
I have no idea. That guy just roamed in off the street.
I thought he was. That guy's homeless. Actually, he's just a crazy man downtown.
Yeah.
So when you get a guy who's a highly touted quarterback come in, the incumbent quarterback is there. You're a team that's kind of in this transitional phase the Titans are in. Obviously, they didn't tank last year, but they things fell apart due to injuries. Based on the way that they've approached this offseason, it seems like they think they can still compete now. They don't need to hit a reset button. Don't need to tank. If anything, it's kind of a soft reset they've been going through the last 2 years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What is the correct way to go about who you play in the next 2 years? And the two, I'd say that there are 3 routes they can take. You can go what we initially said is probably most likely, and I'm not sure if we're going to agree on that by the end of this conversation. You go with Tannehill this year. You make it clear Levis is sitting. We will see you in 2024. He's going to develop. Tannehill, this is your team for at least 1 more year. Option 2, you pull a Justin Fields and Andy Dalton situation, which I'll go ahead and say I think is always the worst decision. Because when you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks.
I would agree.
And you are not.
Well, look how that race kind of stunted.
It was a disaster. It got the head coach fired, got Justin Fields' development stunted. The team was horrible once he finally got the job. They weren't able to. So that we'll go ahead and say bottom of the barrel is don't do that. Be either in on Levis this year or be all the way out on Levis this year.
Yeah.
Unless there's an injury. Obviously.
I would agree.
Yeah. Or option 3, you trade Tannehill. You get a significant amount of relief in terms of cap, but your quarterback play immediately drops a good bit. You're now going based off of hope and not what you currently have, because right this second, Tannehill is 25 times the quarterback that Will Levis is going to be.
Yeah.
Which is fair. He's a college quarterback, and Tannehill's a seasoned pro. We know that he's kind of an average NFL quarterback. But do you kick him to the curb on this third option? And the reason why you would do it, I'm assuming, is you know after year one, you got a guy with some promise. We can rock and roll now. We'll keep going. We'll build around him. Or there's kind of the double bonus of you have an answer and it's disappointing because the guy sucked. And it's obvious that he sucks, and you got to get rid of him. But at least it's not a question that drags on for years and years. But the double whammy there is, well, we suffered for 1 year, but if he sucked so bad that we wanted to get rid of him, odds are that means that the whole team sucks so bad and the record sucks so bad that bingo, reload, 1 year reload. We're back at quarterback next year. We've got a chance to, or you go and you trade for somebody because you have $10 billion in cap cash next year. Like, you kind of have your pick of the litter of quarterbacks. So it's really, it boils down to, do you subscribe to the aggressive all-in model theory of football building, or do you subscribe to the New England Patriots, Green Bay Packers, New Orleans Saints model of always be competent and have a high floor but maybe a lower ceiling than the best teams that go all in?
I am with Zach on this because I saw him tweet that start Levis, trade Tannehill, get the picks. And
get the picks, get the money.
Get the picks, get the money. Yeah, get the picks, get the money is the key part of that for me, because this team still right here and now needs a few more cornerstone type of pieces. And as I said earlier, I think this draft is 6 rounds deep with third round talent. So I think you can still get a wide receiver, you can get your tight end, you can get an edge rusher, cornerback, all these things in this draft, but you need the picks. So you can still do a little team building in this draft and get those cornerstone type of pieces. And then if you figure out that Levis is not your guy, you can just plug and play whoever the quarterback of the future, beyond the quarterback of the future, is. And it's an okay situation down the road still. I just don't think that's how Mike Vrabel is going to be thinking in this, because of the Skoronski pick. I think they are looking at it as,
well, and how they acted in free agency.
How they acted in free agency is, we can plug a few holes and be competitive and win in 2023 and still have the added benefit of Ryan Tannehill's heir apparent being on this roster ready to go in 2024.
That was what I was going to say. The only hang up for me, and like when you lay it out like that with no added context, and it's like, okay, yeah, you get a bunch of extra cash, you get a bunch of extra picks, you get an answer within 1 year, you rip the Band-Aid off, you bid a fond farewell to Ryan Tannehill, who did a lot for this franchise and brought a lot of excitement and a ton of wins. But you move on and you find out within 1 year whether you've got a guy or you are now bad enough to go and get another guy. That's all awesome.
Yeah.
But then you plug in the factors of what they did with Skoronski, which I actually think Skoronski's the kind of guy. I'm very high on Skoronski. I think that he's the kind of foundational guy that even if they were going to go all in on Levis and maybe blow it up, you still get him because he's the kind of guy that you could build around and after you blow it up, make him one of the pillars of the offense. But it was really the way that they acted in free agency, who they went and got, but even maybe more than who they went and got, who they didn't take off the team, who's still on the team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The way that they approached the entire free agency period, and they weren't super involved, but it was clearly, without exception, we are going to compete now. We're going to keep competing. Forget those last 7 games last year. That was an aberration. That was injuries. We think that if we were healthy, we would have easily won the division, which I think that they would have done. So I think that's a fair assumption on their part. The question there is, okay, you win the division. That, like, were you good enough to win a Super Bowl? Which I think the answer was probably no.
I would agree, but also let's allow for a little postseason magic. The spark.
I'm with you. I'm a hard line. I think the dumbest thing in sports is when people say you can or can't.
Yeah.
In the NFL in particular, in the NBA or the MLB, I have some more room for that because the 7-game series, you get a lot of averages. But in the NFL, are we not the same league that everyone agrees it's any given Sunday?
Yeah. I mean, look
in the postseason, we've seen crazy runs before.
Look what Jacksonville did when they got into the playoffs. Miracle comeback win over the Chargers. They played the Chiefs pretty decently.
Who was that team a couple years ago who went to New England and killed Tom Brady's career and then went and knocked off the #1 seed Ravens when they weren't they the last wild card into the entire tournament?
Like barely eked in that stretch of years that they were winning in and week 18.
And then in the AFC Championship game, they were winning by a touchdown at halftime.
Yeah, I can't
against the team that went on to go win the Super Bowl, which is clearly the chosen team. Like
it's on the tip of my tongue.
All I remember going into that playoff was thinking, I don't even know why we have this team in here. They can't do it. There's a 0% chance they win the Super Bowl. 0% chance. So that theory aside, they clearly think that they are competitive. So that leads me to believe two answers. What I would like them to do as of right this minute, and subject to change because give me one sleep to let my brain marinate on this. What I say now cannot be held against me unless it's genius and I was the first one to say it, in which case it absolutely counts. I would say I would be with Zach and I would be with you. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Let's get some capital back in here. Let's go Levis. In that case, if Levis is truly a disaster, you've still got Malik there, so you can give him a try. If it's really just like if by week 8 you're already ready to say good, okay, we'll get 2 answers then. Get Malik in there too, and let's just see. Let's get 2 answers. Let's get them both out of here, or let's find out we have one stud quarterback. But if you were to, gun to my head, what do I think they're going to do? Easton Nostradamus, you got to guess. What are they going to do? I'm going to be kind of surprised if they do that. I think Tannehill's still on this team.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think we agree on that wholeheartedly. Are we going to watch the NBA playoffs now? Is that what we're
Is this a commercial or is this I don't know. What have we did I step on the remote?
Oh no, we're good.
Oh, okay.
Are we good?
ESPN throwing it to is anybody else watching the ESPN feed and
did they switch
to
ESPN too? I did not see that coming.
NFL almost always king.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Anyways, we're back on here. The Jets are up at 43.
I also would say, because I see Logan's comment.
I want to talk about this too.
Let's see how the draft plays out. Okay. I don't love this pick at all.
No.
But there's still 4 more picks that we know of to be made.
It's literally impossible to say definitively how anybody has done. Like the Eagles, everyone's saying like they fleeced it best, and like I agree, but that's my opinion. It's not a fact until we see the players play.
Yeah,
you can't know that Will Levis sucks. And like I've been telling people about this with Skoronski because he's the ultimate tape versus traits guy, right? If you watch the tape, he's a tackle. If you look at the traits, he's a guard. Oh, look at Joe Tippmann. Some people's top center.
Robert Saleh's gonna love him.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun guy for him. But if what were we talking about? Oh,
I'm sorry. I
am squirrel like that as well. Yes. We cannot know with Skoronski, for example, if you watch the tape, he's a tackle. If you look at the traits, he's a guard. People are already saying, and they've been saying before the Titans ever had him for months of this process, oh, Skoronski, you mean the guard? And it bothers me to no end because first of all, clearly you have not watched any tape. If anybody that has watched tape and is a decent talent evaluator has some doubt in their mind, even if it's minimal, as to what he's going to be in the NFL.
Yeah.
Now, how a team chooses to use him, you may be like, there's no way a team chooses to use him as tackle. But what he could be, you do not know if you've watched the tape. So he's a perfect example of, for all of these guys, everything, who does well, who does bad. Rand has a terrible draft. That is your opinion, Logan, which you're welcome to have. I disagree because we're 2 picks in and we're 10 seconds into day 2. But even then, we're not going to know how this draft turns out until really 2 or 3 years down the road. I mean, we'll get some indication a year from now. You don't really know until 3 to 4 years down the road, really. And it's one of those things where I think you have to be patient. And this kind of comment is the kind of thing that you look really stupid for if in 3 years Will Levis is a Matt Stafford and Peter Skoronski is a 2-time All-Pro guard.
Yeah.
That's you mean the best start to a GM's career drafting ever? That guy who had the worst draft ever? Yeah. So you got to be careful with that kind of thing.
I do appreciate the energy though. I like the energy. Like, let's,
in the war room, you mean? Or
no, in Logan's comment.
Sure.
I love it. Like, let's be mad. Let's just do it. I feel it too.
I'm not. I refuse.
I feel it too.
I refuse. I will say, and I everyone that's mad, like, I'm not going to tell you how to feel. I will say that by August there is a 0% chance people are still upset, because that's how fandom works, right? Even the guys that you hate, people will be mad, they'll be seething, and you will people will start to watch the tape maybe for the first time on Levis. They'll discover, oh, he played in 2021. There's some there's actually some decent stuff in here. How about that? He was hurt the whole season? I didn't know that. Oh, all of his talent left after 2021? Oh, gotcha. Oh, his OC left and the new OC was a disaster? Gotcha. Like, if you are trying to build a case for why Will Levis in 2022 was an unfair evaluation, there's plenty of ammo there. Now, a lot of people, like yourself, I'm assuming, don't subscribe to that, but I'm sure even you can be like, if Levis works out, then that's the thing you'll point to and be like, that's why. There's plenty of reasons why it was confusing to people.
Yeah, and there are things about his game that I do like. You do see the potential, like immediately the throw from the Mississippi State game comes to mind, where he just effortlessly like takes 2 steps back, evades pressure, and just flicks his wrist. And it's, when you factor in across the field and depth, it's like a 80-yard touchdown through. You see those bombs on his tape, and you're like, oh man, that's the guy. If we can harness that, it's going to be a fun ride.
From an athletic testing standpoint, there's nothing to worry about with Will Levis, because he's a prototypical quarterback build. He's got a big arm. It is all between the ears, accuracy, intangibles.
What do you think about the people saying like he's too jacked to play quarterback?
I think it's funny. I do think that there is maybe some truth to it, simply because, and we'll find out, right? Because he has that sawed-off release, where it looks like his traps are so big he physically can't get his arm back behind his head, because so he comes back to here, and then like it looks like he is just, it's not a sidearm throw, but it's like it's a sawed off. If you're a golfer, it's like, you're taking your 60 degree from 40 yards out, and it's a half swing kind of thing that he's got with his arm in the motion. On tape, it looks like he can't. Now maybe that's just bad technique, and they'll fix that, or maybe it's just the way that his arm mechanics work. Either way, it's something they're probably going to want to change. We're both hungry, and there's plenty more to talk about, plenty more picks to watch. So we'll watch here the Colts pick, since they're an AFC South team. And then this last question from Tanner Sexton, we'll talk about.
I do want to say real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
I did say that if the Titans ended up with Will Levis, I would do mayo in my coffee. And I'm a man of my word. I'm going to do that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure every media personality in town is at some point going to do that. I'm not sure if I want to do that. Julius Brents to the Colts. Okay, so they get their.
I like that.
They get their replacement for Stephon Gilmore, who goes to the Cowboys.
Put him out there and hope for Stephon Gilmore, Colts.
Yeah,
let's see how that works out.
I'm not super high on Brents. He's a top 10 corner for me in this class, but in terms of guys that were left, I liked a lot of other guys better than Brents.
Cam Smith still hasn't gone, has he?
Right.
DJ Turner?
Both of the Carolina guys are still there. I like both of the Carolina guys better than Brents personally.
I think I do too, but I can't remember.
Well, the other guys, he's the prototypical build. He's just not played a whole lot. He's kind of a project.
Let's see where I've got him. I
like Keeley Ringo better than him, but I'm higher on Ringo than most.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
I think Ringo has gotten hate for no reason. I think it's a groupthink thing.
There is some awkward, choppy movement to his game, but I think he was kind of miscast. If people think that he's going to be like a pure man corner, I don't think that's how you use him. I think he's going to be a good zone corner in the NFL.
So let's answer this question, and then we'll take probably a 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Julius Brents at cornerback 11.
Okay, so that's kind of, I had him, I think, at either 9 or 10. Let's talk about, and we'll talk about this more when we get back. Titans are next up, unless something else happens, at 81.
Yeah.
Based on what has happened so far, are we updating what they need? It's still kind of the same for me.
Still kind of the same.
You go receiver, you go tight end, you double down on line. You kind of put the Will Levis pick. You just pretend that didn't happen and just keep going.
Yeah, because I don't think it was an urgent need, so it wasn't factored into like these are the things they have to get.
Right, that's what I was going to say. If the 3 different scenarios we laid out for what could happen with Levis, whether he starts immediately, halfway through the season, or next year, all 3 of those scenarios, it's still the same list of needs to me. Like it doesn't change how you approach this draft to me. I don't see. I think you still build to compete because you're already halfway into trying to build to compete. So you put together what you need to do that. All right, so for those of you still with us, we appreciate you being here. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes. We'll put a timer up on the clock here. We're just going to order some food. We'll keep hanging out. A lot still to happen. if Ryan Tannehill gets traded within the next 3 minutes, we won't wait. We'll be back. We'll jump back in here. So if anything happens, we will we'll be right back. But we will see everybody in just a couple of minutes. Once I can find the video, this is good.
Oh man, radio. This officially kills my Clayton Tune round 5 bit.
You don't know that. Double down, like Crazy Uncle Jim says.
I will be insufferable if they still
All right, we are back reacting to everything going on, and there are many things going on in the second round of the NFL draft. The Patriots took Keon White while we were gone. We were talking about how we liked him as a prospect. It was always strange that he got invited to the first round of the draft. I remember seeing that invite list, and it was like, really? What? At first, I was like, what does the NFL know? What
There,
you know what I
was
mean?
thinking
I was like,
the same thing.
what
Like
are they cooking in there?
somebody was that high on him to be like, no, we gotta get this guy in.
Zach wants to point out here while we're still talking about Levis, and we're going to be talking about Levis all night long now.
Can't wait.
Yep. He says, tiny victory in a dark time. The Mayo, and this is true. I can fact check this. The Mayo and banana peel thing was a one-off bit for TikTok. It was just a joke. He does not actually regularly drink mayo in his coffee and eat banana peels, the bananas with the shell on.
Okay. All right. So that means we don't have to do it, right?
Don't tell local radio hosts that. That's free content, baby. I already saw some people doing it this past week in anticipation of the draft, just trying it out.
Man,
which is a hard pass from me. Zach also said,
I'm getting so many text messages.
I know.
People checking on me.
They're gonna get responses at like midnight from me.
I made it pretty clear my opinions on Levis. So now everybody is
Zach's making fun of me. Zach, I'm being facetious. That I've heard a lot of people talk about. He's making fun of me for saying banana with the shell on and not the peel or the skin
shell
on. It's a joke to just make fun of how ridiculous that is, and I think it's funnier. Zach also says, but he did say that his accuracy and decision making were some of his best traits, so he's delusional.
Yeah.
Which I can easily spin as you want a quarterback that is delusional. That's kind of how being an NFL player works. You always, I mean, like, you got to be Patrick Mahomes and think people doubt you. Remember when the Chiefs win the Super Bowl and it's like, nobody thought we'd even win our division. It's like, no, man, everybody thought you'd win your division. You're being delusional right now.
I think he should get more muscular too.
Become a power lifter.
Yeah.
Just get roided up and try to just subvert the rules of the NFL.
Like Dave Bautista out there throwing the ball around the yard.
I do wonder why he's so interested in the upper body, like bodybuilding.
I don't know.
Because it's not full body. Like, he's got normal looking legs. And he's got normal looking. I mean, he's rocked up and everything. He looks kind of like Ryan Tannehill if Tannehill just did curls all day, every day. Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's what, somebody, a Big J can ask him about his workout routine. Maybe that is some good that can come out of this, that, we can all get some fitness tips from Will Levis.
D Good asks, while we're still on the topic of Levis here, what did the Titans see that we don't? This is something that we're going to talk about till the cows come home. I see what they see.
Yeah, there's plenty to see.
Now, to be fair, if he's asking from a fan perspective, fans do not see this because there really is a cult of Will Levis is the Antichrist that just kind of cropped up in the last month. Even the most down on Will Levis talent evaluators in the NFL were not at the level that a lot of these fans are. And you know what it was, right? It's SEC brain. Like, it has to be SEC brain. We're in Vol country, and the Vols, obviously, they hate all other quarterbacks in the SEC, but especially Kentucky is a team that has been kind of somewhat of a rivalry over the years. But you're pulling up, I'm seeing you're getting out the write-up for Will Levis here.
Yeah, I mean,
is there a pros section on there, or did you nix the pros? Is there a pros? It's just cons.
Yeah, just cons. No, I think you do see some NFL throws on his tape. It's not consistent, but it's there. I like his frame. I think he has potential in the run game, and a lot of people aren't really talking about that.
Just with mobility,
maneuverability in the pocket. Oh, there goes. Oh man,
our guy. Pour one out for Cody Mock, and I feel bad that he has to go toil in Tampa Bay with a directionless team. Dadgummit. We do love Cody Mock though. Only guy in the class with 5-position versatility. Absolute monster. Okay. Anyways, back to Will Levis.
I think you see the big arm too. The problem is you see the big arm on throws that are like 5 yards down the field sometimes too.
No touch.
It's like the touch there is, you kind of think like, man, if we could iron that out, maybe it would be okay. And I also think you see the big arm. It's not just the short intermediate stuff that he's firing rifles on, but he has some deep overthrows too, where guys are open down the field and he's just a little bit off. So you see the arm strength there for sure, arm talent, as some people say, but I think there needs to be some more consistent touch. So if you get that, and like, again, I can't remember if we talked about this or if we talked about this on a football show last night.
Well, we'll double dip either way.
But, we don't know from the interviews what the Titans learned, doing their due diligence, talking to Will Levis.
Clearly, they went well. The interviews.
Well, yeah,
which
sure.
We heard a lot about how teams around the league weren't crazy about the vibe, but then we heard Mike Vrabel, fan of the vibe.
You would think, it's not like I'm seeing anything on. Oh, I'm sorry, I just hit the microphone.
Everybody at home.
Yeah, I know. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I did not see anything that the Titans did not see. I'm sure. So you would think that they trust their coaching staff to coach the issues out of Levis, and at the very least say, hey, it's worth giving it a shot to take this guy, to trade up in the second round to take him. Like we can work with the raw physical athletic traits. Yes. And I think that is the upside of the pick, is that if they're able to do that, then boom, you've got your franchise quarterback.
Let me give my opinion on this based on my evaluation. And we talked at length on my show, the Hot Read podcast, with Sean McAvoy, who is the quarterback coach of Malik Willis, but he's also he did all the draft prep for a lot of guys. Jalen Hurts is a guy you might know. Yeah, Trey Lance is a guy you might know.
Heard of them.
Deshaun Watson is a guy you might wish you didn't know. He's done a lot of very impressive guys. This guy knows quarterbacks. He knows quarterback talent. And we had him on for our top 10 quarterback show. And when we're talking through Will Levis, who was my quarterback 4, he agreed with me that these were the two things that people were in conflict on, that I think there's an answer here, and I don't know what it is, and I'm curious your opinion. The two biggest knocks that you hear thrown around with Levis are decision-making, accuracy. And that's why Zach a moment ago pointed out that he thinks that he's delusional for that. When I watch the tape, I think the decision-making issues people see with him aren't actually decision-making issues. I think they're accuracy issues. And I think it makes it look like he made a horrible decision when in reality, just the mechanics didn't work. And what he had in his head was the right idea, but it was due to his accuracy, which is actually, I think, a symptom of something else. But let's not make too many conversations at once here. We can talk about that more later.
Yeah.
Do you see more accuracy issues or more decision-making issues on tape when you watched him?
It's more accuracy issues to me because, like I said, some of those misses down the field were the right decision to make. He just didn't land the throw.
Dude's open. Yeah.
And some of the stuff that I mentioned, the short intermediate stuff, right decision, just don't throw the ball at 500 miles an hour to a guy that's, just barely upfield.
Which I will say, one upside, Titans fans, you may see, if you see Will Levis this year, you'll see a lot of that.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot of it with the Colts too, because the only guy in this class that has worse touch than Will Levis is Anthony Richardson. Dude he only throws lasers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my bigger issue, and maybe this is getting away from the conversation a little bit, so rein me in if you have to.
It's okay. We'll take it where we go.
The issue with the accuracy for me is
Logan, you're not. Never mind.
The mechanics, I think you can work with mechanics, right? We hear it all the time, like, his footwork's not that great, but let's get him in and coach him up on it and let's see what happens. For me, the issues with accuracy come from a sort of, I don't see the best feel for the game. To me, that was the difference between he and Anthony Richardson. It felt like Anthony Richardson,
I agree,
was almost at home when the pocket collapsed around him and he could wiggle around to either
1,000%
make the throw down the field or take off running with his legs. With Will Levis, it almost felt like there were times that he was processing like half a second behind everybody else on the field.
Okay.
So situations, for example, where you see him escape the pocket, and I wish I could remember off the top of my head the exact game I saw this in, but seeing a clip on Twitter from, I think it was the Mississippi State game, it might have been the Georgia game, where he escapes the pocket and gets to the outside and hits the check down. Miracle throw with defenders draped over his body. People are watching this and saying, wow, there's this element to Will Levis's game that we see in the Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen's type, the escapability, play extension, that sort of thing. I'm watching that as the timer should have gone off, where you should have gotten away from that rush a little bit sooner. And why didn't that happen? And to me, that sort of thing, a feel for pressure and a feel for the pocket around you, seems like one of the things, I don't know, I'm no expert, seems like one of those things that's harder to coach out of a player than just, hey, let's get your footwork right.
Sure.
And to me, that's the biggest reason. I think the supporting cast arguments are valid.
Sorry, just so I'm on the same page. What is the biggest reason? The pocket,
the feel for the game,
or the foot? The feel over,
for the
over
game.
footwork.
Yeah.
See, I disagree. I think that the accuracy issue is a footwork based issue.
Well, I think it's both.
Okay.
I mean,
okay. But and you're right. They do go hand in hand. But that's the big thing with accuracy, just in general. Interesting.
Oh boy, another. Oh no,
it's another Titans target off the board. The
Yeah.
Packers go with Jaden Reed out of Michigan State. The good news is there are a ton of good value wide receivers today.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be a situation where you get to 80, whatever the Titans have.
Yeah.
And there are no good receivers. You got Marvin Mims. You got. I mean, let me just while we're at it here, looking at the receiver board that I've got, my own board. The guys are like we've still got both the Tennessee boys, Josh Downs, A.T. Perry, Marvin Mims, Tyler Scott, Rashee Rice, Michael Wilson. Tank Dell, who's not my flavor, but a lot of people like him.
He's somebody's flavor.
He's somebody's flavor.
Ain't mine.
No. So like there are still like 8 or 9 very good. And then you can tack on Bizarro World. We see all the receivers go. There's a bunch of good tight ends available too that you could go and get Zach Kuntz or Tucker Kraft or Davis Allen or Brenton Strange, Josh Wiley.
Picks are coming in quick.
They really are. Are we in day 3 or day 2 here? What are we doing?
To put a bow on the Will Levis talk that we were having.
Yeah.
The footwork versus the feel for the game. The way I would frame it is, I
Pour
think
one out for Zach, by the way. Jaden Reed, he's sad as.
Oh, I know. That's
would have been a great Titan, Zach. I agree with you for sure.
The thing that worries me is that while I think both are issues, I think the footwork can be corrected with coaching.
100% it can.
I don't know if the sensing of the pressure can be.
Sure, you would have to hope. They do go so hand in hand. If you're glass half fulling it, you fix the footwork, then the feel in turn starts to turn. The biggest question, to kind of take it a step back and zoom out a little bit. Hey there, Cam Smith finally to the Dolphins. I love that pick.
I like Cam Smith a lot.
That's going to be he'll be a number 1 or a day 1 starter for them at cornerback, and they're deep. They're going to be a good team in the NFC East, or the AFC East rather, is going to be very good.
That's their first pick in this draft, isn't it?
Yeah, it shouldn't have been, but then they cheated, so they got
taken
away. Yeah. This is their first one, so congratulations to them.
Oh,
Cam Smith's a maniac.
Truck
dude.
stick.
He attacks you as a tackler like he thinks he's 20 pounds heavier than he is.
Yeah, I know.
Very similar to the way that the Illinois kid that went to Seattle.
Devin Witherspoon.
Totally blanking. Devin Witherspoon, kind of the same deal. But the big question in general with accuracy, and I've talked to a number of people about this, I've brought it up on shows all season. The worry when a quarterback is coming out with accuracy issues, you're hoping it's one thing and you're worrying it's another. The worry is, and it's hard to explain this because it's just an intangible thing. Some dudes, they can have the best mechanics in the world, they can have great technique and feel and presence and like they're mentally they're seeing everything. And just from a whatever biomechanics or just the way that they're built, they don't got it when it comes to their accuracy. There's nothing you can do to fix it. Then some guys, it is like a Josh Allen situation where the accuracy issues are a symptom of another element of your game being poor. And when you fix, for example, with Josh Allen, and I think with Will Levis, when you watch the tape, man, I'm not sure you see 2 throws in a row from Will Levis where his base is the same. Every single time he's off the back foot, off the front foot. He's square to the line of scrimmage. He's square to the end zone. He's scrambling to the left. He's scrambling to the right. He's always changing his platform. He is always changing the base from which he is firing the ball. And that's a recipe in anything. When you don't have consistency to begin with, you're gonna be a disaster with the result. The result is gonna be different every time, just like the base is different every time.
Yeah.
The good thing is fixing your footwork, fixing your base. That is a very coachable thing. Like that kind of thing can be fixed and be developed. And so clearly, we got the question a minute ago. What do the Titans see that we don't? They see a guy who's accuracy issues. They think whether they're right or they're wrong, they're either correct or they're delusional. They think that we'll just get that footwork fixed. We'll fix that base, and suddenly he'll be rocking and rolling, and we've got our guy.
Even if they don't think they can fix it, they think the value was there to roll the dice.
It's worth the shot.
It's worth the shot to try it. Yeah, that's the silver lining there.
Yeah,
and you know what? I should also point out for our viewers that my wife reminded me that when I started scouting Will Levis, it was out of place of curiosity because I really liked the traits. So
and
my own wife calling me out.
Man, the traits are
my
there.
own wife calling me out.
The traits are there. You're unlike a Bryce Young or unlike in other positions Devin Witherspoon is a little undersized, a Manuel Forbes who's flat Stanley, a Nolan Smith who his RAS web is literally the time 10:30. He's I've been calling him Mr. 10:30 this whole draft. Like, you're not having to bank on an outlier from a trait standpoint, from a size standpoint, from an athleticism standpoint.
Sure.
The prototypical quarterback is what Will Levis is from a on paper standpoint. It is all between the ears. I want to look into this, Stoney, because the big thing that I think people are going to be debating all week. The number one thing is going to be, if you didn't have the conviction to take him at 11, why do you take him where you took him? Well, and also if you're willing to trade up for him, like you weren't willing to take him at 11, but you were willing to trade up for him in the second round. Why is that? It's a fair question, and there's certainly something to the idea of maybe you shouldn't draft a quarterback at all. In the second, like, there's kind of two tiers, right? Because once you get to third and fourth, then you're taking a flyer on a guy, right? And then you're not banking on him being a number one, a first round number one overall quarterback in the class. You're hoping that it just works out. It's something about that second round quarterback that rubs people the wrong way, because if you're taking him in the second, why are you taking him in the first? Clearly, you think he's going to be a guy.
Well, I think maybe they just had him graded as a second round pick.
And it's truly
it's a value
if
thing.
Rand Carthen's a BPA guy, Will Levis was the best available. I mean, according to many, the consensus, he was the highest positional value left on the board here.
Well, and maybe the value's not there at 11, but maybe they just view the draft differently, in the sense that, you know what, we can get everything that we need with just, our 4 picks later on, or something like that. And maybe they just see the magnitude of Levis's ceiling and what it can mean for the franchise, that they're like, you know what, we can't pass this up. Didn't think he would be here in the second.
Mm-hmm.
We can't pass this opportunity up.
I'm going to present kind of a conspiracy theory. Less a conspiracy theory and more just a theory, but maybe a little conspiratorial.
Some reckless speculation. That's the name of my game.
Let me start with this. If I had told you, Stoney, that the Titans had gone Skoronski at 11, but then they had chosen to trade back into the first round, and at random, let's say 18 overall, then they take Levis, would we be having this discussion about conviction? Not the same discussion, I don't think. I think it would be totally different.
Not the same discussion, but I think you could still technically make the same argument.
It just wouldn't be as strong.
It just wouldn't be as strong, yeah.
So I kind of think that maybe, when you look at the way that the order actually fell, just in terms of quarterback needy teams, I think the Titans, and this keeps sticking with me, from the first presser they did last night, what did Rand Carthen say? We didn't think Skoronski would be here at 11. We were shocked he was there, and we were really excited that he was there.
Ooh,
he's there at 11. If Skoronski hadn't been there, and the reason he wouldn't have been there was the Bears decided to go Darnell Wright instead of Skoronski. If they go Skoronski, and now the options for the Titans are JSN, who clearly they didn't have valued as an 11th overall pick, or at least better than Skoronski. Yeah. And, a lineman who's a kind of a, 1B or second tier guy. Yeah. What would they have done there? Maybe they would have gone Levis.
You're right,
man. But because Skoronski was there, they could not pass that up. And I think the reason why they didn't then come back into, because that would have at least shown some conviction if they had gone from 41 up to 18. Yeah. Clearly it would have been like, okay, well, they clearly think this guy's a first rounder. They've got enough conviction with a team that does not have much draft capital, is coming up all the way back up to 18 from 41. Clearly they like this guy. I don't think fans would have nearly as much a problem with the whole conviction thing. But when you look at the way the board fell, and I've got it here on our monitor, the Titans go at 11. They're perceived as a quarterback needy team. The Lions at 12, people have wondered whether or not they'd go quarterback. But if they were really needy, they had the 6th overall pick, right? They could have gone earlier, and they chose not to. They traded back. Yeah. And then you've got Green Bay, obviously not needy. Pittsburgh, no. The Jets, no. Washington, arguably, but there's not been much smoke there. New England, the smoke was they'd only go for one if they were managed to offload Mac Jones, which they couldn't.
Yeah.
The Lions, again, because they traded back up. Tampa Bay, I think once you got to pick 20, you get to the Seahawks again, who've had chances to go quarterback if they wanted them. From 20 on, it's Seahawks, Chargers, Ravens, Vikings are maybe the only team you can make this argument for. Giants, Bills, Cowboys, Jaguars, Bengals, Saints, Eagles, Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Those final 11 picks, I'm guessing the Titans looked at that and said, man, we want to come back up for Will Levis. Like, we want him. We want to make sure we get him. But frankly, we're willing to bet that none of these teams are going to sniff him. They're not going to touch him. And so why go all the way up there to get him then if we are truly confident that the main group, the first 11 to 15 picks that contain actual quarterback needy teams are back up around. We only need to jump them. We don't need to jump all these guys at the back end of the first. Yeah. And that changes the math a little bit.
Pair that also with the idea we've heard executives, scouts anonymously tipping people that, well, Levis went or Levis was not a first round pick on the tape. Like, people saying the tape's not that good. So you can sort of utilize that knowledge if you're the Titans and feel confident that, hey, you know what? Everybody's kind of down on this guy. It's not the hype train that the media is making it out to be. We can ride this out, and he's still likely going to be there.
Yeah, so I think that's something worth considering. I'm trying to catch up here. What picks have we missed? I know in the chat, Jacob Sane says Darnell Washington shockingly still on the board. I'm not actually shocked. As high as I am on Washington, all the smoke on him from the league has been, the league's kind of like, they like him, but they don't love him like the fans love him. I was talking about this with JT last night, and we'll transition off of Levis for now because we'll have plenty of time to come back to this. And by the way, on the conspiracy theory there, Zach Lyon says someone this morning said Darnell Washington. Oh, this is on Darnell Washington. Excuse me. Someone said Darnell Washington has bad medicals and he is off many teams' boards.
Ooh, don't love that.
Interesting. That does change the math for sure. But let's assume the medicals are good. Even then, I think that a fair question with Washington to kind of heat check everybody is, do we really love Darnell Washington as a prospect, or do we love the idea of Darnell Washington? And I think it is one of those things that he's more of a projection by people. And it's just they're in on the projection. They're buying it based on the fact that he's a stud athlete. And we've seen little flashes of what he could be capable of. But in college, production alone, like, he didn't warrant if you just watched the tape and I didn't tell you, his measurables or like, and you'd be like, okay, like, third round guy,
sixth offensive lineman.
Yeah, exactly.
He's, a bona fide tackle. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there is a
glorified tackle, maybe. Yeah,
I think there's a lot of the stock in Darnell Washington that is projection based, but I think it was also a crowded tight end room, and you have a guy like Brock Bowers that is going to steal the highlight,
which is totally unfair, and that's the reason why because it's an easy.
Exactly.
You say, well, why are you so high on Washington? What did he do on tape?
Yeah,
it's so easy to say, well, it was not his fault, man. But what are you going to do? Brock Bowers is a stud. He's going to be a top 10, maybe top 5 pick next year. And so you just write it off.
Yeah.
But that doesn't change the fact that we did not see continue. People kept asking me today when they were asking me, like, what's the best player on the board for the Titans? I'm like, it's Michael Mayer. They're like, it's not Darnell Washington? Why? And I go, do you know what we think Darnell Washington can be in the NFL? That's what Michael Mayer actually was in college. There's no projection there. He did the thing that we think Washington can do in the NFL in college. So it's just like the same dude, except one is significantly more safe because it's not a projection on the tape.
Well, it goes back to kind of what we talked about. Forgive me, I don't remember which player it was, but I mean, we're in SEC country, man. It's a Georgia Bulldog.
Just means more.
Back-to-back national champs.
Just means more.
All on Darnell Washington's shoulders, Like, I don't know. I think that is a case of SEC bias a little bit.
Logan, elaborate on what you mean here with Malik Willis in the third reasoning.
No, I see that.
I see.
Yeah.
I got what you mean. Yeah. The kind of the same reason why John Robinson pulled the trigger on Malik.
And I would agree. I just think that Will Levis is a better quarterback prospect than Malik Willis was.
than he currently is. I would say, I mean, I don't know. We don't know what Malik's development has been over the summer, but
I'm saying Will Levis is right now QB2.
I was about to say we'll know when they battle in camp in August, but I'm expecting somebody to be pushed to the practice squad and not Will Levis.
Right. Yeah.
One of them's going to the practice squad, and it ain't Will Levis. I'll let you figure out who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and that is, what was your reaction at the time to the Willis? I was like, that's great value. This is a guy that's supposed to be a first rounder. Look, you got him. Like, whoa, awesome.
I was higher on it at the time than I am on Levis right now, but it was because
the team's in a different place.
The team's in a different place. And I also just thought that the way they tackled last year's draft, they kind of had some of their bigger needs crossed off the list at the time.
Yes.
Willis was their 4th selection last year, wasn't he?
Yep, it went McCreary. It went Burks, McCreary, NPF, and then in the 94th pick, I think, with Malik.
So felt pretty good about it at the time. It's a 3rd round pick, obviously less valuable than a 2nd round pick.
No harm, no foul if he busts. You're not committed to him.
They had already gotten offensive tackle of the future, their number 1 wide receiver in their minds. You know, you've got your shutdown corner of the future. Like, you've checked a lot of boxes. Hey, we can swing for the fences with this Malik Willis kid. Will Levis, don't feel quite the same because
situationally it's just so different.
Yeah.
It's a team that is in a different situation, and this is a prospect that, I mean, it's hard not to, even if you are high on Willis, the mental fortitude you have to have over the last 2 months with the amount of hate that's been spewed, like it's impossible for it not to rub off on you a little bit. I think I've seen a number of people who were like, you know, I think Levis is all right. Like, I think people were kind of hating on him, and then by now they're the pitchfork carrying mob of the anti-Levis crowd. D-Good, I disagree with this entirely. Says you could definitely have let him fall to 21 or to 41 rather. I mean, clearly not, or else they wouldn't have gone up to 33. The Titans they're not. I mean, they're obviously, they don't know for sure, but there were 4 or 5 teams in the way between them and 41.
Well, and also we also heard that there were several teams calling
to move up, like the Titans did.
Yeah. So I'm sure the Titans weren't the only ones thinking, let's go get Will Levis.
But even if everyone had stayed put, I mean, you had the Lions at 34, who aren't a quarterback needy team. But I mean, another decent comparison for Will Levis is kind of Jared Goff if he had better mobility a little bit.
If he was jacked
and less accurate. Will Levis discovers a gym, excuse me, other way around. Jared Goff discovers a gym. So you could see them going there at 34. Obviously, the Raiders were firmly in play at 35. Then the Rams were firmly in play at 36.
I thought the Rams would have been the best fit for him.
I mean, you can't rule out the Falcons, who currently don't have a guy that people perceive as a true starter. So there were a bunch of teams in between them and 41 that they were definitely having to jump, and then they did. And all of those teams we just named were probably part of the trade discussions trying to get up there like Tennessee did. So I don't agree with that really at all. Jacob just said the Jags moved back again. That is the sneaky frustrating thing, I think, here for the Titans fans. That is, the Jaguars have gotten so much value from just going back, and going back, and going back.
We are also approaching the end of round 2 already,
which is crazy. The time, I mean, we're in hour 2 of the live stream here, but even then, it feels like it's flown by.
Yeah, I mean,
and round 3 is going to go by faster.
Yeah, there's only 8 more picks after this one.
Hey, we love a good generic NFL hat. I'm always a fan of the Rob Lowe team. I want everybody to have fun out there.
Hope everybody gets who they want tonight.
Nobody get hurt. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody gets better tonight. Everybody won the Super Bowl tonight. So, Tanner with a good question here. Switching to a different quarterback.
Yeah.
How far do we think Hendon Hooker falls? Rashee Rice off the board of the Chiefs. That is.
I hate to see that.
Yeah. It's a bummer because it's a good pick. It's a good pick. Rashee Rice is.
I was higher on him. I had him ranked higher than Jordan Addison on my list.
I don't think I had that, but I don't begrudge you that at all.
I think he's a more complete NFL ready receiver.
He's the blocker guy. Everybody's gonna be like, if you've heard of Rashee Rice in Titan circles, he's the guy that you're like. A lot of fans actually were like, oh, he's a good blocker. Pass, because they're allergic to the Titan way. Yeah.
I mean, my comp for him was Treylon Burks. And I felt like if you could get 2 Treylon Burks on this team,
Really, what are his measurables? Is he that big?
he's
Is he bigger than I'm giving him credit for here?
I don't know. I don't have it written
I'm gonna
down.
pull it up. Look at me typing on 2 different computers here.
Yeah, let's see here. Oh, you got it. You're set up, by the way.
Yeah, here we go.
Immaculate.
Thank you very much. I
Immaculate.
appreciate it.
People can't see that at home, but this is. I want to take a picture of this and just show everybody.
We may have to do it behind the scenes at some point here. So
brag on the
Rasheed
rookie
Rice. Thank you very much, Rasheed Rice, SMU 2023. Okay, so but he's not. I mean, I'd say he's slightly undersized. In this class, he's actually slightly oversized because it's such a short class.
That's crazy.
6'2", 204. So he's a bigger-bodied guy, very athletic. I mean, the burst with this dude, 86th percentile broad jump, 95th percentile vertical jump. That's big time.
His style of play, though, reminds me of Burks. That's where I get the comparison because he's a guy that
he looks like a Titan when you watch him on. You're like,
yeah,
Titan,
good
Titan.
Physical run blocker, catching the ball in the open field. If you're the first guy trying to tackle him, thoughts and prayers because he just has this initial juke move that he just makes the first man miss. My only critique on him is that the deep speed I don't think was there. Like there were times when he would break away and take off down the field, and it just seemed like he never. Oh, good, Stevenson's gone, so the Titans can't pick him.
You say, "Oh, good," I say, "Oh, bummer." But there are 2 kinds of people.
There are times like I kept wanting him to get to the second gear, and he was being run down 40 yards down the field. But no. I'm still talking about Rice.
I gotcha.
So that was my only real critique.
Can somebody tell these people to slow down so we don't have to get our
know,
wires
yeah,
crossed? Holy guacamole, man!
He was a guy that I really wanted for the Titans, and it didn't come to be.
So as we're kind of tracking pass catchers here, I'm going to keep a running list of who's still available, so we can.
Okay.
We've got,
and we still have the question about Hendon Hooker that we did not.
Oh
answer.
Yes. Okay. So Tanner, let's look at the big board and see.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be a QB needy team and maybe a team that's willing to sit on him a little bit to wait. Looking at who is up, I don't know. There's so much smoke, Stoney, from within the league that this guy might be a first rounder. You might be a first rounder, guys. Don't be surprised.
Listen,
did you buy the smoke?
I did because I think there is an NFL quarterback in Hendon Hooker.
We haven't seen it because of the system.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit before we started recording. I think there are more NFL traits with Hooker than I think he's being given credit for. I just think it's kind of like some of the other guys we've talked about on this show so far. It's a projection.
Yep.
And you do have to factor in the injury. There's several things that you do have to consider with Hooker, but oh man, my father-in-law is going to be stoked.
Oh, he's a big Giants fan?
I married into a Giants family.
Oh, gotcha.
So he was texting me yesterday. He wanted JMS last night in the first round.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I've got JT on the horn here. JT, welcome back. What are we calling in for now?
Who's JT?
Oh, is this Titan Tim?
This is Titan Tim here.
Okay. Titan Tim. I'm assuming you're calling to give your thoughts on Will Levis, Titan Tim.
No, I'm calling in because what in the hell is going on with these Tennessee folks? I mean, does Roger Goodell have a conspiracy going on here where there has been no Tennessee?
You mean the University of Tennessee player? Oh yeah, no Hendon Hooker. No, I mean we've gotten Darnell Wright off the board, but
I think besides Darnell Wright, because I think he's a good player, but like I think Jalen Hyde is the top 3 players.
Top 3 in the whole draft.
He did not go 3. The fact that Jalen Hyde, Edward Tillman, Byron Young, and Hendon Hooker is still on the board here is just baffling to me.
Titan Tim, can I ask you a question?
Shoot.
Did you who was your preferred Titans draft pick in each round? Did you put together a Titans mock?
Shoot. Yeah. I had the Titans going up to 3 overall to take Hendon Hooker. They keep their second pick and they take Jalen Hyde.
Right.
Cedric Tillman falls to the 3rd round there.
Wait, so they moved to 1 and didn't have to give up any draft capital. They've still got all their picks?
Yeah, they said 2025 picks.
Oh, okay, gotcha. 2 years in advance. Okay.
And then in the 4th round, Darnell Wright, because of his possible Instagram attitude issues, has fallen to the 4th round. So the Titans.
But he's still there.
Want to get Darnell Wright.
Right.
And then in the 5th round, that can win you a Super Bowl.
Okay. This is a Super Bowl winning roster. Gotcha, Titans, Tim. Well, before we let you go, do you have anything else you need to let the people at home know?
This Will Levis guy, he's a bum. I watched him play against Tennessee.
How'd he play against Tennessee?
He did not do good. And by the transitive property here, he did not do good against Tennessee, and therefore he's not going to do good in the NFL, brother. I tell you what.
That's good math, Titan Tim. We appreciate you calling, and you have a good day, sir.
Of course. All right.
That was Titan Tim calling in from who knows where.
Titan Tim done got into the shine tonight.
Where he has gotten into the shine. Where do you think Titan Tim lives? Like a Lawrenceburg guy? Is he like a Pulaski?
I'm gonna go with the foothills of the Smoky Mountains, the Dandridge, Tennessee, up there.
Dandridge, Tennessee,
or maybe somewhere
like Eagleville,
around Eagleville.
Eagleville.
Yeah. Maybe Johnson City up in the Tri-City area.
Tri-City area. That. Big Bristol fan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Big Motor City Speedway guy. Hey, this is worth mentioning. The Cowboys go with Luke Schoonmaker to replace, I'm assuming, whom I'm blanking on the tight end they just lost to the Texans. Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
I loved Schoonmaker. I think I tweeted at you the other day and was like, this feels like a Titan. He's going to be a really, really nice player for them. May take a little bit of time to develop, but in terms of a do it both guy, he is the Thanos meme, perfectly balanced as all things should be. Yeah. He is the perfectly balanced tight end, in my opinion, in this class, because he's just really good at both things. So we're still circling back here. Tanner, where does Hooker fall to? I honestly don't know. I think it's less about where he falls to and more about what teams are left in this draft that haven't taken a quarterback already that would consider Hendon Hooker.
Well, I think the earliest I could possibly see it is the Lions. They traded back with the Chiefs. I think the ESPN app is showing that they've got the last pick of the second round.
Okay.
I think the Lions could be in play there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at the top of the third.
Raiders always back in play.
Rams
back in play. You never know. Tampa Bay, perhaps eventually, if he continues to fall.
England, there was some buzz that they might take a quarterback.
Yeah, I think it was Albert Breer the other day, who tends to be good on these things when he puts them out there, who was saying the only way that New England was going to be in on a quarterback is if they could have moved Mac Jones. And they were trying early to get a team to bite on Mac Jones as part of a trade package to move for a quarterback. But alas, no one wants the quarterback that you took a couple of years ago. I'm going to take a second real quick. JT has let us know where Titan Tim lives. He says he lives in an RV behind the Kroger on Nolensville Pike. Okay, sure. Is it illegally parked there? It has to be. And does it have power, plumbing,
one would think, yeah,
sewage? Does Titan Tim live in a pile of his own filth at all times?
I would guess so.
Was that guy we saw earlier with the cowboy or the pirate hat? Was that Titan Tim?
He was calling us from the draft.
I think that was Titan Tim.
Calling us from the draft.
So let's update, Stoney, because I think most Titans fans are looking at this. What I forget to keep forgetting the number. 80. What number?
81.
81.
I think.
Okay, so with 81, a lot of Titans fans are targeting receivers and they're targeting tight ends. So let me take Rashee Rice off the board here. Jaden Reed is off the board. Fascinating that you get Rice and Reed off before Tyler Scott, Marvin Mims, Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs. What's the common theme here? You take, I'm looking at my board here. The guys I have left on my board are wide receiver 4, Cedric Tillman, 5, Josh Downs, 7, Jalen Hyatt, 8, A.T. Perry, 9, Marvin Mims, 10, Tyler Scott. The common theme when you take Tillman and A.T. Perry out is the league's just not in on the shrimps. They're not on the little guys. And they jump down to some bigger bodied, more prototypical sized wide receivers there. But that's good news for the Titans, because this is a team that if they weren't lying in their end of the season press conference, we got to infuse this team with some more speed. We got to get faster. This was a common theme from both Rand and from Mike. If they need to get faster, they almost certainly have to get smaller. And they don't love doing that, but it's, some necessary evil. They're not this is not a team that is allergic to some smaller players. We saw them. They were going, if Kyle Phillips had stayed healthy, they were going to utilize him as a major impact player on offense based on that Giants game alone. Clearly he was going to be a big part of the game plan in a lot of these games. And he is a smaller guy. Let's look at this list of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys there. Tillman, Downs, Hyatt, Perry, Mims, Scott. Would you be displeased with the Titans landing any of those guys?
No.
I'd be happy with any of them. And I'd add Michael Wilson to the list. I'd be happy with
I would too. I like Michael Wilson a lot as well. No, I think there are certain players that I would say they still need, for instance, Josh Downs is the pick. Really explosive guy, slot receiver, can make some plays.
Mm-hmm.
I would be happy with that pick, assuming they're going to get a size guy in round 5 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think they still need both. If they get the size guy now, that's great. But Fred Jackson,
man, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Yeah, that one I have heard of, but it's been a long time.
So I think there are still.
Let me change the question on you.
Change the question.
Now you're the GM. Those guys won't all be there, obviously, at 81. But say they are. Who's your pick of those 7 guys we just named?
I think I would go with Tillman.
Tillman's my guy too. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because he brings
which
that.
He's not. If you asked who are you most confident won't be there, I'm almost certain Tillman's not there at 81.
Yeah. Tillman.
I'll be floored if he's there at 81. I'll actually be suspicious. Like, what were the medicals?
Yeah.
That's a suspicious level pick. The Bills go Osiris Torrance. They were one of the only teams that I actually liked the fit with Osiris Torrance.
Yeah,
I think that he will work well for that team, actually.
Torrance with the Bills.
Value pick, too. This is about twice as far as he expected to fall, really.
I think Torrance with the Eagles or the Ravens would have been ideal. But that's a good landing spot there.
I'm having so much more fun now that we've moved on from Will Levis for just a little bit.
Yeah.
And actually talk about these prospects.
You know, I like Marvin Mims too.
Mm-hmm.
I like Marvin Mims a lot.
Here's the question: on a scale of 1 to 10, how depressed is Mike Herndon today if he gets trade up for Will Levis, but then Marvin Mims? They surely don't cancel each other out, but that's a nice. Is it a consolation prize?
It's a roller coaster, is what it is.
Okay,
it's a roller coaster.
Sure. Logan is sad that I called him stupid. Did I call you stupid, Logan? If I did, I didn't mean it.
You did not call Logan stupid. You said that if Will Levis hits, then takes like the one Logan had.
Yes,
look stupid. Which,
I mean, we're in the take industry. If you went and rounded up every stupid looking take we have, then Logan, we're 10 times the stupid you are.
I said the Houston Texans were going to be a playoff team last year. This time last summer.
I said Will Levis wouldn't fall out of the first round. So, same deal.
Yeah.
Same exact thing.
Yeah.
I said in week 9 last year that the Titans had already won the division.
Yeah.
That was dumb.
No, same
clearly.
Here. I thought Rashaan Evans was going to be a good player.
Yeah. I could sit here for the next 2 hours and name bad takes.
Yeah.
But I could sit here for the next 10 days and name good takes because that's the ratio. 9 good takes for every 1 bad take.
That's
DJ
a good number.
Turner is another cornerback off the board here. Let's switch over to tight ends. Guy still on the board, Darnell Washington, who I'm officially in suspicious territory. Like, there's a balance between when a guy falls. Do you kind of feel the same way that once they fall to a certain point, even if you loved them, you be like, what? Like, what's up here? What do I not know? Why is he falling?
Yeah,
he's in suspicious territory for me, or bordering on it.
I would say he got into suspicious territory about 10 picks ago.
Okay, so you think
not just we're there now, but we've been there for a little bit with him.
With Musgrave, I'm not surprised. Surely it's a medical. It's got to be the knee, right? Is he just concerned about?
I don't really think the tape is all that good with Musgrave. I think
interesting. I remember y'all calling from the Senior Bowl.
Yeah,
and being like, eh.
I wasn't too impressed by him there. I think he's another guy that you draft because of the physical and athletic traits, and you hope you can mold him into something else. I'm not necessarily surprised that he's still available because it's the same case as Levis. Like, everybody just the media hype train got behind Luke Musgrave without a lot of hard evidence to do so.
Mm-hmm. Hey, for everybody that's listening right now, thank you for being here. Truly, if you could do us a super huge favor, we'd consider it a personal favor. Just retweet this live stream, or if you're watching on YouTube, just hit the copy link button and send it to somebody that you think might find it interesting. Super helpful to just, make sure folks know that this is still going on and come hang out. And, we're eventually getting, what are we on here? Pick 61.
We're getting there.
We're within 20 of the Titans. It's coming back around the bend. JT says that Titans Tim does his business in a Wendy's bag and then throws it with the rest of Kroger's waste. That's efficient. He also thinks that DJ Turner supremacy, I guess he loves. Zach says, "Oh, interesting stat there, Zach. Musgrave has more career drops than career touchdowns."
Yeah.
I was not big on Musgrave. Let's see. On my board, I had him as my. So when I looked at this tight end class, and I'm curious if you thought the same. Did you see a tier break? And if so, where? Like here, just look at that roughly.
Yeah.
Because I see a clear tier break. Top 5 guys.
It was
next guys.
It was the top 3 for me.
Which were?
It was Mayer, Washington, Kincaid,
okay,
and then a whole bunch of everybody else.
Durham, Laporta.
Yeah. And they feel kind of interchangeable to me. So my take on the tight end class is that it is deep as everybody says it is in terms of safe tight end prospects. I don't really see the upside in this class as much as other people do.
In the whole tight end class?
In the whole tight end class.
I've been more in on just the healthy depth of it. I think that the high end, like there were obviously like, the Michael Mayers I loved. The Darnell Washingtons I was very intrigued by. Kincaid, the upside in the receiving game.
Oh man, if he can stay healthy, he's going to be really good.
I really do think so. It was more just this, this tight end 6 through like 14 territory. Like you could
get all the same.
Right. But they're all, which is like, if you could get one of these guys in the 5th round, good pick, man. That's a good role player.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked at all if the Titans are tentatively eyeing their 5th round selection being a tight end to be that tight end 2 role.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I think you can probably get a Payne Durham,
Brenton Strange,
Cameron Latu in that spot. I'm happy with any of those guys.
Yep. So we've got this is interesting. Logan Grady. And I'm gonna put up my Michael Win, or it's not Michael Windhorse. My Windhorse fingers. What's his first name? That guy. It's Windhorse is his last name.
Yeah, sure.
Putting my Windhorse fingers up because Logan Grady points out DeJuan Jones, DeWandre the Giant, too big to fail, still out there. And I thought for sure. I mean, we've seen a run on tackles already. Mm-hmm. Now it has been the top 5 guys, and then I think after Bergeron, we haven't seen one go right. We've seen. Let me look here. Like Paris Johnson Jr., Peter Skoronski, if you think he's a tackle, Darnell Wright, Anton Harrison went yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Broderick went yesterday.
Bergeron was the last tackle to go.
So the top, at least the league's top 5 guys are gone. The best guy left is either Jalen Duncan or DeJuan Jones. What was your evaluation of DeJuan Jones? We can talk about him a little bit because if he fell to the Titans, I would have no problem with that at 81.
I think he is a punishing, powerful.
Talk about an outlier player. In a different way than most of these players.
I think he struggles with the twitchy change of direction kind of edge rushers that can put a nice little hip sink on him and just kind of get lower and get away from him. Mm-hmm. Still, like if he gets his hands on a guy, it's over. You're just call the relatives, that kind of thing. Bring everybody in to say
identify the body.
Yeah.
No, not goodbyes. Come identify the body.
Fair enough. Yeah.
The way that I approach, I kept it super simple in my evaluation with DeJuan. I truly think that he is too big to fail. But also, if he does fail, it's because of his size. Yeah. My only concern, truly, was, and there's some he's projecty. There's some polish issues there. Yeah. But in terms of true concerns, it was just, a 400-pound frame. That's something that, it's tough. You could get injured, and then it could be a career that just goes down into the toilet easily. Sure. But that size, there are huge dudes all over the place in the NFL. Mm-hmm. But there are, I do think, truly some exceptions in terms of size where they are somehow just that much bigger than the rest of the folks. And when you're an edge rusher having to go around a tackle, it sounds dumb. It sounds elementary, but I promise you it's real. There is something to be said about when a dude is just so big and you have to take an elbow route to get around him. You cannot go through, you cannot go over or under. Mm-hmm. You have to go around somehow. And this mountain is much wider than the other mountains. You have to take the bend. You got to go around the bend. That takes some extra time. Like you hear with guys like Osiris Torrance, for example, a knock on him was like, well, there were times in college where it looked like he was just getting in the way. Like there was no technique there. He was just a big bodied, he's 350 pounds as an interior lineman. You don't see that very often. I think DeJuan in the NFL could just kind of get in people's way and make do. It wouldn't be great, but the floor, because of that
Yeah.
size, to me, was higher.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut
No,
you
I'm
off.
done. No, that's it.
So the thing that, from a fit perspective, the Titans just seem to be really looking at pass protectors from the offensive linemen. And I don't know that DeJuan James is that lateral gliding tackle. So does it kind of break the wait, is the pizza here?
No, that's my wife. Just kidding. I thought that was
All right. So I think, is it a departure from what they're looking for in an offensive lineman
with DeJuan Jones?
With DeJuan Jones,
right? Yeah, that's fascinating. I want to that compels me to pull up his PFF grades real quick just to see, because I know just anecdotally that definitely is the case, that he is a better.
Well, he's just so big that you just want him moving dudes. He's a dude mover.
He is a dude mover.
He's a dude mover.
JT asks, still too big to fail. Yes, I do think too big to fail.
Houston
Scruggs to the Texans, kind of off the board here. That is an interesting choice.
What are we doing?
Very interesting.
That's a bit of a reach in my book.
I got to see where he was on the consensus board.
I did not even watch him because I thought, some intriguing athletic traits, but I don't know.
Logan says him not weighing in at the pro day was suspicious for DeJuan Jones. I don't think so. I think he just said, "Look at me. I'm like, you know how much I weigh."
You know what I think my issue with DeJuan Jones was after the Senior Bowl is the first couple of days of practice, or I'm sorry, no, it was just the first day. He had his helmet off after every play, hands on his hips. It was hot that day, uncharacteristically hot for Mobile in February. A little humid. It kind of felt like,
but the body language. You weren't a huge fan.
The body language was, "Oh my God, I'm gassed. I can't do this." That was a huge mark for me. But
so sorry.
What do we have here?
JT private texts me and it's just like, "Hey, the $1+ Titans."
Oh
fans,
yeah.
There's some good-looking women coming to Nashville with Will Levis, so there's always a silver lining. But I'm sorry.
So I thought, where we were talking about DeJuan Jones, yeah. So I kind of thought, like, oh man, is this guy just out of shape? Like, does he? I keep
making sure that's all right.
Yeah.
If at any point on the stream, Stoney is hard to make out what he's saying, let us know.
Yeah.
But yesterday we didn't have any issues with it.
Oh no! Somebody check on Mike Herndon.
Oh no! Yeah. Hey, Zach, if you could do a welfare check on Mike Herndon, Marvin Mims Jr. to the Broncos. At least he does not go somewhere where you're going to have to see him a whole lot for the Titans, and the constant depressing reminder. There's nothing like a player you fall in love with that you have to see twice a year.
Yeah.
Even if they're not good, just the reminder of the fact that you did not get them.
To finish my thought on DeJuan Jones.
Yes.
The issue for me was conditioning, but then it came out later on that there might have been some sort of concussion symptoms going on at the Senior Bowl.
I was about to say, are you telling me the 400-pound guy isn't the most conditioned dude in the world? I'm shocked.
But after that first day, he never saw the field again that week. So I think there was some legitimacy to the.
Did he leave?
I don't know that he left town,
but he didn't participate.
But
in
he
the
didn't
game
participate in the game, the practices, none of that stuff.
Yeah, for reference, by the way, Juice Scruggs, who Jacob Sane calls shenanigans on, he was floored by that pick.
I'm kind of floored by.
I mean, on the consensus board, he was 172 overall, a fifth round projection. Zach just said he sent him a rip message. Zach also says downs falling is size mattering. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Zach. We were talking about this just like a second ago. When you look at the guys that have fallen, and I'll update the list now because you've got Marvin Mims off the board as well. Like, outside of Cedric Tillman, who it's suspicious that he's still there to me, and outside of A.T. Perry, who has some size, you've got Mims, Scott, Hyatt, Downs. All four guys were perceived potential to likely to lock second-round picks. And we're officially in the third round now, right? Yeah, they are officially no longer eligible for the – man, if you had told me both Tennessee receivers – fall out of the second round, I would not have believed you.
I was here for the Jalen Hyatt slander.
Me too, but I was here for. I think the league's going to be higher on Tillman. Clearly,
well, yes.
Clearly, there's something.
We're on the same page there. I thought there was a chance that Hyatt could slide pretty far, and
So I have my opinion on why, but I want to hear yours. Why do you think so?
Well, I mean, it's the offense, but that's the popular thing to say right now, right? Like we all understand the Vols offense is pretty gimmicky. But for me, there's a deeper concern there that he's just kind of a lanky, clunky runner. And like he gets these free releases that are schemed up from like Brew McCoy in front of him blocking the defensive back, who is already confused because they're moving so quickly and the receivers are bunched out at the edge of the field. They don't know who's going where. All these option routes, like there's not the refined route tree.
Or he's in the biggest gimmicky offense, and he's playing from as an he's an H back, and he's getting to run 5 yards and get a head start on the defender. Like
I just think there's a choppy nature to his movement that when you do have to start asking him to run a more nuanced route tree, I don't think he really projects well in that role. I don't think there's a complete receiver in him. Now, if you're that team that already has wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 taken care of, you need a guy that can literally just lower his head and run, which I think is the thing that he does best.
It better be what he does best, or else I don't know what he does.
Then there's a path forward for him in the NFL, but I just don't think with the other receivers that are still currently available, I think he's pretty far down the list.
I agree with that knock entirely. The thing for me that bothered me about him was kind of the same thing with Osiris Torrance. When I went through the whole list of the league, I look at the 32 teams and consider like, which teams do I see this guy being a good scheme fit with? Which teams do I see this guy being a good fit in terms of need? There were very, very few matches. Like it wouldn't shock me at all to find out that 16 of the 32 teams didn't even have him on their board because they just don't think that he's a need for them, or they don't think that he's a scheme fit, or because of the gimmicky offense and the fact that he was, a 1-year wonder and it took Cedric Tillman being injured and not really all that available. Like that kind of thing, I think is going to bother a lot of teams. And that's why I still will be kind of floored if he goes. I mean, it won't shock me if he goes here in the 3rd round, but I still think he's going to go after we see a guy like Tillman off the board, after we see a guy like Downs potentially off the board.
I never put this on the internet, and it's convenient. It's easy for me to say now.
It doesn't count then.
It's easy for me to say now how things are going, but I kind of thought one of the surprises of this draft could be Jalen Hyatt going on the 3rd day.
You should have put that on the internet.
I should have put that on the internet.
It's a good take. And we're not all that far off from that happening. So JT points out, and this is totally fair, how in all caps, he's having a good time at the game. I think I saw that they're in rain delay, so I think he's got nothing to do but have a good time. How does Philly have 65 and 66? The Philadelphia Eagles, I swear they're laundering picks. Like it's got to be a Ponzi scheme of some sort. Jacob points out, JT, they're about to draft another Georgia player and another Alabama. Who are there other Georgia defenders they can take? Can they continue?
Keely Ringo is still available.
Keely own and Darnell Washington. Boom, boom. Not a defender, but just national champions. I tweeted this earlier today. So is there going to be like a national champion only table in the lunchroom in Philadelphia?
I think so,
now?
probably, yeah.
Or is it? Yeah.
Just change the name, Philadelphia Bulldogs.
And you can't sit there with them if you don't have a ring.
Yeah. I
also think it's funny. I saw somebody that I love watching. He's got a great YouTube channel. He goes by that fantasy guy, but it's Marcus Whitman.
Yeah.
Somebody found footage. It must have been an Eagles fan that didn't agree with him at the time. But back when the Eagles last year drafted the linebacker injury issues, Nakobe Dean. When they drafted Nakobe Dean in the 3rd, and there was like, Nakobe Dean fell. There's medical issues. People aren't quite sure if he's going to work when he doesn't have that stuff. And that was the take from Whitman in his video. He did a roundup on the Eagles draft, and he's like, I just don't see this guy working out at the NFL level because he's not going to have that Georgia defensive line in front of him.
Yeah.
And that guy found that clip, and then today tweeted, now he's got that whole line in front of him. And Marcus was like, you can't make this up. Fair enough.
Yeah.
He's got 3 of those defensive linemen right in front of him.
That's insane.
So, which is, I saw Ben Solak with the Ringer, who's a big Eagles fan. He said somewhere, I forget where, he was like, the NFL for a long time has had a real problem with not having a developmental league. Where's the D League, And he's like, the Eagles have really solved this by just making the national champion Bulldogs
their farm team.
Development. Now the Eagles are actually just Georgia Graduate School, is what it is. So is this this is the back-to-back picks. Let's see. If they pick a Georgia defender here, I'm going to lose it. If Keely Ringo goes here, it's going to be so They should do it for the bit.
Or they
Honestly.
could
At
do
this point, double down.
Christopher Smith II too, the safety.
Yeah, oh, you're right. Bang, bang, bang. Back to back. Please do it.
Yeah, there's plenty of options.
What kind of
Tyler Steen's name is starting to pop up on Mel's best available,
which you are a fan of. You were converted to the Church of Tyler Steen at the Senior Bowl, correct?
I was, but I feel like,
which is funny because you watched him every Saturday.
I was
familiar with Tyler Steen,
and I just thought, he's a guy. But there was a spark at the Senior Bowl that you don't see on his tape.
What was it? Was it truly just watching him? He looked different?
Man, this might sound crazy, and this is one of those like tinfoil hat takes.
Okay.
So let's, get the aluminum foil out and wrap our heads up.
Okay.
There's something with some of these Alabama players that the tape, because Cameron Latu's the same way, and you talk about the focus drops with him, and you talk about the effort questions with Tyler Steen. Like, some of these Alabama players, like, are they just coasting through the season because they know the real goal is the NFL,
or they know that it just the conditions of excellence there? Until they're in the playoff, it doesn't matter to them.
Yeah, and so like you get some bad tape,
kind of a Kansas City effect in recent, where it's like they, like last year, them losing to the Colts at home, and you're like, really?
I mean, watching Alabama last year and then watching them turn it on for the Sugar Bowl against Kansas State look like two different teams.
Really, the only guy in Alabama's offense that had it on all year long was Bryce Young.
Yeah, I would agree.
He was carrying him to the finish line.
And so there's a part of me that wonders, watching Tyler Steen, if it is something that he just decides to turn on for the Senior Bowl because he knows the NFL scouts are there watching it.
Yep.
But man, he absolutely owned Byron Young. I came away from those practices like Byron Young's stock way down because Tyler Steen just kind of swats him away like a fly.
I think Byron Young's kind of a one-trick pony.
I do too, but...
and a very projecty guy. We had my guy Ryan Shumpert, who has been a long time Vol reporter. I had him on the show talking through all the Vols prospects about 3 weeks ago. And we got to Byron Young, and he's like, "Yeah, man, like I've been a Vols fan my whole life. I'm gonna root for these guys. I'm gonna tell you the good with these guys, but I'll be honest, Byron Young, it just ain't it, man.
No, he's got a really."
Okay, sorry. No, go ahead. And then
what
I'll
happened?
Tell you. No, it's not. It's
okay.
Totally draft unrelated. It's just funny.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
it's like, oh my God, the Titans have traded up. They're gonna take Hendon Hooker.
Max Duggan, Tennessee Titans.
Oh God, I would walk out.
Stetson Bennett.
You would see me just collect my belongings and walk out on frame if they took Max Duggan.
Oh, it'd be the funniest thing that's ever happened. Just burn the team down at that point. What Rand Carthen? Yeah. You know what? We'll go back. I agree. This is the worst draft class ever. I'm with you now. Rand does have the worst draft class.
Yeah.
Stoney,
who's Mel's best available right now? I missed the number one. Did you see it?
Let's see if it scrolls back here. No, there it is. Trenton Simpson. And then Drew Sanders, two linebackers. I like both of those guys.
I like Drew Sanders.
I like Drew. He was my linebacker one, actually, because I think if there was any linebacker in this class that could potentially be kind of Micah Parsons I saw a little bit of that with him. Unrelated to the draft, but important. It came up last night in our live stream, and I told Logan Grady, who's one of our most loyal listeners to the Hot Read podcast.
Shout out to Logan. Logan's everywhere.
He is. To bring this back up when I had Stoney here, because we needed to talk about it. Are you familiar with the show Big Sky?
No, I'm not.
I'm so happy that you said this.
Well, but listen, to be fair, I don't.
There's a person in this show that last night we were told you look just like. We were not familiar with this person, and we looked him up. And truly, it is, but I forget, Logan, if you can remind me the name of the character, because I don't remember what the name of the character was. Or if anybody that listened last night, who was the name of the character from Big Sky that Stoney looked like? Because we need to know.
I
don't know. Okay, here. This is important.
I don't watch a lot of TV. I mean,
me neither, actually.
If you guys like keep up with the Sobros Network feed on Twitter, the content, like all I do is work. Yeah.
Bingo. This is you in your television form.
Yeah. You know who else I get quite a bit?
Who?
When I wear a beanie, it really shows. I get Zach Brown a lot too.
That's a compliment in my opinion. Zach Brown is one of the coolest dudes ever.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Do they go with a Georgia defender? Please do it for the bit. I'm begging you to do it for the bit.
They need a safety, don't they?
I believe so.
Whoa, roll tide.
Tyler Steen. Okay. That's still frustrating because they don't need him at all. He'll just develop in 2 or 3 years. They'll play him.
For Tyler Steen, that's the best possible
landing spot.
For him. Yeah, for him. I don't like you said, like it's probably.
I love this. When you have back-to-back picks, turn them both in, baby.
But if you're Tyler Steen, there's the safety. Yeah.
Sidney Brown.
I love Sidney Brown.
I was about to say I think he's going to come off the board here soon.
He was a guy that I watched. Oh crap! I'm not going to.
Logan says you need to listen sometimes because you have the same voice as well. So that's our homework for later.
Okay,
Big Sky Dono.
I'll do that. I'll do that. Tweet me, Logan.
Are you in Big Sky? Are you sure you're not in Big Sky?
I'm not. I mean, this is all just a simulation, so who knows?
You can fake anything with AIs.
Yeah, they
days,
just
man. You
unplug me at the end of the night and plug me right into Big Sky. What was I was saying something about Tyler Steen? Oh,
best possible landing spot.
If I'm Tyler Steen, I am stoked to go to Philadelphia because I know I am going to be a part of an offense that does what I'm capable of doing best.
Okay,
I'm not going to have to be getting into pass sets. I can just line up and just mow people down, and I'm not going to be needed right away. So I've got time to develop.
This man just said Illinois. Okay. By the way, do we have a live tracker on that food? Do we know if it's going to
Our pizza's going to get here right when the Titans are on the clock, probably.
Great,
it says 18 minutes. It says 18 minutes. So
awesome.
And we're what, like at this point? No. We still got a ways. I thought we were at 77. We're at 67.
We're not quite ready here.
But the picks are coming in so quick.
They are. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick. I will be right back.
Oops. All right. Are we off or am I still going?
No, you can keep the class
occupied.
Yeah.
All right. So I hope you guys are enjoying my Mike Vrabel painting that I painted for the Watertown yard sale a couple of weeks ago. We talked about that a little bit at the top of the show. If you have any comments just for me, go ahead and throw them in there, and I will get to them as Easton relieves himself. Sidney Brown. I love that pick for the Eagles to aggressive physical safety. I think he's a guy that you could put in. Titans fans will know that Dane Cruikshank role. I think he's going to be athletic enough to mirror tight ends. It's a good pick for the Eagles. Jordan, I need to try and get the painting to Vrabel. I would love that. Do you know what I would, that would be the ultimate bit for Sobros Network. To put that on social media, me filming, handing that to Mike Vrabel and informing him that is a picture of him. You know, the best, Zach, if you're still watching, you said that this looked like young Adam Carolla. And ever since I saw that on Twitter, I can't shake it. That's exactly what it looks like to me. Drew Sanders going to the Broncos. Love Drew Sanders. Michael buying Pam's painting and putting it in his office. Yes, that's right. Oh, man, I cannot wait to tell Easton that, Logan.
I'm right here. What's up?
Okay, Logan said that he thought the painting was of you.
Logan, hey, mods, can we get Logan kicked from the chat, please?
I love that. Also, Drew Sanders just went to the Broncos.
I like that. It's a good landing spot for him.
Yeah.
Is this? Oh no, it is. I'm upset with the resemblance. Actually, do I look like Mike Vrabel? I don't think so. I look so much friendlier than Mike Vrabel. Also, Mike Vrabel is what, like 6'3", 2.
He's a big dude.
What do you think the measurements are of Mike Vrabel? I don't even know. Let me look up when he came out, what his numbers were. He had to be a big fella.
Mike Vrabel measurements. I don't even know what's going to come up for this. Combine results. All right, so 270 pounds. He's 76.1 inches tall. Who puts the measurables in inches? What is this?
Alexa, what is 71 inches in feet? $5'11". He's not
6'4".
Yeah, what? That number had to have been wrong.
Hold on. 76.
Oh, you said 76. I said 7. I told her 71. My bad. That makes more sense. 6'4". So 6'4", 270. Okay. He's slimmed down now, so he's probably 6'4", 40 or something.
Something like that.
So he's got a healthy, a healthy 8 inches on me in height and a healthy at least 35 pounds on me. So we look very similar when we stand next to each other, which we've done before. Yeah, it's a spitting image, I promise. So we are officially, they are 81, correct? Did we verify that's what the Titans have got?
For the moment.
Yeah, you never know. So let's update. You want to look at maybe some of, if they do end up going lineman or cornerback, who the best guys available are there.
Let's do it. Yeah.
So from a lineman standpoint, tackles, we still have DeWand, which is rather surprising. Jalen Duncan is still there. Blake Freeland, who you're far out on. If they were to be in on him, they would not take him in the third. No one's going to draft him in the third, I don't think. Bergeron is gone. Tyler Steen is gone. Are you a Wanya Morris guy?
I like him.
Oklahoma. Yeah, I think he's fine. He's not a third rounder, in my opinion. Obviously, we know you're a City Sal guy, but that's for another day.
I think
maybe. You think City Sal might go today?
No, I would love that. I will.
You lose it?
Be doing cartwheels.
That's what JT was last night, because I don't know if you know, since the combine, he fell in love with Jack Campbell.
Yeah.
And it was about 11 o'clock. Our neighbor's poor daughter is trying to sleep, and he just and it's not his fault. It's just one of those involuntary screams.
Yeah.
Because we're sitting here unassuming, not even paying attention. Yeah. Where did he end up going? Oh, the Lions. Detroit. Like, we're not really all that paying attention to Detroit, and you hear Jack Campbell, and he loses his ever-loving mind. Logan, more thoughts on this. Let's see. Hey, everyone's just trying to pick on me at this point. Time to play a prank on Easton Stoney. What's most annoying? Oh, they were behind my back. I see. I got you.
Yeah, I didn't fall for
understand. It. Emil Ikior. Emil is a guy that I don't think I watched any tape on Emil. No, I did. I watched some at Alabama, but you know more than I would.
He's good. I think he's pretty good. Guard center versatility too. If I'm not mistaken, and this is one of those things that we just kind of heard through the grapevine, I want to say he's the prospect that, if I'm not mistaken, Nick Saban told Senior Bowl execs, like, hey, play this guy at center because he can do both. To kind of prove.
Did he play center in college?
He was guard.
Okay, he didn't have any center experience.
But he played center at the Senior Bowl, and he looked pretty good, pretty reliable. I think it would be a good pick as a guy that could come in and maybe be the right guard, maybe be the center, depending on how these camp battles go. I think I would lean more towards one of the interior guys than I would offensive tackle at this point.
Yeah, I'm looking at the board right here for both interior and tackles. There's 3 guys whose names stick out to me, but one in particular.
Oh, let's hear it.
Zavala. I really
you're big on him.
Chandler Zavala. Mm-hmm. He's my interior offensive lineman 5. I think he goes before the day is up. Of course, DeWan Jones is still there, but you're wondering why. And then third round, I think we're officially into Jalen Duncan territory. I think it would be a reach for Jalen Duncan right now. I mean, from a cornerback standpoint, who are the cornerbacks? I've not even been paying that great of attention. Have we lost some of these guys already? Gonzalez is gone. Witherspoon.
Oh, gone. People are going to be so mad if Ringo's the pick for the Titans.
Oh, they will, but not me, man. You and me won't be able to upset. Have we always been doing active players doing this?
Not that I've seen. I told you.
Wow. I love the side eye because he's like, y'all ain't ready for this one. Pause for effect.
He knew what was happening.
He saw the cards, so I'd imagine he knew. Yeah, that's a good pick for them. Good for Brad Holmes. I like that pick. Folks Lions fans are going to be pressed over their draft because what is this now? They're only 2 of 5 are of popular opinion.
Yeah.
Now I'm certainly not a fan of their whole draft, but in terms of a guy to you don't need to play him. Jared Goff's going to be the guy. I like that.
Detroit has now gone Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, and Hendon Hooker. I don't think that's a bad class.
If you don't tell me where they went.
If you don't, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And that's the funny part, right?
Brian Branch, first round, Hendon Hooker, second round.
Yeah. Zach points out they need a receiver, rather. Don't draft anything but receiver.
I'm with you.
We're with you, but we're trying to just cover all the bases because the Titans could, Zach, would you be shocked if they took a cornerback? Would you be shocked if they went lineman? I certainly would not be shocked. Zach, I say they need a receiver. I'm not going to be upset if they take a tight end.
I think they need a receiver.
even if they come away with Washington, you're worried about the medicals. I am with you. They need a receiver. I am with you 100%. But will you be upset if they get a tight end with receiving upside?
Yeah, at this point.
You will be. Okay.
Because
of the way that it's fallen.
because of who is still available at the receiver position and knowing
fair enough. Zach says he would be shocked if they didn't go receiver.
We're kind of in a spot where if they don't get one of these guys, like they're lucky all of these guys are still on the board as of now. I mean, we could see a run on them here in the next 10 picks.
Let's engage the chat here real quick. Those of you that are still hanging out with us, we appreciate you being here. I'm going to read off the top receivers still available, and I want you to mention in the comments, if you're the GM, who are you taking if they're still there, okay? We've got Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt, A.T. Perry, Marvin Mims, Tyler Scott, Michael Wilson, Tank Dell, Kayshon Boutte, if that's your flavor. I don't know whose flavor that is. Or somebody that I have not named. Let me know who you're interested in, because I'm curious what fans are actually rooting for here. And we are with the Texans here up now. So how we've gotten to the point where ESPN's graphics are so. Zach says he'd be less shocked with the defender. Would you? Let me tell you this, or let me ask you this rather. Would you be upset with the trade back here? Get some fourth round cap. Like, what if I told you they trade back, get a fourth and another fifth? So they got a fourth and 2 fifths. Would that bother you?
Oh man, it would depend on who's available. You know, if like,
oh, sorry, Zach. Yeah, Mims is off the board. Can't do Mims. My bad.
If Cedric Tillman's still there, I'm taking Cedric Tillman. I think.
Yeah, you and me are, but we're still there on that. Yeah.
If a couple of, and there may be Tyler Scott, I think I would want. But if those two guys are gone, I'd say, yeah, go ahead and pick up the extra picks.
Yeah.
Take
that way you can get a couple of value receivers, get a tight end in there, maybe get an interior offensive line, get that defender that you just know at this. We've officially reached Mike Vrabel is itching, like, give me a defender.
You know, and there are a few names on that list after the names that you mentioned that I think would be pretty good value.
The receiver list?
Yeah, Xavier Hutchinson's on there. I'm a big fan of Puka
Nacua.
I know a lot of people aren't as high on him. Good. There you go.
Tank Dell to the Texans. Love that pick. Off the board. Yeah. Can't make that mistake. Now, our buddy who we respect the opinion of, truly, James Foster is a Tank Dell guy. And we had this conversation on one of our last. He does not buy. I mean, my point was to him, how can you take a guy who has this killer combination of not athletic, not big? Like, if you can't be one of those two things, then I'm out just on that beginning. And he said that he thinks that he's he thinks he's maybe the most polished route runner in the class. And that separation ability just through technique is something that can get him over the hump of that athletic deficiency, which I don't buy.
I was going to say, like, people say that. That's a thing people say. Yes.
Tanner would be a huge fan of Tillman opposite Burks. I think that may be the most popular pick left on the board for the Titans. In terms of Titans fans, who's going to be mad at Tillman? I don't think anybody is.
No, and I also think before we move on, like, Ronnie Bell's another guy that is just not very flashy, but he does have some speed. He does some things well. Like, I think that would be a decent pickup for this team, but they're in a spot right now. I think Treylon Burks is the guy, but they've got to get a formidable threat opposite him. And right now I'm looking at the Cedric Tillmans, the A.T. Perrys.
I would be floored with not in the third necessarily, but if they got a fourth or traded back, or if he fell to the fifth, A.T. Perry is a guy I really like.
I'm with you there. I'm with you.
Logan asks, Stoney, how long have you been scouting?
How long have I been scouting? I still don't really
I'm sure
consider
it was a gradual process.
It was.
Yeah.
I still don't really consider myself a scout. Like, this was my first year that I really did
a fan scout
any more than 100 players. I did 100 players last year, and I did 70 something the year before, but I leaned into it this year because I had some people that I really admire and respect reach out to me and tell me, like, man, you're doing really good at this. And seeing some of the picks that I had last year, like, I had Cole Strange as a potential first round pick. I was that high on him, and then he ends up.
No one called that one. You're the first person I've met that called that one.
There were a couple of other things that I hit on.
The other Byron Young.
Yeah. That people were like, hey, you've got something here. And I think about Zach. James Foster reached out to me after the Senior Bowl and told me he liked what we were doing. You've had me on your show.
We love having you on the show.
You've supported me. So it kind of was this thing that for me, I did casually. I did the big players reports on like, definitely
The names
your
Yep.
top 30, top 40 players.
Mm-hmm.
That I was encouraged to dig a little deeper. And so I did. I just leaned into it. And my wife is ready to have her husband back, as she says. But
too bad.
We've had a good thing going this draft season. So I think it's something that
to be fair, I think my wife in the other room is probably nodding in agreement. Probably she's probably in agreement.
Yeah. So I think I might have. I don't want to say I might have a future in this to imply like I'm going to be a scout one day, but I think
that you do.
This is something that I think is going to be a more focal point of my work in every spring moving forward.
That's awesome. That is awesome. We got the Saints, so we are
unless I just bomb this draft. I bomb it this year, then.
Hey, so we're within 10 here, and there's still a lot of really nice options on the board.
Our pizza's 4 minutes away.
I like that, so we'll get the pizza.
Yeah.
And then we will rock and roll here. You know what I was just about to say until I looked up the screen? I'm surprised we haven't had any running backs off the board except for the first two.
Zach Charbonnet went to Seattle, of all places.
Interesting.
I like Kendry Miller.
I like Kendry Miller. I know that you're a big guy on Spears. I know Zach, who's watching, is a big guy on Spears.
Yeah.
I kind of thought he'd be a day 2 guy. The sun is setting on day 2 eventually. Maybe he falls.
Yeah.
Kendry Miller's good. He's not replaced Alvin Kamara good, but he's good.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what the vision is for this one with the Saints.
It's a different type of receiver than they've had, a running back than they've had in a while.
Their draft very much feels like a mid-2000s draft so far. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they've gotten 2 defensive linemen. Well, there we go. Yeah. 2 defensive linemen and a running back.
If I have to push back on that take just a little bit, I'd argue that maybe every Saints draft feels kind of stuck in the past a little bit. But
touche.
Let's see here. Adam wants Atlanta to trade for Tannehill. You're not. I'm sure you are in good company, my friend. Logan says that Kamara may be in jail. Yeah, that's the concern there.
Yeah.
Not great. Not great looking right now for Kamara. Oh, that's cool. They put the Ella Strong paper up in their war room. They got Brissy. You had to feel. Were you big on Brissy?
He was fine.
I was so brutally hard on him as a prospect. I really hated him. But then I had to tweet today. I'm like, I was brutal on him as a prospect. But last night you couldn't help but feel good for him and that family. I don't know if you even got to see. You're familiar with the situation with his sister, yeah. Mm-hmm. And so you see that family last night. Just that moment of joy.
That was a cool moment.
You had to feel so good about that.
Yeah, for sure.
And I will be so happy for him to prove me wrong. That's my approach. I hate people that are like draft analysts. They get upset when they were wrong.
Yeah.
I want every one of these guys that I'm not a fan of to prove me wrong. I want all of them. I'm rooting for everybody, man. Well, not the guys that go to teams I don't like, but all the other players.
Yeah. Well, that's why I told you, and forgive me, viewers, if we've already talked about this on air, but I thought we were pre-recording. Whenever I am
pre-recording,
whenever I am watching a player, I feel like to do this honestly, you have to take ego out of it. I mean, you can say there are things you don't like and that it's going to be far-fetched for this player to translate at the next level, but I think you need to be open-minded that fit, situation, coaching staff, character, things that we don't have access to play big factors in this, and there are paths for just about every player to make it in the NFL if in the right situation. That's why I do think it's foolish to just say there's no way this person's going to be good, or the hot take guys on TV that are just doubling down on, oh, this person sucks.
It's not opinion based. It's just facts. This guy's going to suck. This guy's going to be great. It bothers me to no end. It's interesting. Mel. Oh, that's the best DBs. I thought Mel's highest rated player was Jair Brown, and I was like, buddy,
Mel's going through it after the Will Levis
Mel's
stuff.
Been hitting he's so excited for Will Levis. He's hitting the sauce.
Yeah.
So here's a inconsequential question. This commercial decided we're just going to crank the volume on everybody. Cool. We don't want to listen to you, cushion commercial. We've got the top 5 perceived quarterbacks off the board. Who's the next one to go? You've got
Who's the next one to be picked, or
yeah,
who's
the next guy off the board? We got DTR, Tanner McKee, Jake Hayner, Jaron Hall, Stetson Bennett, or Clayton Tune, Aiden O'Connell.
I am super big on Clayton Tune. That started as a bit.
The Tune guy, yeah.
That started as a bit on Twitter, and then I had some guy. So
did Jack Campbell in the first round.
Well, touche. Some guy kept jumping in my mentions about him, and finally I was like, all right, give me some games to watch, rando on Twitter.
When this guy was like, no, you should be seriously liking Clayton.
Yeah,
He's a Clayton Tune defender.
Well, he was calling him the best quarterback in the class, so I thought it was a bit at first. I thought we were making some comedy together.
Yeah.
And then I found out that this guy is serious. And later on, I said, I think it's actually Clayton Tune's burner account that I'm interacting with.
Clayton hyping himself up and changing hearts and minds.
But the guy gives me some games to watch. I find him on YouTube, full game broadcast, and I'm just kind of casually watching it. I'm like, wait a second. He had a good combine. The traits were there.
He's athletic.
I'm watching him at the Senior Bowl, and I think he's the most active scanner of the field, going through his progressions calmly, hitting stuff, short range, intermediate stuff accurately. Wait a second. Do I actually like this guy? And that's where I landed with him. So I'm taking Clayton Tune next. If I were to guess an estimate based off what I think will happen, I think it's going to be McKee or Hayner.
I think my sleeper is the guy that I've been higher on than most, based on truly he was a combine day conversion for me, just because I don't think I ever watched an actual game of his in college.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was a UCLA quarterback, Dorian Thompson Robinson out of UCLA. So I'm not watching a lot of Pac-10 football, certainly not watching a lot of UCLA football. Yeah. I watch him perform, and the combine's a fun thing. Some people come in and try to cram as much as they can for the combine. I keep saying combine.
We've been on a while,
and I'm trying to speak too fast. A lot of people try to come into the combine or the Senior Bowl, and you just cram as much as you can, right? You're trying you try to get as up on as many names as possible, and that's helpful in a way. But this year, and I'm sure I'm going to probably approach it differently when I go next time if I get the chance to go. Hopefully, I kind of came into it not agnostic, but it's your late February, early March. It's early draft season for the non-year-round draft mix. The James Foster's been watching year-round.
Oh yeah,
but we're just getting into it. We're crash coursing ourselves, and so I kind of went into it agnostic. And a lot of these guys, names I hadn't even necessarily heard. I'm just watching the field, trying to just be like, who catches my eye? Who's like that guy looks. It's Jalen Hyatt. This is good in my opinion. It's good for the Giants. First of all, I think he's one of the few places where he can work. I like that fit for him. But I went in and was just trying to figure out whose play caught my eye, and I'm sure it's kind of the same way at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
How often do you get a chance to see all these guys on a level playing field? Names off the jerseys, schools off the jerseys.
Yeah.
It is a uniform thing, and it's a blind test. It's a double blind audition.
For sure.
It's a unique situation. And so you really get to eye test these guys next to each other. Dorian Thompson Robinson was really impressive. And he was in a group where it was Will Levis and Stetson Bennett. Like they did it alphabetical or something where it was super lopsided. So you had 3 of the top 4 in one group, and then just Will Levis, and the next best guy in that group was Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
So like those 2 guys, that was one of the ones where I was like, Stetson Bennett is going to be a 12-year backup and make $75 million. Like he's going to be that guy that just hangs around. Who's the guy that was with the Bears and the Lions and the guy who's famous for like making $1 million?
Was it Chase Daniel?
Yeah, Chase Daniel. He's made like somebody's done it. He's like $1 million per completion or something.
Yeah,
he'll be the next Chase Daniel. With Dorian Thompson Robinson, he was in that group, and I was like, this is the only guy that looks like the caliber of quarterback of the other guys. And then I do some digging on him, and he's one of the guys that who's the quarterback coach? It's the national guy. Brother played in the league.
I don't know.
He played the former Bengals quarterback.
Oh, no, I don't.
I'm totally blank. I'm gonna look it up.
Blanking too.
One of the most famous like NFL caliber quarterback, if not evaluators but trainers, was working with him, and it kind of revolutionized the way that he had been throwing the ball. Not to change topics super abruptly, but I do wonder with that Cedric Tillman take, right here, right before the Titans pick. Do we
Yeah.
see a run?
That's what I was alluding to earlier. Is like the first one. Yeah. Oh man.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a bummer. That's a bummer. And I think we see the run here. And the Titans, this may incentivize the trade back. If we see 3 or 4 of the top remaining receivers go.
If you were to put a gun to my head right now, I'm saying I think Tyler Scott's going to be the pick if he's there.
Oh, wait. I'm so dumb. It was always Tyler Scott, wasn't it?
They love Tyler Scott.
It was always Tyler Scott. If I'll tell you this, Stoney, if Tyler Scott is there for them and they don't take him, that's going to genuinely, that one move is going to kind of revolutionize the way that I perceive how this regime with the Titans approaches their visits, approaches their pre-draft interest. Because is there a player that the Titans showed more early and consistent interest in than Tyler Scott? The smoke was on him the earliest, I think.
Yes, because I don't think they showed a lot of interest in Jalen Duncan too.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying to.
Let me pull up.
Do we count this?
List?
How do we count the Senior Bowl? I mean, obviously we should, but it's not like a thing you have to set up. Every player is talking to every team there, so you're just going to talk to Jalen Duncan. So how do we weigh that in the conversation here?
Right. So let's look at the teams remaining, or the teams, excuse me, that are in between the current pick and the Titans pick, and see if we can find.
Oh no, our pizza has gone missing. Actually, it just says weird delayed. Stay tuned for updates.
Do you think the delivery driver went rogue?
We got down to 4 minutes.
They're gonna get here right. It's just it's meant to happen, right?
Yeah,
they're gonna get here right as it happens. But let's see if I can find here the list of. Yeah, here we go. The teams coming up and positions of need. So we've currently got the Falcons on the clock, and we're in round 3.
I mean, it's not like the Falcons could not use a wide receiver.
Yeah, but they've got a number of needs. It looks like here, if you look at the screen, we're not going to tip the pick, but they've already got this pick right here. So we've got the Patriots, who did they take a wide receiver at some point? The Patriots, are they still wide receiver needy?
I think they are still wide receiver needy.
LA can use everybody, obviously. The Packers could potentially use a receiver. The Colts could use a receiver. So there are 3 or 4 teams here in between the current pick and the Titans that you could see. Let's remind ourselves just who is left. A.T. Perry is still there. Josh Downs, Tyler Scott, and A.T. Perry. Actually, these 4 guys: Downs, Perry, Scott, and Wilson are the 4 big ones left. Scott feels like the pick if he's there. I wouldn't be shocked at all if they like Michael Wilson a lot. I think a lot of people that I really respect as evaluators, national guys, were higher on Wilson as a guy that one of those rare guys who's just their game may translate to the NFL better than it did in college.
I wholeheartedly agree. That Stanford offense is awful to watch.
It's almost unwatchable.
It is, yeah. I trying to watch some Tanner McKee, and you see flashes like once every 15 plays where it's like, okay, there's some NFL football in there.
Yeah. They're like, they all did their job together.
My MVP of the Senior Bowl game was Michael Wilson. I know. Really? I don't remember who it went
to. Of the whole game.
The game, not the whole week.
Yeah, no, I know.
Just the game.
Not just the wide receiver position, but
not just the wide receiver. I would have given it to him over Jake Haener. I thought you could have given Evan Hull some consideration.
Jacob said our pizza got traded back.
Our pizza got traded back. Yes.
Logan asks a good question here that I want to touch on before we get to the next Titans pick, if they pick. He says, let's say 20% of prospects hit in general. I'm sure ballparking that number. That sounds roughly right. 1 in 5 guys. Maybe actually slightly less than that.
I was thinking that.
If every player went to their ideal landing spot, how high do you think the hit rate would be?
Oh, no.
I know. I was wondering when you noticed this.
No.
We won't tip it, but we're about to get 2 announcements, I think, when they come back from commercial. I would have bet my savings on him being a Titan. I would have bet my savings on him being available at the 3rd round pick. I'm surprised he went this high.
Okay.
I think you and Zach Lyons both would have would have bet that. Oh, we've officially reached the people are being honest about not knowing players. Jacob just said, "I'll be honest, I have no clue who Mike Wilson is." Well, you may be about to if the Titans were to go with him.
I apologize, Easton. I don't remember the question anymore. I saw that.
No, the question was 20% of prospects, right?
Oh,
if they all landed where they were best suited.
Yeah, I think you're looking at. I mean, gosh, what we go deep into the first 3 rounds for sure.
I would say 65%.
I was going to say 70.
Yeah,
I was going to say 70.
Right in there.
Yeah.
6 and 10, 7 and 10 guys. I really do think there are probably every third guy, fourth guy you encounter just doesn't have it at the NFL level, or their game truly was just collegiate and there's a ceiling there.
Yeah.
But I really do think fit and development has a lot to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Not the biggest Zach Harrison fan. I don't know if you watched any of his stuff.
I very
okay.
briefly. He was so just. I get just thumbs up. It's the best I can give you. Cool, it's fine.
It's a pick.
He's a dude.
He's a dude.
Zach, just let's see what's going on here.
What have we missed?
I don't know. This may be a tipped pick situation, in which case we need to wait. Oh, he's just talking about Mapu because he's abbreviating. He said, "Not my poo." I'm very sorry, Zach. I was so confused. Yeah, it's. I know that you were very big on him being a Titan, but alas, he may have. Zach, you may have just been saved because the Titans may have gone with him at 81 if he'd still been there. You never know.
That's true. I do think that he was going to go higher than people thought, but I would not have said third. I think he was 6th, 5th or 6th.
It was low. That's all I know.
Yeah. But he is a Patriots player.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he is truly
Sacramento State
positionless. He can do a little bit of everything.
Has risen this month. He was a consensus borderline draftable player.
Dang, ESPN got the all 22, but they couldn't look out for Sobro's network.
Yeah, can we hit a content strike on ESPN for this right now?
I tried to get in touch with their what are they called in college? Not media relations, but I tried to reach out to their I tried to reach out to their people like, hey, send me some tape on this guy. I want to watch him.
And they just
I never got a response.
Yeah, okay.
At least the people at Florida A&M reached out to me.
I was trying sorry, but no.
Trying to watch some Isaiah Land.
Or did they send you something?
They sent me to their film contact.
Okay.
And then their film contact never responded to me.
Cool.
Yeah.
Jacob points out that Keeley Ringo is also falling like a brick. Yeah.
I think there's a reason for that, but
I don't think I think he's a unique flavor. He's not for everybody.
I kind of feel like he was miscast. Everybody that thought he was going to be a man press corner. And I just don't think that's who Ringo is.
The other Byron Young, that is a bad pick. I hate that pick. Woof. Okay. Zach says that DJ said Mapu was his favorite player. Did he really say his favorite player in the entire draft?
Listen, I don't hate that take.
Really?
The dude.
I'll be honest. This is the one guy that I've heard the most about that I don't think I watched any of.
I loved him so much.
What is there to love? The versatility?
It's not just versatility. It is true positionlessness. This guy can play linebacker. He can play safety. He can rush the passer a little bit.
Really?
Like he just.
What's his athletic profile? I gotta see. Is he an athletic dude? He's got to be.
He reminds me of like what the Cardinals have done with Isaiah Simmons, but a much better value. Not a guy that you have to pick in the first round like Isaiah Simmons was.
Where is it?
Productive.
I mean,
he was the defensive player of the year in his conference.
Here we go. 6'3", 216. Okay, I like the build.
The frame is what it's like. He's just a tad bit too small for linebacker, but probably too big to play safety. So, here we go. Okay.
All right. Hey, for those of you that are listening, now is the time. The last time I'm going to ask tonight, if you could share this stream with anybody, send a retweet, send a link. Now's the time. The Titans are about to be on the clock here shortly. We've got just a couple of picks before they are up, and we will see what goes on. I'm very confident this is about to be Tyler Scott if he's still there, which makes me think that he's about to be taken. I heard tuh, and I thought it was going to be.
Didn't they already take a tight end?
How'd they double down?
I'm gonna have to
Yeah, go look at that.
But I feel like they did.
Oh, here we go. I can tell you right here.
Yeah, they took Musgrave.
Oh, I didn't even notice Musgrave off the board. When did they take him?
Second round.
Late second? I did not. I got to update my board here.
They got Musgrave and Jaden Reed. And now they're getting Tucker Kraft. Like,
hey, build around Jordan Love.
Load up for Jordan Love.
Let's put some weapons around him. So hey, we've got 3 picks now between what is on the board. No, excuse me, 2 picks remaining before the Titans are up. So that means at least 2 of the following players are still there: Josh Downs, A.T. Perry. I keep mentioning him. I'm high on him. I don't think he'll go in the 3rd round, but maybe. A.T. Perry, Tyler Scott, Michael Wilson. I like those odds.
Yeah,
I like those odds, and I like the odds of the Titans choosing a receiver there. JT thinks Tillman's career is already over, that he's in Cleveland. I mean, if Mr. Sexual Harassment himself is just washed now, then I suppose. But all right, the Colts are up. Here we go. Okay, so there goes Downs. Tyler Scott is still on the board.
I was going to say, if the Titans pick Josh Downs, we're going to need to do a wellness check on Zach.
I like Josh Downs quite a bit, which is
I do too.
Here's the thing.
He was wide receiver 3 on my board.
He was wide receiver 5 on mine. The past 3 drafts, the Colts have gotten with the receiver that I was high on. I was big on Downs.
Yeah.
I was big on Pierce. And I was big on Mr. Junior. Whose name I'm blanking. Who's their big buddy?
God.
Tillman, not Tillman.
I can't. It's right
There's
there.
too many names.
Michael Pittman Jr.
Pittman. Thank you.
Yeah.
Goodness. I knew he was a junior.
So now, I mean,
Zach pointing out this is good. Rivals taking the smallest wide receivers in Downs and Dell. He thinks is good for the Titans. Certainly from a size perspective. Thank you, Thick Fog Scanty Win, for the name assist. We're just blanking on guys that we promise we know. It's just there's a lot of names to consider here.
And we've been at it.
Pittsburgh is a team that they're one of the teams where whenever they're on the board, they're a risk taker receiver, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just the culture of this team, they're a wide receiver factory, so you don't know.
I'm curious how Colts fans feel about this draft so far.
Richardson, we had I've got a very close Colts friend who called into the show yesterday, very excited with Anthony Richardson. I think they're very happy. The Brents one I'm going to ask him about because I don't know if he's a big fan of the Brent. I know that they need a cornerback, so it's, the right position. They've gone with the positions I think the Colts fans thought they needed. Interesting. So the Panthers jump up in front of the Titans.
But they've already taken Jonathan Mingo.
Yes.
Are they going to double down on receiver?
And they signed Adam Thielen in free agency.
I would think, that helps.
Thielen and but who are they trying to jump? Where was Carolina? Where'd they come from?
Maybe they're wanting DeJuan Jones, who is still sliding.
If anybody in the chat can let us know where Carolina just jumped up from. Were they jumping just the Titans, or are they from 93? So they're coming up. They're jumping a ton of people. Interesting.
Dang.
So maybe they're jumping somebody random, and this was the only trade partner they could find.
If they take Tyler Scott, because all of the interest that the Titans had in Tyler Scott was so telegraphed and well known,
then somebody's gonna have to really call Mike Herndon, because I saw him throwing a hissy fit online today. Not a hissy fit, but being upset about the potential leak in the Titans front office that telegraphed on day one of the draft all of Stroud, which I don't necessarily know if that's a leak situation or if that is if somebody gets fired, we know it's a leak.
Yeah.
But there's a chance that these are the same folks that we were talking about. We think that Rand Carthen may be a send it all type GM in terms of information. Just throw noise into the, fill the wind with noise and see what happens. So Carolina jumps up. Who's the best available? So you got DeJuan Jones. Maybe they're coming up for Darnell Washington because they're afraid the Titans take the tight end.
Could be.
Luke Weippler has fallen farther than most expected. Out of Ohio State, the center. Antonio Johnson, a safety that I think is going to go eventually here.
Nobody's taken 8-8 yet.
That is a shocking fall. A darling of the combine. Adetomiwa Adebaware.
Man. That's a surprise.
It is, isn't it? Because he was like a borderline first-round player on
Yeah.
some mocks.
Mm-hmm.
I think I mocked him there at some point. Who are some other surprising fallers? Keely Ringo a little bit. Darius Rush a little bit. Trenton Simpson, I'm kind of surprised is still on the board. A lot of people really liked him. And
Fringe first rounder on some mocks.
Yeah, he's another one that might have a little bit of that Micah Parsons to him just because he's got that beefy build. I thought he was
I think he'll be
above
average and
I think
checking all the boxes.
It's hard because that linebacker class, by comparison, he looks awesome because it's just so painful to have to evaluate.
Oh gosh,
the linebackers killed me.
We also might have to call Papa John's because I don't know where our pizza's at.
Okay. Well, let's get the Titans big out of the way, and then we can take a quick break eventually. Because you're right. Is it still just say
it still just says we are delayed. Stay tuned.
Hey, well, we might be getting a free pizza then.
Yeah.
And we're at the point now. It's got to have been 30 minutes.
Is this content? Should I call them while we're on the air?
I think we should.
And just say, hey,
let's see what goes down here, though.
Oh, man. Wow. That is, ooh, boy. Why are you jumping up?
Surely there has to be intel. They must think that they weren't going to get him. But hey, all right. So Titans fans, no telegraphing the pick in the comments. All right, but we do have Titans on the clock now. Last chance for some retweet. I'm going to go and make sure people know. JT, if you're listening, that would be a good time for us to make sure these tweets are out there. So the Titans are on the clock, and everyone wants them to take a receiver. I'm still not sold they're going to take one, but we shall see.
I'm kind of with you. That's the hope. This is the spot to take Tyler Scott. If you don't take him here, you ain't.
If you don't take him here, then you're not getting him. And also, what was all that smoke about?
Exactly.
What was it about?
Yeah,
because he's not going to be there in the 5th when you have your next pick.
No
shot he's there.
That's a raw prospect, DJ Johnson.
Yeah, I don't know what that was all about, to be honest with you.
Whew. Bryce Young and Jonathan Mingo
could be dangerous.
Oh boy.
And then DJ Johnson, one of these things doesn't belong.
I was so close to my take that Mingo was going to be a first rounder.
Yeah, where did he end up going? 39. Yeah, you're right.
39.
All right, here we go. We got Tennessee on the clock.
I'm leaning Tyler Scott.
Prediction?
My wish.
I'm leaning. I will be very happy with Tyler Scott. I'll be happy with Michael Wilson. I will be happy if they get Darnell Washington because that means they must they must have cleared him medically. Those three I'll be happy with. If they go Perry, it'll be a reach, but I won't be able to be upset because I really like Perry.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what we're gonna. But in terms of guess, I'd say this is a 50% shot. They go with Scott, unless all of that was just noise. I have a hard time believing that.
My MacBook's about to die. Do we have an outlet nearby?
Yes, we do.
Worry about it.
There. We'll do it here as soon as this pick is over.
Or I'll just, let my MacBook die with my optimism if the Titans pass on a receiver here.
All right, so we think it's going to be Tyler Scott. There's a couple different guys we wouldn't be upset with.
Yeah. What if they go running back here?
Will you be upset with Tyjae Spears?
That's,
it'd be hard for you guys. The big team, the TS guys. Zach, if you're still in here, would you be pissed at Tyjae Spears, your boy?
I'm losing it. I'm losing my grip, just crossing my arms, beating on the microphone. I'm running.
It's a nerve-wracking time. It's a lot of waiting for. Here we go.
I slept for
who is this?
4 hours. Jason McCourty.
Oh, it's McCourty. Yeah.
I got 4 hours of sleep last night.
Me, that's about how much I
got. Logan's comment.
What did he say? I'm sorry. Mr. McCory, please just tell us who the pick is.
Yeah, we don't have time for this, sir.
He's just picking
heel
fights.
turn.
He's picking
Heel
fights
turn.
out here. You know what's interesting? I think we reached the point in the draft where they're not tipping picks because I'm sitting here actively looking for it and I can't find it. I think it's just they're coming too fast. We're just Logan's saying shut up and say the pick. I'm with you. No, that's a good point. I like this, the clap back at McAfee, although he is gonna bite himself in the butt here. Because now the Titans are just gonna be bad forever.
Yeah.
They're playing him off. Your guy Tyjae Spears.
Okay.
All right.
Hey.
So
all right.
A lot of Titans fans are going to not be happy about that.
Yeah.
But in a vacuum, you can't be upset with getting that point.
No,
you can't.
I am surprised that.
And in terms of skill players, I mean, you now have a guy that can bring some juice to the game in addition to Henry at the running back department.
He is the exact running back they needed out of this draft.
He's the perfect complement.
Yeah.
Perfect complement.
And I think he can be running back one whenever
in the future
we're considering life after Derrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
I still worry about the receiving class, though.
Yeah, of course. But hey, I think this points us back to, and I've been sitting here this whole time, like I'm not as positive as everybody. They're going to go receiver here. I don't know.
I know.
What did we hear? I forget when it was, but I'm sure you heard this. They did a press conference at some point, and the takeaway was, as much as Titans fans are not happy with this receiving core that they've got, internally they are happy with the young guys that they have.
Well, yeah.
Internally, they I mean, Burks and Phillips, thank you, and NWI, who they bring back, like they're
Chris Moore now.
Pretty content. Yeah, Jacob says bad news for Hassan Haskins. Yes, I would say that's not great.
Oh gosh,
Hassan Haskins.
I don't.
Him and I was like, who is this Dexter Jackson? I'm kind of curious who they take here. Yeah, I was a big Yaya Diaby fan. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
Bummer he has to go to that terrible team. Okay, so yeah, I mean these guys in the receiving room, the Titans are happier with than most. And I think this is a clear reflection of that. They're content with these guys and they see more value in, I mean, if this is going to continue to be a team that doesn't necessarily, if they're not going to play through the run game, but they're going to still have the identity of a run game. You know what I mean? Like they keep talking about, like, we might be transitioning to a more modern style of football. I don't see them really, as long as Mike Vrabel is around, getting that modern and just, ignoring the run game, just going full Kansas City and just who cares.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that they need to reload, and they reload with the guy in terms of value. He was my running back 3.
Yeah, he was mine as well.
And so you get the third best running back in this class, a guy that I think you can play day one. I think that he's a relatively polished guy. Pull up, let's see what you had to say on the scouting report.
Okay, yeah. I was just making sure that I just so confidently opened my mouth. And I'm like, wait, I do actually have him at running back 3. But yes, I do. Oh my God. I flipped right to the page.
That's
right to the page.
Right there. That is fate.
Yeah. So, and another thing, I listed this the other day on Twitter. My 5 favorite games that I watched throughout the process of putting together this big board. His game against USC, one of the 5 best games I watched.
So Titans fans, if you want to get up on
go watch the Cotton Bowl. Watch the Cotton Bowl
versus USC.
Yeah. Burst, acceleration, pure speed all come to mind when you watch Spears right off the bat. It's his versatility, patience, and vision that make him an intriguing prospect to me. He's great at finding the hole. When he makes up his mind, he cuts clean and he bleeping goes. I'm editing for
I appreciate that.
The Hot Read podcast. Yeah. His pass catching potential is underrated. He has the talent to run routes. I watched the Houston game and found a touchdown he catches off of running a pretty nice little route there. You just don't see it too often on his tape.
Yep.
Tulane didn't give him a very nuanced route tree. He's mostly effective catching the ball on screens, wheel routes, stuff like that. But I think there is potential for more of robust receiving skill set because of how naturally he uses his hands to catch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
They also ran a lot of Wildcat with him. The Cotton Bowl against USC made for some great film. 205 yards and 4 touchdowns in that game. Looked completely unafraid of the moment, picked up some major chunk yardage after finding the hole and getting into space, and showed some tough running, including a gutsy touchdown run. USC was able to get him before he could get going, which raises concerns about how he'll adjust to NFL defenses. Not going to be playing in the American Conference any longer, and he did have a fumble from getting a little too loose with the ball and carrying it unnaturally high from trying to avoid contact. His pass protection ability is unproven, which limits his value in the NFL, but this is a guy that could make some noise if he ends up on the right team. 49ers, Rams, Ravens, Eagles, or the Tennessee Titans.
Bingo.
Yeah, and I would also say that I noticed at the Senior Bowl, I wrote this, I did my study on him before the Senior Bowl, and my update after that was in the pass pro drills where they're running like one-on-one, a linebacker trying to pass rush, running back trying to stop him. He had some times when he got put on his back, but he was a really feisty, fiery guy. If he got knocked down, he would get up and win the next 5 reps before you're questioning him again. So I think there's plenty in this prospect to see and love and latch onto, and it's clear as to why the Titans love this running back.
Did you have a pro comp for him? Because I know that Zach has one that I've always agreed with since the first time I heard him say it. He mentions it here, and there's 2 comments here. He says, the Titans would do this to me and Stoney. They draft our favorite prospect that at the detriment of the interesting receiver core. And then he says, but Spears is Tony Pollard. He's awesome and amazing. He can do everything you need. I completely agree. Not only is he the Tony Pollard to your Zeke in Derrick Henry, and Derrick Henry is significantly better than Zeke currently is, this allows us to quit having to worry about Derrick Henry being out there on third downs.
Yeah.
And if he's not being so telegraphy with it.
Yeah.
Right? You know, if Henry's out there, if Haskins out there, like it was pretty clear whether you're going to run or whether you're going to pass, and you got a pass pro guy. With Spears, you could truly have him potentially do both, right? And then you have that maintain that element of surprise. I know we had a question up here just a second ago from Jordan Lowry asking, EF, do you see the Titans trading back up here? I don't. If they did, I would assume it had to have been for Tyler Scott or maybe Darnell Washington, but they've not had really any smoke. Titans fans just really like him. If they did, I don't know what picks they're using to do that.
I don't either.
Unless it's futures, but potentially I could see that. Now, if you're asking me, could they find their way into the 4th round tomorrow somehow? Yeah, maybe. But tonight, I'm not sure if I necessarily am buying it. Logan just asked, can Spears line up in the slot? I don't know what his usage was.
I think he can.
I think just from an evaluation standpoint, I believe that he can.
I mean, they would line him up out wide.
Yeah, and I mean Tulane
at times.
Yeah, but yeah. But the point is, he has route running prowess because he has route running experience quite a bit at a number of positions, really.
Well, I think you see the things that make him a natural pass catcher that would project if he's asked to do more. You feel confident like he can pick it up.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll pull up his numbers here to see where exactly he was used in terms of Devon A-Chain, Fast Boy. Maybe we see a run on running backs finally, because that's the first couple of running backs we've had in quite a while. Crazy, wicked fast dude. Track star, but he's actually got running back potential or running back talent. All right, let's see.
What if, the Titans trade back up for Tyler Scott, but they use the rest of their picks to do it?
Just all the rest of them?
You just
5, 6, 7?
You just come away from this draft with Skolonsky, Levis, Spears, and Scott.
The power quad. All right, let's see. Tyjae Spears in college. Oh, they don't. I don't think they have. Dadgummit. They don't have his splits. So I don't know, but I can tell you based on, his receiving, he didn't do a whole lot of receiving in college.
Mm-mm.
He would line up there, I guess. But he had 250 yards of receiving last year, so he wasn't not in the receiving game. He had 1,500 yards rushing last year on 231 attempts, 6.9 yards per attempt, almost 20 touchdowns last year. This dude was the entire Tulane offense.
Yeah, he really was.
Really was the entire offense.
If you want a pro comp for me, I think it would be NFL Reggie Bush. Not USC Reggie Bush, certainly, but NFL Reggie Bush. Like New Orleans Saints Reggie Bush.
Good Reggie Bush.
Yeah. Deion Henley, good linebacker.
I like him, yeah. Logan is asking, I think he's following up on his question, wondering if you could potentially play him and Henry together to get more skill on the field. You would need to see Tajay really develop as a guy you could actually line up in the slot comfortably to do that, I think.
Yeah.
You're not going to have two running back sets with both of them on the field. Very often, maybe on certain very specific plays, but in terms of getting them both on the field, you would need one of them. Now, we have seen Derrick Henry line up out wide. They've been using that. Yeah. So if that kind of scheme is still in the playbook, maybe we see Tajay be the one that's thrown out wide, and instead of a fullback being left, it's Henry. In which case, it does. I'll tell you this: just in terms of weapons on the offense, yes, he's not a receiver, but he is a versatile guy that's going to bring juice to the offense wherever you use him. If you're going to line him up wide and then you run him as a reverse and you come around the side and that speed just takes off, it gives the Titans. He's a very different player than they've had in a while. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
I think I'm trying to think of the last guy that had kind of that same. Oh, our pizza
finally how about that? The pizza is here. Papa John knocking on our door. The last guy that I can think of. The last guy that I can
the last guy that Easton can think of.
The last guy that Easton can think of
is.
Man, I don't know. I felt like there was a run there for a while that they took these like late round flyers on guys that could have developed into that. Logan mentions Hilliard.
That's what I was going to say. That's the closest thing that I can think of in a while. And this past year before Hilliard got hurt, you remember in the first 4 games, it was like, oh, Hilliard has 4 of the 5 Titans touchdowns or something. You remember it was like, wow, the red zone threat. They could utilize, yes, thank you, Logan. They could absolutely utilize Tajay as a fantastic skill player in a number of different ways. So in terms of if we're looking at how does this fit the perceived theme that this team and this new regime is following, I would comfortably put Tajay Spears under the umbrella of versatility.
Yeah. I like the pick, and I have been saying all along that there's good value to be had in the later rounds in this wide receiving core. And I think this is where you see that come into play a little bit, where clearly there's some confidence, as Easton mentioned, in the receiving core in its current iteration. But maybe we're the only ones that see a need for 2 wide receivers. Maybe in the building, they're thinking like, if we can come away with 1 guy out of this draft, cool. Like,
I truly, and have for a while now, anyone that has listened to my show knows that I think this. I believe that they think, and I personally also think, they regardless of what we ultimately on the whole season saw out of Kyle Phillips last year, I think he showed them enough and has inspired confidence in that building that they truly believe that they have 2 bona fide starting receivers and they just need 1 more.
Yeah.
Now there's a depth concern there. And maybe they're saying we can find a PK has some delightful cranky tweet. Well, you could take off the about the wide receiver situation part and just say PK has some delightfully cranky tweets and it would apply at all of the hours. And I love PK. PK is the man and I have a relationship with him, but he's a delightfully cranky fellow. Zach Lyons starving for Marvin 2024. I do love that. If you tweet that, I will absolutely second that, Zach. Logan saying we're going back to the caveman ooga booga football, going back to 12 man heavy personnel. Listen, buddy, I don't hate the idea. Who's I for the love of the good Lord above, I cannot ever remember this dude's name. Who is the Cowboys? Or is it not Cowboys? Who's the tight end they brought in? Who's going to be the tight end 3, the in line blocking guy? It was like a sneaky big ad for them.
Trevon Wesco?
Wesco, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Wesco. With Wesco on the team, who I think is going to be used a lot. Not, I mean, obviously as a glorified lineman, that's what he really is. But I could see them going big boy football a lot. They need another big tight end. Like, you're not going big boy football with Chikakonkwo.
Oh gosh, we forgot. They still have Mason Kinsey too, don't they?
I believe he's still technically on the practice squad. He's got. I think he has a futures contract.
My goodness, the receiving problem solved.
We have 3 starters.
Yeah,
there's 3 starters on the team.
Come on, what are we worried about?
That's a Raven if I've ever seen one. Trenton Simpson.
Yeah,
that's a Ravens pick.
Okay,
awesome.
we need to do another wellness check on Mike Herndon
because
he just tweeted, "I truly don't understand why this franchise hates receivers. Ty J. Spears is super talented, but goodness gracious, who is catching Will Levis's errant passes?"
Hey, something that I think can't be overlooked. The Jets still have 19 starting receivers on their roster. Last I checked. I think that was the number.
Yeah.
Corey Davis was not included in the Aaron Rodgers trade.
Call him up.
Bring him home.
McMath
Hashtag. Yeah. Listen, buddy, I've always been high on McMath's toolsy upside as he's a gadget guy. But if I truly believe he has like very good wide receiver 3-4 upside. If he's your 4 and you just use him as your burner on every other play, he can be your actually big-bodied version, actually talented version of what's his face that went to Detroit and was one-trick pony, whose name I'm blanking on. But the receiver the Titans had, who caught that bomb pass in the playoffs against the Ravens and then was never seen again. Logan said Racy is all name. Nah, man, I'm telling you, go to practice camp. I know it's easier said than done, but go to practice camp and tell me he's all name. I dare you. I dare you. In games, he's less allergic to catching balls. He's allergic to being healthy. That's what he's allergic to.
Yeah.
We've not seen him have like drop problems or, consistency issues. He's not been on the freaking field. Khalif Raymond, thank you, Nick. I've officially reached the night where my brain is at different name overload. And every time I try to register a new name, if you ask me who the quarterback of the Titans is right now, I'd be Ryan Tannehill. It's the one. Oh my gosh, this is hey, welcome 49ers to the NFL draft. First pick for them.
Okay.
I like Jair. Big fan of Jair. Brown is our guy, James Foster. Jair has a brother whose name is like Dair. And James told me that, and I said, quit lying to me. And he said, no. And they're on the same team.
Dang.
And I think he said that like he started watching film of the wrong one at first and was like, this guy stinks. And had a bad grade on him and then realized he was looking at the wrong one.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, he's a good player. So hey, let's look at the best remaining players and just talk about who's going to be the, because we're like roughly 12 picks away from the very last pick of the day. And then we're into turbo mode tomorrow with round 5.
Let's see here.
Sorry.
Yes, we have.
Jacob Sain says Spears literally has no ACL. What? Oh, and Nick Fuchs says can't tear one if you don't have one. Big brain stuff by the Titans.
Yeah.
Wait, Jacob, can you elaborate? Are you familiar? You know what he's talking about?
Yeah, he does have like a history with the ACL. I don't remember quite.
Oh, he's just saying they've gotten torn a bunch.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, truly, I mean, the good news about
back in 2020.
Okay.
The 2022 tape, he looks fine.
And here's the thing about repaired ACLs. Once you're a couple years removed from a torn ACL, a successfully surgically repaired torn ACL is incredibly unlikely to tear because they beef it. It is surgically repaired. I mean, I was talking to a doctor about this once. He's an osteothoracic surgeon over here in Williams Medical Center, and I was asking him about it, and he's like, a properly repaired ACL, the graft that they take from your muscle if it takes, and that's a concern. Like you're worried about the Taylor Lewans of the world, the Odells of the world, where it doesn't take, and you're a ticking time bomb. But if it takes a couple years removed, you get those scans and it's good. You're probably never ever going to have an issue with it again.
Yeah,
because it is just so much stronger. So that's not Tank Bigsby. Hey, there you go. That's not. He's
good. I like him.
I don't. I think he's just super mid and has a really low ceiling. But whatever, man. So
runs a little too high, but
yeah.
You know.
Zach says Ian Rappaport, I'm assuming, is saying the reports from the combine are he doesn't have an ACL tissue and he has arthritis. He literally doesn't have an ACL. Okay, well, we're going to learn about all this, I guess, eventually. I'm sure they'll ask the Titans about this in the press conference. Jackson Moore says, reasonable to assume we're past the point of trading any of Tannehill, Henry, or Byard for current year picks, considering we're moving back. Yeah, so yeah, there's trades right now would not be for picks this year, player-wise. It'd be for other players or it'd be for future capital, and I don't know why they'd be going for future capital right now. So let's look at the players remaining and see who's going to be the most surprising.
Doing.
Yeah, I was with them at first with all the trading back, but then when they finally made their picks, I'm not with them with the picks. What they've not taken a single safety? It's literally the only thing that they don't have on their roster. Like they at least have everything else. They literally don't have a safety. That's very fascinating.
What a draft night.
This has been strange. Logan Grady pointing out Hines Ward played with no ACL. I mean, there's your
Ty J. Spears is Hines Ward confirmed.
That's lock it in, folks. Take it to the bank. Oh boy. All right. So let's look at the best remaining players and see who's the most surprising here. DeJuan Jones falling to day 3 is shocking. Darnell Washington falling to day 3 is shocking. Antonio Johnson falling to day 3 isn't shocking, but I was expecting him to be
pretty
gone.
Safe, clean safety prospect.
Luke Weipler is surprising. Adetomiwa Adebaware is shocking.
That's the one for
me. Number one for me. I'm with you. Clark Phillips. I could give or take Clark Phillips. Keely Ringo is relatively surprising. Darius Rush is relatively surprising. If Chandler Zavala is there in the 5th. Ooh, baby. I would love that. Michael Wilson, Tanner McKee. So let's look at the remaining receivers and how many picks are there between this and the next Titans pick. The next Titans pick is in the, let's see. Okay, team. Perfect. Titans. So their next pick is 147. What is one? Siri. Hey, Siri. What is 147 minus 81?
It's 66.
Right, there's 66 picks between Titans pick, and when actually more like 60 now that we've moved on. But the remaining wide receivers, there's still some guys up here: Michael Wilson, Tyler Scott, A.T. Perry. All 3 of those guys I love, and I expect all 3 of them to be gone. But if any of those are there, run the card up.
Yeah.
Are there any? I mean, like just in terms of depth guys here that I don't hate Trey Palmer. I know you
Parker Washington guys are big on.
I know you are a fan of Grant DuBose, right?
Yeah, not as like the answer.
Yeah. as a 5th round flyer. Yeah, I'm with you.
I was thinking like, hey, if they get Jaden Reed and Jonathan Mingo, then DuBose as an undrafted free agent is great.
Yeah.
I would like DuBose if he ends up with the Titans, and I think they probably could get him pretty late and be pretty happy with that.
Your boy Puka, obviously.
Puka's still there.
If I would say most likely to actually be there at 5, like Puka, I'll be surprised if he's not there.
I think Ronnie Bell might still be there too.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's still there. I don't mind Raheem Jarrett. I don't know if you watched any of that.
I did not watch either.
I watched. I went double dip to just watch them both a little bit, and it's certainly Jarrett is the better of the 2 in my opinion. I'm an Andre Yosevas truther. I think that he's a good receiver, and I know you guys were not a fan at the Senior Bowl of his attitude, like a body language, right?
Well, it wasn't just it was his demeanor at the line of scrimmage. Like he seemed kind of hesitant, as if he didn't really know what he was supposed to be doing, if that makes sense. Like
he just looked like confused, just
like kind of tentative in his route breaks, like not really sure how to attack a defensive back.
Okay.
And I think he got jammed up pretty easily because of that. And then when he did get open, we're seeing balls ricochet off his hands. Like it looked like a guy that to me was not ready for the moment.
Okay. Jalen Wayne. I don't know if you watched any of the South Alabama tape.
I like
Jalen Wayne.
Yeah.
There's
really
some
good
size.
value there.
I think that there's also, and Trey Tucker out of Cincinnati isn't terrible.
I love Trey Tucker.
Are you a big fan? I wouldn't mind that. I think it's fair to point out here, just from perspective. Last year, the Titans got a guy who we've been talking about, who I believe they perceive as, and I perceive as, a starting receiver for them in the 5th round. And in the first game, he was wide receiver 1 in terms of usage.
Yeah.
So it's not like you can't find guys that you're not quite familiar with, but it turns out they're an awesome scheme fit. They are maybe their ceiling is really not as high as some of the other guys, but they're more polished, so they can be an impact early. So if you are in the wide receiver or bust camp for the Titans, don't lose faith. It's not like you've lost the chance to get anybody that's an impact this year. You just lost a guy to be a true wide receiver 2. I don't think there's, if those first 3 guys happen to fall, if you get one of Michael Wilson, Tyler Scott, A.T. Perry, I am confident one of those 3 guys could be a wide receiver 2. I think that those guys have that upside, but beyond that, it gets kind of shaky. Zach Lyons, our guy, says Xavier Hutchinson is another guy. I did not mind Xavier Hutchinson. What are some guys on here that we absolutely would be like, yes, got to get a receiver, but please not this guy?
So I'm not the biggest Trey Palmer fan.
Okay.
I think we
can go ahead and just mention Keishawn Boutte under no circumstances.
I don't want him.
No one does. Okay, moving on.
I'm not the biggest Trey Palmer fan.
Okay.
I would have been okay with it as a complimentary piece to a Cedric Tillman or A.T. Perry or somebody like that.
Sure.
But if he's like the guy out of this draft class, I think I would be disappointed by that. Dontavion Wicks, a guy we haven't mentioned either, that I had a pretty good Senior Bowl week. I think would be a pretty good option.
Hand up, I did not watch any Dontavion tape, but based on what I've heard, he's a good receiver.
I'm limiting it to really those 2 at this point. Even so, Bryce Ford Wheaton is
West Virginia wide receiver,
one of the most frustrating prospects that I've watched this season, because he goes to the combine and just puts on a show. The best relative athletic score of the wide receivers that attended the combine. You see the traits that show up in the drills, and then you watch the tape and it looks like a completely different receiver, like just a guy that is kind of stiff and tentative, like not really sure what he's doing out there. So I think there's a lot of work to be done there. Because of the traits, I think I could be talked into it, but I think I'm leaning more on the side of stay away from him as well, as tempting as he may be for the combination of size and speed that he presents.
I'll mention a couple of guys to stay away from, and this is more down the line, and I wrote about this I'm going to pull up those reports because I
have at it.
I'm going to pretend to be a scout over here. I'm the real scout over here. But
checking in on Titans Twitter as you're doing it.
Is it?
And it
burns
is
to the ground.
Up.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with it, to be honest.
People hate the Levis pick. We passed on a wide receiver to take a running back with no ACLs and arthritis.
The whole ACLs thing is being so overblown, I think.
I think so too, man. I mean, watch the tape. Watch the Senior Bowl stuff.
And also,
the combine.
Do people really think that they're taking this guy if they had medical concerns? When a team drafts somebody, their doctors have given them the thumbs up. Now, whether the doctors are wrong is possible.
So, I mean, what do you think? Do you think that maybe part of the issues that led to John Robinson's exit were like the heavy investments in injured players? Do you think
it could not have helped?
I mean, one would think that they're in a new regime, like there should be a departure from that.
Yes.
And if that's the case, it stands to reason to say that they don't have those concerns over Tyjae Spears.
Agreed. All right, we're going to see who the Bills have here. And then Tanner mentions what's the insight on Matt Landers. I'm glad you asked because he's one of the guys I wrote up in my
a lot of people like him. I didn't watch him.
I did watch him, and I hate him. I think he's a trap. I'm going to talk about it here in a second. He's a trap player. I wrote about him in my
There we go.
my thing. He was one of the guys I was telling you that there's 2 of them in the late rounds. Yes. That are a trap.
Yes.
So let me start with where is he? Dorian Williams. It's linebacker time, baby. Okay, so where are you?
Dorian Williams is a good player. He's a thumper.
All right, so here are the 2 receivers that I'm really out on, and one of them is Matt Landers, Tanner. Here's what I wrote in the do and don't draft guide. By the way, shameless plug. Tomorrow, that is what you're going to want in terms of finding guys that you've never heard of these guys before. Go to Broadway Sports Media, and we have the do and don't draft players of the 2023 NFL Draft. Me and JT put together a list of 70+ prospects at positions of need for the Titans in each round that they should and shouldn't draft, and we did write-ups on each. But for Matt Landers out of Arkansas, here's what I wrote. Matt Landers is a trap you'd be wise to avoid at 6'4", 200 pounds, and possessing 4.37 40-yard dash speed. He seems like a potential diamond in the rough late in the draft. Go beyond the surface, however, and you find nothing beyond his size and speed that typically translates to NFL success. Landers will be 24 this year, lacks versatility as a blocker, has no special teams contribution upside, fails to impress on tape beyond runaway routes, and has reportedly battled confidence and maturity issues in his time in Arkansas. The guy who's the exact same as that, but is the later round version, is Justin Shorter out of Florida. I said Justin Shorter is the round 7 version of the round 6 trap prospect we discussed above, Matt Landers, with very similar surface level reasons to like him. 6'4", 229. At 230 pounds, he's running 4.55. Dude is a big guy with speed, and very similar, deeper reasons to dislike him. He's very much a one-trick pony. It's only runaway routes with this guy. Very under in his route tree doesn't really exist. It's a route, a route branch just to get straight in the air. Shorter is an easy stay away player in my book. In 3 seasons at Florida, he never managed a 600-yard season. And I said, and when people reference quarterback Anthony Richardson's poor completion percentage, watch the tape and you realize Shorter had a pretty significant negative impact on that number. Mr. No Hands is Justin Shorter. Super butterfingers, this guy.
Tough scene.
Justin Shorter. Now, we did do a write-up, I noticed, in scrolling through here on the guy that we mentioned a second ago who you liked, Trey Tucker, who JT wrote up. He said Tucker's one of the most intriguing late-round options at receiver. What he lacks in 5'9" size, he makes up for with the speed. Tucker had an impressive and consistent 4.4 40 time. He also ranked 36th in the country in slot yards in 2022 to pair with his 3 touchdowns. He's got the speed you're looking to add late and can be worth a flyer on day 3. I would not mind that pick at all.
What I love about Trey Tucker is, and Titans fans are going to groan when I say this, but he really offers versatility and upside on special teams as well, not just as a returner. Like, he has an electric, 100+ yard punt return or kick return against Indiana on his tape. That's a ton of fun to watch. I get that, but he's also, as a gunner on special teams, can use that speed to get downfield quickly. He is small, but he's not afraid to get his hands dirty, to get in there and block.
Like we were talking about earlier, one of those guys that plays like he's 20 pounds every day.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And the way that Cincinnati used him, jet sweeps and motion, they lined him up in the slot, they put him in the backfield, they had him out wide. He's a really versatile player. It is the size, and he does have some really weird drops on his tape too.
Does he? Okay.
But I think he's a good value add late in this draft. Potentially undrafted as well. I don't know that he's going to get drafted.
That'd be, I would not hate that flyer at all. Let's see here. So how many more picks we have in the 3rd round before we sign off here?
I think I last checked a couple of picks ago and we were down to 15 left.
We gotta be getting close. I only ask because no reason. Maybe the pizza's sitting next to us.
Well, yeah, we do have a pizza sitting. I don't want to get a grease stain on the couch.
I know. We're so close to the end now. I'm just whatever.
Let's
I'll
check
stick
in on this.
Yeah, let's make sure it's actually our pizza.
It's a pizza. So
what's a box? We don't quite know. Okay, that's us.
That's us.
I'll stick it in the oven just so that it doesn't.
Fantastic.
Last week, yeah.
Let's see here.
It's got to be 10 or less picks, right?
I would think so. I think that's where we're at. Let's see.
101 is the last pick, I think, and we're on 92. So I think we're down to the last 9.
102.
Okay, so we're down to the last 10 then.
We're
after
down
this,
to the last
we got 9 picks or 10 picks right after this.
Oh, I like
and then
this
we'll
pick.
sign off. Wanya. Who had Wanya Morris going before DeJuan Jones on their bingo card?
Not me, but
Not
I can see what you would. I can see the upside with him because he's a scrappy guy that plays really hard, and I think there were times when it was just a consistency thing, and you got to figure out what that's about and iron it out. But it's not like he's a liability. I think he's got a higher floor than people would think, but man, he's got a scrappy side that I think gives him some upside.
QC Hawk asks, is this the support group for Titans fans? I'll tell you what, we're certainly having a better time here than it sounds like they're having on Titans
I think
Twitter.
so.
So hang out with us. Man. We're just kind of vibing. It's the draft. I will say this. For as the longer I watch the draft, obviously I care because I spent the last 3 months of my life, as you did,
Yeah.
caring about this.
Yeah.
It has become a bit of an extension of free agency to me, in the sense that I'm kind of suspicious of, we're always suspicious. You don't want to win free agency. When you win teams that win free agency rarely win in season. And teams that win on draft day, it's not as cut and dry. But I think back to past drafts where I came away from that weekend and the narrative was this team, and this team killed it.
Yeah.
And then I go back and look at those picks and I'm like, where are these guys? Like, we really don't know who won the draft.
Yeah.
Until we get to see. So winning the draft at the time doesn't really mean anything to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it means something. It doesn't mean everything, I guess, is what I mean. Let me ask you this, because this draft so far has gone very differently than folks expected it to, or where I guess maybe we're hoping, maybe they were afraid this would happen. They were expecting this would happen, but they were hoping something better would happen. Do you think this gives us any insight into the divide? You always wonder with GMs, there's two ways to approach the draft. It is draft for need, best player available. Every GM has a, are you 50-50? Are you 40-60? Are you way lopsided? We don't know that with Rankarthen. These are our first clues.
Yeah.
I kind of think this is indicating he's a BPA guy and not a for need guy.
I would agree wholeheartedly. You took the words right out of my mouth. It clearly looks like a BPA value guy.
Let's go pick by pick, right? We talked at the beginning, and this was a revolution I kind of made in the moment. He talks about immediately in that press conference, we didn't think Skronsky would be there. So we were jacked to grab him. That sounds like the BPA on your board, and you're like, oh, let's go. Didn't think he'd be here.
Yeah.
Will Levis at 41. Why do you take him at 41 when you didn't take him in the first round? Because he's the best player left on your board, perhaps. Your third pick is a running back when people are expecting you to go wide receiver. In a vacuum, again, you, me, Zach, a lot of people that we know and we respect. I know James Foster is a fan of Tyjae Spears as well. He's a pretty popular name, I think, just in general in the draft, like a pretty popular guy. That very well may have been on their both horizontal and vertical board that we know the Titans do.
Yeah.
And may have been the BPA. And tomorrow we may have confirmation of that if they go edge defensive line.
Oh my gosh. Well, you know what?
truly...
Listen, if you can get Adebawore in the 5th round, I'm not complaining about that.
I'm not either, but also talk about being in suspicion territory for Adebawore. What do we not know about this man? Is it that the majority of owners don't want a guy whose name they know they can't pronounce?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, his name is fun to pronounce once you get it, because it's Adetamiwa Adebawore.
Yeah.
And you feel it almost is like, I feel like a ninja a little bit. It's like a very formal, it's got a nice pattern to it here. So we've got, let's get these picks off the board.
I would like to note that we made it pretty deep into the broadcast before the first yawn.
We did, despite both of us running on about 4. I'd say in the last 3 days, I have maybe a grand total of 10 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
So.
I was at 6 hours when I recorded this week's Unofficial Titans podcast, and that was
But you need to have
Wednesday
me on sometime,
night.
by the way. I would love to be on that podcast.
Yeah, I wanted to have you on.
When you're in the dregs of summer and you need just content and you want to talk about something random, have me on. I'll come on.
I jotted you down for this week. I wanted to do a catch-up after our offensive line extravaganza.
And let me guess, you, like me, had about 17,000 things that you had planned to do this week, and you realized you couldn't get to all of them.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of the reason I've had no sleep. I've been worked to the bone.
Yeah, I got behind on the big board because, like I told you, I was busy scrounging up City So tape, and I didn't have an eval on Nolan Smith written. So I was like, hey.
You had City Sal tape in the log, but no Nolan Smith tape.
I'm like, wait a second now. I got to get caught up on some of these guys.
Okay, so the Steelers finally take Darnell Washington.
Yeah.
Are those his kids? He's got 2 kids. Wow, maybe.
There's somebody's kids. He got somebody's kids.
Those are kids, right? Aren't those kids? Those aren't small adults.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, the Steelers have to be ecstatic about that, but also very. Who are the players left that? Where's the it's so late now. I'm an idiot. What's the name of the line? The like it's jargon, like the Mendoza line. Thank you, Easton, for thinking with your brain. Where's the Mendoza line for suspicious versus value droppers? So, like, let me update this. who of these guys that have fallen are we officially suspicious of something we don't know with medicals or something? Darnell definitely falls into that category.
Yeah.
DeJuan has to.
DeJuan would.
Adebaware,
and now
1,000% does.
I'm looking back at what was going on at the Senior Bowl with DeJuan Jones. Like, that was a point of criticism for me. And then
He
you
was
find out
concussion potentially, right?
Yeah. So now, like, looking back on that, now that it's draft night and a guy that we thought might go in the first round, you kind of just wonder, is this thing more serious? Like, he's definitely in that category of kind of leery about. Like,
there's clearly a reason he has fallen so far that we don't know. Now, it may not be medicals. It may be that he just, every interview he did, teams were just like, this guy's not, we don't jive with this guy.
Yeah.
It could be he's got attitude issues. It could be that, they ask the people that he was being coached by, and they're just like, he's not very coachable. He's got a bad attitude. You don't have that dog. Like, there's a lot of.
Oh, man.
That's a big one. Is that Keenan Thompson right there?
I think so.
Michael Wilson, Stanford. That's a big receiver off the board. So, I mean, it shouldn't shock anybody. We expected Tyler Scott, A.T. Perry, and Michael Wilson to all be gone by the time the Titans get back around. Now, we could come into tomorrow and see.
I will say,
see them trade up. We don't know. Like, there's a chance they go up. Because if we're doing BPA, and like last night, the Titans have a full 24 hours to try to work the phones. We know Rand's a big communicator. They weren't working the phones. He could figure out a way to go up and get Tyler Scott early tomorrow. And that would, I'm sure, alleviate some folks. Oh, no. I'm assuming down bad Ryan Watson has joined us, who says, hi, guys. Or hi, guys. Podcast Podsmast. Titans are anti-wide receiver anyway. Oh, that's funny. Hey, you know what receiver is still on the board that we've not really mentioned? Puka. Puka's still there.
I like Puka.
I know y'all like Puka.
He seems like their type of player too.
Do you see him? He's probably a slot only guy at his size.
Do
you think he has some flanker versatility to him?
Yeah, I do think he has some versatility to him. I think BYU used him as an X receiver. His game against Arkansas, one of my favorite tapes that I watched this draft process.
Ryan says down bad. It's all right, Ryan.
I think he could, the way I phrased it during Senior Bowl week was, I think he could be an upgrade over Kyle Phillips. But we know they're not down on Kyle Phillips.
I was about to say,
I'm saying, like,
maybe it's just another Kyle Phillips.
Another Kyle
and you
Phillips,
have Burks and Phillips is your wide receiver room.
Because at the time, when John Robinson's fired, we don't know, well, who's a John Robinson guy, who's a Mike Vrabel guy, who does this coaching staff actually like, that sort of thing. So we're thinking, okay, well, if they don't like Kyle Phillips, Puka Nacua is a guy that can do a lot of the things that Kyle Phillips does pretty well, but also offers versatility as an X receiver as well. Really good.
Hey, Jordan Lowry points out there's always Golden Tate, by the way.
There's always Golden Tate. Yeah, of course.
What are some other iconic Titans out there that you go bring Antonio Brown out of retirement? You could add him to the list. Was this guy like the last survivor from the Civil War? Like, what are we
lighting cigars for?
I don't know. Oh, I forgot that they said they were going to do this. They're honoring the veterans here at the end. It's Vietnam vets, the unpopular war.
Yeah.
But hey, we love a good middle America draft where we can get a good USA chance still. If we were a coastal elitism draft location, you wouldn't be getting that, buddy. We were talking about that yesterday. Like, I think one of the best things that the NFL ever did was turn the draft into the traveling circus. Like, it was cool having it in New York and doing the Radio City Music Hall thing. But going around and really just flexing on the other draft leagues, like, hey, we can be the biggest event in the world in freaking Kansas City, Missouri, man. We can go anywhere and it does not matter. We could set up camp we could go do it in Packers country. And there will be there'll be 250,000 people there. I guarantee it. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's just a flex, but it makes it so fun. Every draft has its own personality.
I'm ready for it to come back to Nashville.
I think we all are with the new stadium. With the new stadium and all the Riverside, move the draft. Would they move it off of Broadway and across the river? They probably should.
Yeah,
with the new situation. Yeah. But hey, can we do this with the last pick, perhaps?
That was like an alternate dimension redheaded Mike Vrabel. Did you see that guy?
No. Did it look like
It's
him?
like the timelines converging.
I'm sure they've mentioned it. I got to know how old this guy is.
I want to see this old man light up this
Like
cigar.
that cigar.
Makes a lot of sense.
They keep going to him, desperate for him to light it up, and he just won't. Just won't. Maybe they won't let him. Maybe it's just a look. Is this Jordan Battle's dad? Like, what are they showing him so long for?
Yeah.
You think Kayshon Boutte gets drafted? I don't. And follow-up question: as a UDFA, is he worth the swing? For the Titans, who are the desert of wide receivers at this point,
I still don't.
No, I'm with you, but just there's no limit on how many UDFAs, just bodies in camp.
I know, yeah, you're right.
Give him a chance. Get a body in camp, see what happens.
Let's just bring maybe that's the strategy. They're just like, we're not going to take a wide receiver, and we're just going to bring in an entire crop, 10 undrafted free agents.
Mike Gribble said, "Listen, cornerback is a position of need, and last year I found a UDFA that was better than all of our guys that couldn't stay hurt. So this year with the receiver, we're just gonna go find as we're gonna go find as many of those dudes as humanly possible. We're gonna rock and roll. I'm trying to compare Puka to. I want to see if Puka's on RAS. I hope he is, but I'm kind of doubtful.
I believe he is.
That'd be epic.
I believe he is, but I'm not for sure.
Okay, now the second question is Kyle Phillips on RAS?
Broderick Martin, a 3rd round pick, huh?
Okay. I'll be honest. This is the first player who I have not watched or read anything on. And I'm kind of bummed that it came in on day 2, but I don't know anything about Broderick Martin.
I've read about him. Never watched him because I just kind of thought, better defensive lineman. I don't know if this guy's going to get drafted.
I almost made it to 100 players. Dadgummit. Sorry.
3rd round, man. I don't know what the Lions are doing. Commanders trying to revamp their secondary. Forbes and Quan Martin. How do we feel about what the Lions have done with these picks?
I feel like there's at least one fan base on Twitter more upset right now than the Titans, is what I think. Now, I mean, here's the thing. I'm with you. If you gave me a blind taste test and didn't tell me where they were taken, like Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell are. Oh, is that the Mike Vrabel guy? The redhead Mike Vrabel guy behind? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's a bulky looking dude. It's like if Mike Vrabel and Andy Dalton had a baby. That dude's interesting. He looks like he's a WWE star. I would. What was I even saying? I forgot. Okay, never mind.
All right. Yeah, I don't. I'm
okay.
We're lucky that I have a thought in my head right now.
We're lucky I'm awake right now.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's on here. It's still always funny every time. Nico Autry, not an athlete. According to RAS.
Oh my gosh.
He's not athletic, bro. Don't worry about it. Oh, is there not? Oh, there's way many pages. I'm going to look him up. Because I want to do an RAS compare on these two. Well, let me just try it. Too many requests. Everybody trying to do this during the draft? Come on. Boo!
Dang. RAS traffic is blowing up tonight.
Oh, got it. We're in. Puka. No. Check me. Is that how you spell it?
That's how you spell it. Yep.
And BYU.
Yep.
Kyle Phillips.
Darius Rush is still available.
I would love Darius Rush. I mean, obviously, people are not going to want him because he's a defender, but I think Darius Rush is a stud.
I do too.
He's a project. He's projecting, but in terms of if you just looked at body type for like a prototypical cornerback, he's top 5 in this class.
Yeah.
His build and his speed. He's got all the tools of a guy that, I mean, he's kind of Caleb Farley in that way. What is with commercials deciding they're just going to crank?
I don't know.
Hasn't that been a couple of times it's done that? I don't know what's going on. In the chat, is anybody Oh, interesting. Zach just said, I think PK is going to get spicy at the after draft presser. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he's going to ask the good questions here. So yeah, we're definitely going to be tuning into that. We're kind of biding our time here to get out of here, trying to get these last couple picks out. Show me. All right, well, we're going to have to try it another day when RAS isn't getting blown up. Yo, RAS, if you're watching, please update your website. It's very bad.
Let's see. Can we just Google it?
This might be not a bad idea, actually. Zach, are they doing it tonight? Are they doing it here in a second, I'm assuming?
Puka Nakua RAS. 5.15.
So middle of the road.
Now let's see Kyle Phillips. Kyle Phillips RAS. Kyle Phillips was an 8.31.
I thought a guy. Look at those eyes.
My goodness.
That Ricky Stromberg. I like little. He is a not flashy even in the slightest, but he'll get in the mud a little bit. I don't mind Ricky Stromberg.
That's
Stromberg.
That's a good value pick for Washington.
Totally.
Because they
need a line bad.
They need a starting center. I thought they might have been a spot for JMS as early as the first round. But to get Stromberg, who, I've seen some people say that they like him as the best pure center in this draft class. Sounds like a steal at 97. How are we looking with the Titans presser? Any update on that?
Zach's asking who's RAS, but whose RAS do we need? Oh, we were just trying to do an RAS compare on Puka, Nakua, and Kyle Phillips, but it was not working.
We found it.
Yeah, we did find. Turns out Kyle Phillips is more athletic than Puka Nakua.
Yeah. Oh man, I
QC
forgot.
Hawk just said, just saw Buck post a pic. Looks like he at the presser. Okay, well, QC Hawk, I'm assuming you know that a lot of those guys are at the Titans facility, just watching the draft from there. So they may not actually be ready for the presser yet. Logan Grady saying Olu is the best center of this class. I don't agree with that, but I do like Olu.
I had him at center too. I had him at center number 2.
Okay.
Yes. Let's go.
Siaki Ika is awesome, dude.
Yes.
I really like Siaki Ika.
Big
DT
violent.
out of Baylor.
Man.
I love that have they always been having the big boys go shirtless or somebody
I don't know.
shirtless? JT and I walked past the room where they do that, like the ESPN draft graphic thing, that black tunnel that they have them in. It was right upstairs outside the media availability room at the combine, and we kept you could see in the door, and we kept seeing people going in and out there all the time. And we're like, what is going on in there?
Yeah.
And then one day I just was like, screw it, and just walked up and opened the door and was just going to pretend I was wrong door, my bad, and looked in and was like, oh, it's this place.
That's cool.
Zach says the presser should be after the draft is over. All right, we'll have to definitely tune into that. It stinks because I have managed to finagle my way into many a Titans presser in the past year, and I was wanting to be there for these, but I just put so much effort into the draft. I'd rather be doing this, frankly, and I can get the presser on my phone, and I can meet these prospects when I go to the pressers or to camp in August. So
I just checked my Twitter, and Zach is going to war with people over the ACL thing.
As he should. This is ignorance of third round order, in my opinion. The fact that we've reached the point where I feel like the average fan doesn't know anything about this guy.
It's frustrating.
They're frustrating based on the position,
and
so they're naturally looking for ways to dump on the pick.
And
you can be mad about not getting a receiver, but you can't be mad about Tyjae Spears.
I would not want to speak for Zach, of course, but
I'll speak for Zach.
Where was this energy about the ACL whenever we've been talking about how much we love Tyjae Spears for the last 3 months?
I was about to say, in Titan
3 months.
In Titan circles, if you've watched Stoney, if you've watched Zach, and by extension Braden, if you've listened to Mike Herndon, who I know has talked about him, if you've listened to James Foster, I know who's talked about him.
Yeah.
If you've listened to me and or JT on the Hot Read, I know we've talked about him. I know that Justin Mello and Justin Graver on Music the Audible have talked about him. I'm sure that Tic Tac Titans is. I know that I just saw that Tyler Rowland with Tic Tac Titans is saying he's loved him all along. Like, everybody in Titans world has loved this guy the whole time.
And people,
where were all of you on the ACL until 10 seconds ago when you heard Ian Rappaport say, "Yeah, maybe ACL." Blah 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 blah. You're mad it's not a receiver.
That's it. Yeah.
Cope.
And Levis.
Cope. That's fine.
Mad.
Yeah.
Some people are mad at Skoronski.
You can be mad about that. Oh, we got a kicker off the board. Jake Moody, baby, board. In round 3.
I love the 49ers, too. Don't pick until pick 87.
And with your second
pick.
Go
with the safety, and then the second pick, you take the kicker.
I mean, they did just lose their stud. I think they're expecting him to be gone.
Man, you know what this draft tells me is...
What? Zach just said Mike, Mello, and Graber have all turned on Spears. Zach, am I taking crazy pills? I'm almost positive all 3 of those guys were fans of Spears in the pre-draft process. They're saying he has Fritos for knees and won't last 2 years in the NFL. Well, I'll tell them in a minute when I get to go through all of the nonsense. Like I get to sift through the rubble on Twitter when we're done with this and eat our pizza. And what's your sadness level for Titans fans? I know we're covering independently. I don't have an issue with it. They still need a receiver, but the draft's not over, man.
You know, I feel like I say this every few months.
Zach. Tell them they're dumb.
On the Unofficial Titans podcast is that the whole point of sports, for a larger conversation here, the place that sports have in our lives, it's still entertainment. It is still a break from the doldrums of day-to-day life, clocking in at a job in the morning, clocking out at night, and hoping you get enough time to spend some time, have a nice meal with your family. Sports are a nice break from all of the BS that we have to put up with.
It's one of the only last vestiges of American culture where you can get away from the nonsense.
So what purpose does it serve to get so bent out of shape about this stuff that it's affecting your mood, your outlook, all that sort of stuff? Like,
outrage culture is dumb.
I put it into perspective of I'm always going to be a Titans fan. It's my team. So there is nothing that they can do to hurt me because I'm always going to be there.
We ride or die.
We ride or
your
die.
Opinion.
And if you think about it if you look at it through that lens, I can understand the frustration. That's not me saying that everything they do, I'm like, yes, go Titans, all that. But to be miserable about it, to me, I don't understand.
Well, and I agree with everything you said. And in particular, I think it is premature and pretty silly when we don't have the only reasons of any kind that Rain Carthen has given folks so far, Titans fans, to like or dislike him, have unanimously been like, he signed Jeffrey Simmons. Mm-hmm. He has not yet traded away any of the players that you love. Mm-hmm. Kevin Byard is still around. Ryan Tannehill is still around, although I'm not sure people love him. Derrick Henry is still around. He's made decisions in this draft that my brain here is for the last 10 minutes has just been kicking on this. I think he's a BPA guy, and I think tomorrow's going to confirm it.
Yeah.
And listen, are we shocked coming from the Niners that he's a BPA guy? The team that just took a kicker
absolutely not.
At 99?
Absolutely not.
They blindly go to the board and they say, all right, give me the best guy. And there's a good, it's very nerdy and analytical, but there is an analytics-based argument that BPA is the only way to successfully build an NFL roster at all times. When you don't go BPA and your team is good, there's luck involved. Yeah. Going BPA is the only way to maximize your value. I mean, you're getting the most value. If you draft for need, you're a moron, is the take by many. Now, I don't necessarily, I think that you have to marry the two. And I love the way that the Titans do, unlike many, their horizontal and vertical boards, where you get big board value, but also by position, by round. Yeah. And that allows you to marry the two ideas. But the ultimate thing is that Carthen has not given folks a reason to dislike him until now. And the reasons you dislike him are projection-based reasons. They are based on your opinion of players that you've not seen play for the Titans yet.
Yeah.
And until you do, can you really be that upset? When the players stink, when they suck, then be mad. He's got a track record. He's like, oh, Carthen can't draft. Cool, fine. But let him earn that track record with the players that he drafts playing.
Yeah, I'm with it, man. I also think We know this is wow.
Ahead?
Good for Trey Tucker. I tried to tell y'all about Trey Tucker.
But ahead of Tyler Scott. So who had Trey Tucker being the first Cincinnati wide receiver off the board?
Man,
that is incredible.
So the Raiders are reading Sobro's network. We know that.
Well, are you actually higher on him than Scott, or not? Not actually.
No,
okay,
I'm not.
But you were very high on Trey Tucker.
I wrote.
This is such a Raiders pick. This is such a Raiders pick. This is a replacement for a certain guy that might be in jail now.
Well, touche.
That's kind of the style of player, right? That's kind of the guy that they're getting here.
So, to get back to Rand Carthen and the collaboration, like these three picks.
Me neither, Zach. Zach cannot believe he went ahead of Scott.
Peter Skoronski and Tyjae Spears kind of feel like Mike Vrabel picks, do they? Or am I off base with that?
Skoronski, Tyjae Spears, and
those two.
I think Will Levis feels like a
you think so?
Yeah. Maybe it's just the sense that it's the bold-faced, I know you all hate him and I don't care mentality, which is very much a Vrabel thing. But also in the reporting that we heard pre-draft that was like scaring folks about like, the Titans are connected to Levis. I'm pretty sure it was specifically like, I'm paraphrasing, but the important word here, Cameron Latu off the board before
round 3 getting crazy. Okay.
Hey, the 49ers BPA team. Okay. So what was I going to say?
We were talking about Vrabel's influence and Will Levis.
Oh, yes. So Will Levis, he was, the reporting. There we go. The reporting was, and I'm paraphrasing, but the important word I'm going to point out here. Teams around the league have told us that they weren't crazy about the interview. It didn't quite go well.
Yeah, sure.
But then when they say, but the Titans, it wasn't the Titans enjoyed the interview. I think it was specifically, but Mike Vrabel met with him and didn't get a bad vibe. Mike Vrabel said they had a good meeting. Now I could be mistaken. I could be misremembering that. But I'm almost positive it was Mike Vrabel that was by name in that reporting. In which case, I think he's definitely a Mike Vrabel guy in that sense.
Yeah. Okay. My base point being.
Yeah. Sorry. Where are you going? I may have just totally derailed your thought here.
My base point being like, are we? I want the same energy for Mike Vrabel, who is by and large universally loved. Like, if you're mad at this draft,
you got to be mad at both of them.
Be mad at both of them.
They are collaborating. They have been saying it for months. They are going to say that all of this was collaborative effort.
I'm really just asking Titans fans to just be smart about where they place their hatred tonight.
Yes. I'm asking them to withhold their hatred until we know more. We know more.
All right.
Zach says, don't forget, Carthen mentioned Chad Brinker designing a new algorithm for injuries. I can't forget that, Zach, because this is the first I've heard this.
I mean, my goodness, does it count for arthritis, Zach?
Yeah. Wait,
come on.
Can you elaborate on that? I've not heard this.
Arthritis, career ending.
Logan said, Raiders tomorrow issues a statement. We accidentally drafted the wrong Cincinnati wide receiver. We called the draft and said, give us the Cincy receiver, and figured they'd just know who we were talking about. Zach says it's pre-draft press. Okay, I'll go back and find that, Zach. Pre-draft presser from Monday.
Looks like Mekhi Blackman will be the last.
I've listened to that, so I must have just not been paying attention that well. Logan said, turns out Amy Adams Trump just makes all the picks.
Yeah.
QC Hawk says Vrabel looks exponentially happier this year than last, so he's definitely involved. I think that absolutely has to be a part of it. I mean, look at how happy this guy looks. That's a collaborator right there.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Now, this is so off the wall and not draft related, but Logan's mentioned this like 4 times. So Logan, I will bring this up. Logan pointed out to us yesterday that, and I don't, Logan, elaborate the details, but like Kevin Byard is one of a number of Kevin Byards in the lineage.
Yeah.
And apparently there's a gap where Kevin Byard III should be. And apparently Logan has done digging on this, and there is no Kevin Byard III. And they apparently just skipped Kevin Byard III. There's a Kevin Byard II, followed directly by a son, Kevin Byard IV. I think is what he's saying, or what he told us yesterday. And he's wondering, this is his vendetta. He's been on it 2 days in a row now. He's been mentioning this. He said 4 times in the chat tonight, Who is Kevin Byard III? Where is Kevin Byard III?
We need to call Unsolved Mysteries.
Okay. Yeah, we do. We need to get them on the case here. All right. Hey, this is the last pick? No, the last pick's off on the 4th. Hey, we're done. All right. Hey, 4.5 hours flew by.
We did it.
Flew by. We're going to eat our pizza, which we ordered 4.5 hours ago about. And we're very hungry for it. Hey, thank you earnestly so much for everybody. We had double-digit folks in here all night, as many as 30 folks on the YouTube, and I'm sure hundreds more on Twitter, because it doesn't show me the count for Twitter on here.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for being here and hanging out with us. I know it's very informal and it's 4.5 hours long. We're going to post the full version and podcast version, so go listen to all 4.5 hours back. No, we're not. I might post some highlights, but we appreciate you being here. Stoney, thank you for hanging out all night.
Happy to do it.
It's been a blast. Glad we could kind of nerd out on all of these guys. And honestly, I'm just glad I had somebody to enjoy the live company of this and be unplugged from what sounds like has been a nightmare fuel.
It seems like it's a bad night to be scrolling Twitter.
I think it's been a blessing in disguise for our mental health.
Yeah.
Not being a part of that.
Before we go, like, how do you feel? What are you feeling right now about the Titans draft?
About the Titans. So, I mean, obviously I approach everything that I do from a non-fan standpoint. And my basic analysis of this is that I think we have learned, the number one thing is I think we have learned Ran Carthon is a BPA guy, and maybe by extension, if the whole thing with John Robinson was he doesn't collaborate well, maybe this whole time Mike Vrabel has also been a BPA guy, and it's been frustrating him that they've been reaching on players. But that's the number one thing. The other thing is the Titans put their money where their mouth is when it comes to what they said earlier this offseason. We are happier with our young wide receiver core than fans are. We think that we are more content. We are less rushed to go and find help because we think we've got the guys. And the third thing, what was the third thing I was going to say? My biggest takeaway is I'm neither stoked nor disappointed in the draft. I think the haul is good. And in general, all three of the players they have so far are three players that I personally were higher on than most in the draft process. I mean, definitely Levis and Skoronski, because Titans fans weren't crazy about either of those. And then definitely now the ACLs apparently are just missing, and that means he can't even. I heard he's in a walker at this point.
Well, yeah.
By the end of the night, he'll be in a wheelchair and they'll be amputating.
Can't give him one carry.
Yeah,
he's just going to explode.
No, I'm sure a team drafted him in the 3rd round because he can't carry the football. That's definitely what happened in NFL, a multi-billion-dollar franchise. So I'm neither stoked nor disappointed. When I just look at it agnostically, okay, Skoronski, 1st round. I love that pick. I love the value in the place. Will Levis, I don't love him as a quarterback in this whole class, but he is my quarterback 4, and I am higher on him the most. I think that he can be a starting guy in the NFL in the right place, and I think the Tennessee Titans as an organization are among the more competent in the NFL. Yeah. So it's a good landing spot for a guy like him. If he had gone to a Commanders, I would have zero faith in. If he'd gone to the Buccaneers, I'd have no faith in Will Levis panning out. With a place like Tennessee, I think that he could. And with Tajay, like, I have loved him the whole time. He's my running back 3. I think he's a stud. It's tough with the context, right? It's I forgot to mention with Levis, getting him at 41 is a good pick in my opinion. On paper. Now, people are going to point back in my face times today where I said I would discourage doing that for the Titans on Twitter. The difference here is I'm talking about these picks in a vacuum, just value. If I'm evaluating as a talent evaluator, draft evaluator, I love the value. I think they're high value picks, and they aren't necessarily at positions of need, although they're position of need adjacent. The Titans needed offensive line terribly. Titans fans have been wanting a new quarterback for 2 years. And running back, I mean, Zach was on a vendetta the past week about how running back should absolutely be on people's short list of positions of need for the Titans.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's not. They went and got the 3rd best guy in the class, a guy that we love. So all of that checks out. The disappointment is understandable. And I don't have to list the reasons why, the situational element of it. And the reason why I was discouraging of drafting a quarterback in this class was not because I didn't think Levis was a great value at 41 or at 33. It was because of where this team in particular in a team building cycle is, where they are at in the phase. I didn't think it was the best time for it. Obviously, the team disagrees with me. And frankly, on draft night, I just think it's dumb and a waste of your energy to pit your opinion on, I mean, you can, like, having an opinion is fine, but like living and dying by your opinion up against the team's opinion and thinking that that is fact is super, super duper dumb. And we're all about to go enjoy the summer. And then we're going to, in the blink of an eye, be back at training camp. And we're going to actually get an answer as to what these guys can do. That's what I care about. So call me in a couple months.
Yeah. I would add.
What about you? Now you give your spiel on the night and then we can get out of here.
All 3 picks offense.
Yep.
No defense yet. I would also point out, as of now, Kevin Byard, Ryan Tannehill, Derrick Henry, all still Tennessee Titans. The picks, adding a playmaker on offense, adding, your heir apparent at quarterback, if you will, and then adding really safe offensive line prospect. I think that this is a team looking at all of its cap space next year, and they're saying, we can be competitive in 2023. We've got the players to do it. Let's run it back and then rip the Band-Aid off maybe a year later. I don't think this is going to be the blow it up, revamp everything offseason that a lot of Titans fans, I feel like, we're hoping for. Like, I think this is a safe draft so far. And I think this is a team that thinks it can still be competitive. And in my opinion, it can still be competitive.
In my opinion, as long as Ryan Tannehill is still on the team and the players they currently have play and they don't have the injury luck of the last year, they're going to be good whether they want to or not.
Yeah.
There's too much talent.
It's the team's DNA.
I know that
to be tough.
And I know that fans have been ignoring the defense for obvious reasons, both because they don't want the Titans to go defense in this draft for obvious reasons. And also because it's been kind of set for a while now. Like, Jeffrey Simmons, cool. Like we've got it kind of, you got Bunting Jr. Like you've got a guy at every position, not a ton of depth everywhere, but in terms of starting, it is truly on paper, maybe a top 10 defense in the league and has top 10 defense production potential in the actual season. So I think it's important to remind people that, okay, in free agency, it's been almost exclusively offense and offensive line, which people underestimate. People forget in the offseason that there is no force multiplier position like the offensive line is.
Yeah.
I tweeted this out yesterday. If I was like, hey, I think this morning, if you think a stud lineman in the first round is a boring pick, consider this. The biggest winners of night one for the Titans: Ryan Tannehill, Treylon Burks, Derrick Henry, Kyle Phillips, the Nick Westbrook of Keenays of the world. They're going to make them look better. All of those, every single skill player on the Titans roster their ceiling has been raised and their lives have been made easier by one guy you've added to the team.
Yeah.
There's not another position besides quarterback that does that.
Yeah.
There's not.
I think that's fair.
So I think that the defense is better than people are remembering it is. It's going to be too good to be bad. I think this offense has the ability to be force multiplied by truly how much of a full remodel they've done of the offensive line. It is a brand new group with a lot of promise that we don't know how good they're going to be. I know they're going to be better than last year. I know they're going to be better. They can't be worse than last year.
Yeah.
So I think that we're going to find out a lot. And I also need to remind people, like, GMs, they don't. Rand Carthen's not about to go on vacation for 2 months and then come back in August. Like, there are still the Corey Davises of the world out there. There are still a couple of Broncos wide receivers that have been rumored to be available for trade. In Tampa Bay, we're not certain Mike Evans is staying put. Like, they've not redone his contract to indicate he might be staying around forever. You've got situations with connections to San Francisco where there could be some fire there if they needed to move off of somebody. Like, there's still room for things to change. There's room for things to happen, developments to be made, players to be gotten. It's April.
Yeah.
Season starts in September. So let's take it 1 month at a time.
Yeah. I'm there with you.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, 4 hours and 40 minutes. We appreciate everybody being in here. We got some thank yous here from QC Hawk says, if you haven't been on Twitter yet, just stay away. Just reopen
Rules
Twitter,
to
and first 5 tweets before I closed were about Spears' knee. Logan says, it's been fun, Dono. Go check out Big Sky. Much love. Thank you, Logan. Appreciate it. Jacob, honestly, a tough night for the Titans. Hope it works out. There you go. That's the right way.
There you go.
Yeah, hey, if your opinion is, I didn't love the draft, but I really hope it works out, then that is A-okay in my book. That is
good mental headspace.
That is a well-adjusted adult way of approaching
I love that.
April in the NFL.
That. Yeah.
All right. for Stoney and the Sobros Network, which you absolutely have to go check out. They are doing sports and really culture in Nashville, unlike anybody else is doing. It's fantastic. No, genuinely, it's fantastic work. It is not to put down anybody else, but it is not your stuffy run of the mill, city blog. It is people seeking out the most interesting things going on in Nashville. And Stoney, of course, heading up all of the sports coverage, does amazing work. That's why we want to do so much work with him all the time. We collaborate, and he's the best. So you've been awesome. Everybody watching, you've been awesome. Thank you. We'll be watching tomorrow and tweeting through it with everybody else, see what's going on.
Yeah.
2 more picks to go for the Titans, and or no, 3 more picks to go for the Titans. Yeah, well, we maybe as of right this second, 3 more picks. Who knows what's going to happen? And we appreciate you being here with us last night and tonight. For Stoney, I'm your host, Easton Freeze. This has been NFL Draft Live. We're gonna get some pizza and then get some sleep. We'll talk to you later.